Hello. The Asia stream got cut off. I thought it was gonna go from Asia into EMEA. It kind of just went poof. It stopped. I'm kind of confused. I was listening to hyped up Japanese talking, and all of a sudden it was gone. And I don't know why. Also, I had to go outside because my coffee was no longer available in-house. So I had to go to the store and buy more. This also... No, that's also... That's... No. Oh god, okay. So apparently they put up a live now. Okay. See if they put it up on YouTube as well. Why not? They literally just cut off Asia in the middle of a sentence. Like, not even joking, it was in the middle of a sentence. Twitch. I do have to say that Twitch streams usually tend to be a little bit more stable in the frame and everything, so... Sorry, frame rate. Gotta talk. Da da dum 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 da dum. You mean audio streams current bitrate is 0? What are you talking about?
Sup, heroes and villains? Welcome back to yet another day of Marvel Rivals Ignite playoffs here in EMEA. We've got to send some more teams home, Mox, as we climb ever closer to deciding who's going to be representing Europe, the Middle East, and Africa at LAN.
Yes,
I mean, there's no
sound. Do or die coming on for a lot of these teams, and unfortunately the first two matches of the day are going to be seeing the losing team sent out of the tournament. And I can't believe we're saying this, Harry, 2 times in the same season. Virtus Pro are in the lower bracket, which means that they have the task of destiny ahead of themselves too.
Yeah, and twice in the same season as well, Peps have been unlucky enough to meet Virtus Pro in the lower bracket when elimination is on the line. Here's a quick look at how everything shaped out. That Berber Palapin versus VP game yesterday, if you missed it, go watch the VOD. I have nothing else to say to you until you watch that VOD. You're in timeout. It was possibly one of the best games we have seen in competitive Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, not just in the EMEA region, but just in general.
Oh, for anyone who missed it yesterday, Virtus Pro got sent to the lower bracket again.
For, you know, since the season began, we've been saying Berber could
even
be
funnier.
They're
up against Peps again.
Virtus Pro, and topple Virtus Pro they did. However, it wasn't a finally because Virtus Pro had already been defeated by Rad previously. But it's all on the line for all of these teams to be able to make it to those grand finals and manage to secure that position for those China LAN qualifying spots, as we can see what exactly the teams are that are left in the tournament to try to go for those prized positions. Peps versus Virtus.pro, you said it. It's another rematch of a lower bracket run, and Peps surely are a little bit like the Punisher meme right now. No. Wait.
Wait. Not again. Oh, Team Peps, Virtus.pro, that's going to be our first match. Low9 versus Zero Tenacity as well. That's going to be an absolute bomb. And Low9 have really raised in our estimations after knocking out Insomnia yesterday, which, to be honest, we all kind of bet against. We all thought Insomnia were going to walk away with that one, but Low9 had an absolute lights-out performance. In particular, Wolver and Pineclone being absolute rocks for this team has shown just how far hard work and dedication can get you when you've got the talent to try and make it work.
Yeah, and being able to really just adjust around the Wolverine without needing the pick and bans to be able to take Demon out of the way. And speaking about the pick and bans, we can have a little look at how it works, because Ignite runs off of the advanced pick and ban system, which is very different to the ban system that you yourselves have at home in your ranked gameplay. For starters, we have save slots. Those shield positions means that if you lock a hero there, your opponent can no longer ban them. And the other thing that's different is that all of these bans affect only the enemy. So if, say, you ban Loki, the other team doesn't get access to him, but you absolutely can still run
So this
him.
is different from the standard pick and ban system that we have in ranked, right? Where if you have a ban, a similar ban on both teams, then basically this is the way to ban on one of the teams, right?
It really has added a lot of volatility to power rankings, to be honest. Some teams have adapted better than others to the overall ban structure. We'll have to see, out of Virtus.pro and Team Peps, who has managed to figure things out a little bit more easily, though. Virtus.pro, their first series that they fell with, they kind of didn't have a great grasp on the meta. They kind of got outbanned by Rad. After Cloak and Dagger, Luna, and Loki were taken away, kind of forced onto some comps they weren't quite as comfortable with. Maybe Team Peps can try and do the same thing. Let's have a quick look who's going to be populating that roster.
Yeah, Pep's very versatile when it comes to all of the heroes that they can play. Hardest the Punisher and also the Winter Soldier. He's very, very adept at both, but so too can Leaf flex over to things like the Winter Soldier, and we actually saw him yesterday really getting to pop off against Old Business, utilizing the fact that AB like putting Snost on that Loki, which just means that Leaf on the Winter Soldier got reset after reset after reset when we headed over to Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, both Leaf and Hardest actually both being able to flex onto the Winter Soldier is a great asset for Team Peps as well. It means that there's always the flexibility to maybe pivot over to having Leaf on the Storm or the Wolverine, or you can run the Winter Soldier with the Punisher as well, because Hardest is often happy to flex on over to the Punisher. That is one of the priority picks for Team Peps. This is a team that does seem to be very centralized around their duelist players, but the X factor can really come from
having a good Winter Soldier on your team is
going up against this legendary Vanguard
actually something that can help you win. Winter Soldier is one of those deep duelists that could, depending on how the game goes, get rid of triple support with minimal effort because of the amount of damage that he does.
To see whether they even get the opportunity to prove that, because Harry, they're in the lower bracket run now. It was a grueling matchup yesterday against Berber Patapim, with Berber Patapim even getting the better of Virtus.pro with their star roster, their normal comp with Sparker on the Psylocke, Dreeder on the Luna, and Nevix on the Emma Frost as well. It was not enough to come on through, but the last time we saw VP fall to a team like Rad, well, the game afterwards, they came back swinging. We thought it might be a little bit close between themselves and Young Kanda in the group stages. Nah, that was one of the fastest matches we've seen in Ignite history.
Yeah, that was a big stomping. It happens. Like,
that's putting it lightly.
When they get mad, they get kind of mad. And currently, like, they are feeling very threatened. As you talked about during a highlight reel, a lot of people consider this team the best
like me.
in the world.
They get angry and then fight back even harder.
For LAN from EMEA, which means that currently Virtus.pro have quite the mountain to climb.
I don't know how often I do it on stream, but when I get angry in a game because I lose, because stupid, that translates into my skills all of a sudden just becoming god tier for some reason, and I just curb stomp the enemy team.
Virtus.pro go to LAN
Yeah, which means that they're going to have to go past Berber and Rad. One of the other is going to end
You're
up
not
in the
here
lower
legally.
bracket, and we'll have
Don't
to
call
find
ice
out
on you.
who it is when we head to the second
Don't worry,
half of today and
they
get to
can't
see
do
those
anything
two
here.
teams
This is
interact
EU.
and duke it out for the title to continue in that upper bracket. But I definitely think a lot of people are expecting Virtus.pro to come out on top. Peps are definitely really strong when it comes to flexibility of their duelists. And I mean, Beetle is a very strong Captain America. We've also seen him flex onto the Doctor Strange. But I do worry
Hello, Drive
about
Unlocked.
just
How are you
the
doing?
capacity of Finzi on that EMEA. As you know, it's been a little bit tricky for some Doctor Strangers to bypass the Carbon Crush, the CUT immunity to block out Eye of Agamotto and just yoink him out of the Maelstrom of Madness.
Bring it.
Yeah, there's kind of like a stalemate in Ultimates.
Was able to sleep in a little today.
And EMEA, right? Because
set up stream. Remember, I didn't have coffee. Ran to the store, got coffee.
So many players from the AOE and create a little bit of cone of safety to allow your strategist to ult in return. But also on the other side, it means landing an Eye of Agamotto is bloody difficult.
There you go.
You're always worried about both the CC immunity.
Sleeping is for beta males.
Well
then,
good
for me that I
unless you've got that Wolver gene in you, and you can just roll out of an invisible boundary.
Well, it's gonna be right
good for me that I'm not a man.
This has typically been what Virtus.pro like, running elements of the res composition. We've even seen Fi go over to the Starlord.
Always.
Even without that res composition, due to being banned out of some of his favorite hero picks, the Torch is likely not going to be able to make it through the pick and ban system. As Emma Frost is going to be immediately removed for Peps, as Peps will be able to secure themselves one-sided Magneto, however.
Yeah, one-sided Magneto, definitely a big asset, especially when we know how DRP plays with that.
I don't know who's who.
Of course, as always, we're going to be starting off on domination. And it looks like Virtus.pro are going for the tried and true, just letting Finzi dominate the battlefield on Emma Frost.
Yeah, there goes Sparker's Psylocke, but he's gonna be
once you're caffeinated, you can't really go back.
As now we get to see the bans come through at the same time. Virtus.pro are going to be removing Hardest's Punisher. It looks like a duelist who can very quickly generate into that final judgment, and even with all of the defensive capabilities that you have of something like the res composition, can very quickly be torn through with the damage that a Punisher off of a Terror Cape hit is able to provide.
Okay, a low-key protect here. We could be seeing a double Eternal Bond come out from the side of Virtus.pro, but shutting down Nevix's ability to roam in the backline will be quite valuable with the oh, okay. Getting rid of Adam is somewhat interesting.
Oh, there we go. I can see names now.
This is gonna like shut down potentially the res composition, but I feel like Virtus.pro, like when they have the option, they prefer to run the double duelist.
And
they generally pivot to the res when they're kind of forced to it.
Yeah, Fire's Human Torch.
It is interesting to see Virtus.pro saving Loki.
Currently, as perhaps they're going to be able to protect one character, so Cloak and
Usually
Dagger.
they save Cloak and Dagger or
Virtus.pro have started using against their opponents come week 2 after Rad actually were able to deal them their losses.
Usually they protect like Cloak and Dagger or something.
Fate, as Luna Snow is now going to be taken out of rotation for Pep's side if Virtus.pro decide to lock this in, but then again, it's actually not immediately locked, so it does look like there was a little bit of discussion, debate. I wonder if they were thinking about potentially taking Leaf's Kraken impacts away, given the fact that Virtus.pro have secured that Loki, which means that the doppelgangers are going to supply an awful lot of resets for the Winter Soldier.
Kind of expected, because Sparker was hovering on Namor.
One-sided. So if it's not mirrored ban on both sides, only one team has access to that hero or villain to bring out their whole kit against this. I'm not surprised to see Nevix move over onto the Hulk, considering that Captain America's banned out similar mobility, but also allows for talented Namor players to really get a lot of damage done.
Yeah, and they've also been able to secure the Luna Snow too, which means one-shot potential.
I wouldn't call Hulk's mobility similar. For one, because Captain America can't hang on to walls. For two, the Hulk does not run. He can only jump.
Be able to utilize the Bulwark and mitigate that one-shot capacity against that strategist if they're able to coordinate the cooldowns.
Yeah, considering knowing that they're going up against a Meteor M, we'll have to see if Virtus.pro opt into the Cloak and Dagger.
For anyone who's wondering why Team Peps has a penny at the start and a rocket, even though that's not like a priority,
that you had of previously?
Those are
TM Peps
targeted choices, because with the Penny Rocket team up, Penny can give out those little whatchamacallits from Rocket, from the team up, but they give 50 overhealth instead of 25.
And Nevix might be just assigned to constantly marking Beetle here. Just making sure that Dredro is constantly free to pump out these heals on the Lunar Snow. Already the Metallic Bulwark has been used here to allow Leaf to go on forward. Look at that full pocket going onto Leaf as well. You can see the Ultron drone sitting on him over there. And Leaf is going to be in a position to really shut down these squids rather quickly, which is going to nerf the ult generation that Spark is going to have to try and work with here.
Yeah, but Beetle's not getting to do anything. Like you said, he's being full munched by Nevix, which means that Sparker is free to keep up the pressure on all of the flyers in the sky. And Fire is also being able to zone out two of the strategists coming through from Peps' back line. And that is going to result in the Vanguard's going down.
All right, Leaf feeling the pressure here. Gets with the Guardian Shield and the bubble. However, the grab from Fincy is all that you need. Having to fly low now is hardest just to try and stop that point going over too quickly.
You gotta respect the Emma Frost if you're flying.
For Peps, it's potentially gonna have to give them a free passage into that fight. They don't have a Punisher to be able to just play right in the midst of it. And Aura Stealer is actually gonna be swapping on over to the Mantis. So now we have even more damage boost potential. We forgo the shield, but the 12% damage boost can mean that Mantis' damage output just spiked drastically.
Well, it's certainly going to be a great way to try and make this Rage of Ultron all the more deadly. Hardest opens up with it, and Cypher is going to be answering out, with a copy onto the Eternal Bond, actually stealing away the enemy's Cloak and Dagger. We know that Virtus Pro love to play it. It's going to be Larry in the back. Dredro could be in trouble here if he get hit with the
I love that it just kind of floats above. It's just up there.
On the off-angle notices,
but it still counts as being on the ground, even if it's still floating above it, right?
The healing won't be delivered as easily, but Fire's going to
so even if it's above your head, just know that if it's on this map, it doesn't really matter. You're still getting healed.
Because Virtus Pro didn't want to commit the Horn of Proteus, given the fact that it went down to no damage boost, one-shot potential. DRP is going to be able to hold the space with Meteor M and then throws it directly at the Hulk, and Nevix is taken out of his ultimate form and into the banner, into the respawn room now, as Virtus Pro have not been able to find the damage to take Peps down.
Yeah, Fi really feeling the heat as Leaf starts to erode the space that Human Torch was counting upon. And for now, Virtus Pro is back to the drawing board until Nevix returns.
Finzi should be able to open this
that's where characters like Namor really come into play, because even though they're not a tank, if they're flyers, they're able to give any flyers that are on your team the space, because they can't really get in, because the tourists will just focus the flyers, right? So basically what Namor then does is basically take over the job of tank, but for the flyers.
Around the pillar, using that physical cover to the best of their ability, and DRP also avoids being seduced in their own right. Metallic Bulwark going the way of Leaf, and now the Rage of Ultron will be added.
Now I am of the opinion that you should be able to do that without the Hulk team up. Unfortunately, Larry cutting it close with that one.
Larry managed to escape utilizing their own Eternal Bond. Now it's Saipe's turn to roll on forward. The dance floor has been lit on up.
Very close to getting crossed by Giganto.
Position, but Spark's trying to turn it around here. The Monstro spawn. They've found the mechanical terror of Ultron themselves, and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the Gamma spawn really is nasty.
Yeah, DRP couldn't
so much.
Knowing that fight is so close to Supernova, and that flip does come through. However, there's still 2 fights for Virtus Pro now to take.
It's looking like one of those Japanese animus.
To Peps' percentage, so there is a little bit of downtime for Peps to potentially build up a win.
Not immediately going for the portal, but that's fine.
Ultron, potentially the Eternal Bond, but they have to be so careful about how they approach the point this time around, because that poke coming on through from both the Torch and that Namor is absolutely brutal.
Yep.
Alright, the poke just got even more brutal. However, great eating up of the flame tornadoes by DRP. Oh, what a block through. Nice! By Sparker, using the blessing of the deep to eat up all of that danger coming through from a Meteor M. I believe it's
smart usage
here from Nevix onto the Ultron, managed to survive and get back.
Very smart usage of that.
Looking down over the battlefield, sees that Beetle is in trouble, has the Eye of Agamotto.
Especially considering there's no guarantee you're going to be able to block it off, because if he turns around because someone's behind your team, they will just get deleted, right?
And they claw at it, sink their teeth in.
Oh, Larry.
Oh no, the Eternal Bond interrupted by Fincy. Too much charge, couldn't deal with the damage. A little squid, and Monstro is going to just try and third-party hardest here. Drijo finishes with 2 frags to their own name, and Virtus Pro bring it back.
Yeah, it's
nice fight from Team Peps, though.
Lose those Vanguards, lose those anchor heroes on that point. They have to just try and overcome it with the sustainability that free strategists can bring your team. But unfortunately, without those ultimates, they just don't have the heals per second to stand up.
Yeah, but with 2 flyers on the enemy team and only 1 flyer on your team, having a Namor on your team really is a lifesaver, because he really does create space, because the flyers can't really poke too hard, and it will have to like hang back a little bit so long as those monsters are still there.
Gold smiles upon said gift
of
flesh.
They hurt a lot.
Team Peps, though, they did make it close. If they win the first fight, it becomes infinitely easier for them to hold the space with the amount of damage that they have over Virtus Pro's heads. Having both the Mantis and the Cloak and Dagger and the Ultron, you do have an awful lot of sustain, but the spam damage that you can do, that Virtus Pro have to pick themselves through, is definitely a lethal combination. But speaking about lethal combos, we're going to have Horn of Proteus, potentially for a damage boost, but what they're not going to have is Human Torch is, well, Fi just got extinguished.
Rare to achieve that kind of mugging on a character as nimble as the Human Torch. Great heads-up play there from Team Peps, and that's going to give them early control over this mission area. Shouldn't take too long for Fi to get back, and seems the calls come from Nevix, so they are going to try and play this one out, investing the regeneration domain as well. Into the back with the World Breaker Hulk, and oh boy, the world of France is in great danger right now. A Soul Resurgence coming through. It's plenty of healing for all of them. Meager DPS Hulk can put out. Caps to smash through.
Oh no! DRP, oh no!
Shut down DRP in the midst of all of this, making sure those metallic bulwarks can't be thrown elsewhere. Sentience grasped by Fincy, rolling in with the Carbon Crush. Larry's going to be the main victim of that one. And now with a Supernova declared by Leaf, it's a quick disengage. Really wants Strijo in the back. Can the healing come on through? You can see the Cyber cast a Doppelganger next to their co-strategist in order to make sure that that healing can come through quickly. The Rage of Ultron is yet another attempt. Oh,
Beetle!
No! It was the Flame Prison in the end, the tick that took him down. You didn't think about how hot it was going to get under the collar.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. VP really wanted that point cap. They understand that they can't full regroup and re-push into space when Peps have that much damage potential above their heads. Hardest now is actually going to swap over towards the Winter Soldier, something that we expected to see coming on through, as Nevix has been a thorn in this team's side right now. If that Hulk tries to commit and take down the back line, Bionic Hook is going to be there to grab him back into the mix, as it does mean that Nevix bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but Horn of Proteus tries to put a stop to the Eternal Bond push from Peps. Larry dodges it, and finally Peps will grind to stand.
Again, very close to actually getting smushed by it, though.
Wishful thinking from Sparker, honestly. Didn't even have the combination with the Fate of Both Worlds to get the damage.
You can still get killed when you're ulting as Cloak and Dagger, so don't think that you're like CC immune or damage immune or anything. It's hard, but there are certain characters that can one-shot you when you do that.
They've still got the Cloak and Dagger for Larry. They've also got Invisible Boundary.
Chief among them are Punisher with a shotgun, Hawkeye just with a full charge arrow, Iron Man, what's his face, Magneto, and Namor. Also Scarlet Witch, but the people don't really play Scarlet in these tournaments for obvious reasons.
An attempt to try and chase down Beetle. That pesky Captain America constantly the charge of Bruce Banner. And well, Nevix takes his duty very seriously when it comes to chasing down the Cap. In times such as these, Virtus Pro flip the point.
Oh, and they're looking for more. Hardest was silent, so he couldn't use the Kraken impact in that fight due to the Psionic Seduction coming on through. Virtus Pro still having so many of their ultimates. They can use the Horn of Proteus to put a stop to the movements that the Winter Soldier can try and find. If they think that they can use Kraken impact to find the resets off of Cyber's Doppelgangers, this is going to be a really rough fight, given the fact that VP have point anchor with the Hulk.
Again!
High ground, and again, Horn of Proteus, but again, Larry's able to dodge.
Once more, no damage boost.
Oh,
a little bit better. I believe Larry was held aloft, and then the
jeez.
of the deep alongside the damage boost hits the headshot, grabs the frag, and now guess what? Hardest is in danger. Coming down with a Kraken impact. Let's Plenty of extra HP though. It's given over by the Winter. Oh, he's outside the invisible boundary. Somebody save this man. Nevix is
I think he's barely in it though. Yeah, he is. He's barely in it.
Now it's Fi's turn. Raining down.
He got slammed outside it and inside it, so he got healed and then not healed and then healed again. Oh, Fi!
All time, and it might well have saved Team Pepsi on Hell's Heaven. Still, Fincy believes that there's a chance. Gets himself a double mind control both onto DRP and one of the backliners. Never trying to follow it up as we move on here. 100 charge on the beam.
They're holding on.
A dangerous customer to try and deal with, and even more so when the Carbon Crush gets involved. DRP ascends to the skies. A Meteor M that cannot be saved for a later map, but does not find any finishes here. Fi's come back on the Spider-Man.
Oh, almost fell off the edge.
In danger. Moving over, still has that E. Someone falling off the map. Could be everything you know, but it could be coming on through. Nothing grabbed at the moment, though, in the Eternal Bond.
Well, they grabbed the cloak and dagger, but you can't actually get grabbed when you're ulting because you're CC immune. You can get killed, not CC'd.
You're hoping for a Vanguard, and DRP gets found down into the abyss of molten lava. The iron content is not high enough to allow him to float once again, encased in obsidian, like the dreams of Team Peps, held aloft only by the hopes that Captain America brings to the fore. Aura Stealer just gets wombo combo, true 999 hit combo from the Hulk. It's like Marvel over here. We're fighting games now as Virtus Pro claim Hell's Heaven.
Virtus Pro, the target focus.
I mean, there is going to be a Marvel fighting game next year.
Can do in those overtimes. But honestly, it all started with that first fight. Even though they're down 5 right off of that strange TP, they understand they can't play into a retake situation. They're going to be permanently down a player, permanently missing ultimate charge in comparison to what Peps are able to do, because Peps have such a damage-loaded composition. And so they invest. They've got the one-sided Loki. Out jumps Nevix onto the point in Hulk form so that he can land in the regen domain, and then he's one jump away from the backline, and then it's so smart. Sparker opens up with Horn of Proteus onto the backline, which means that Larry can't use Dark Teleportation. It might provide an iframe for the Cloak and Dagger, but it's a movement ability, so the Earthbound means that the Cloak and Dagger can't save themselves. That forces Aura Stealer's hand into burning the Soul Resurgence, but all of a sudden
I keep forgetting it is actually a movement ability.
Juggling you off of the point. Everyone from Peps had to pull back from
because it gives speed boost and it allows Cloak and Dagger to float up.
Potentially taken the fight with a brawl for control of that point cap first. They all have to pull back and play peel for that backline, and that allows VP the first point of control, and from there it's just a matter of controlling the space. Every time Peps try and make another approach, it's Eternal Bond, but there's no follow through, there's no Punisher to play off of the back of it, and Sparker, even though he doesn't find a hit onto Larry with the Horn of Proteuses, he still manages to make Peps pause before they hit W to capitalize off of the space that their Cloak and Dagger provided, and that's immediately followed up by the Carbon Crush coming on through, grabbing Larry and just holding him aloft so that the follow-up damage is there immediately from the Namor. This was so smartly thought out from the side of Virtus Pro. From the beginning, when they saw the advanced pick and bans, they knew Cloak and Dagger could be a problem, but Cloak and Dagger's only a problem if you've got the follow-through, and there was never any follow-through.
Plans within
yeah,
plans
that's unfortunate.
Pro. It seems that after the loss yesterday to Burbo Patapin, the homework has been done. And indeed, it's been a very high learning experience here at Marvel Rivals Ignite for Virtus Pro, previously undefeated and now defeated twice. But some would say when a team lose, that gives them all the more opportunity to come back stronger. You don't learn as much when you're constantly winning, but when you start to see your weaknesses, you can start addressing them a lot more easily. We'll have to see if Team Peps have got any more secrets up their sleeve to get one over on Virtus Pro after this break.
Yeah, that first loss from Virtus Pro really didn't feel so much as a loss because the other team was playing better, but more that Virtus Pro themselves were not playing up to their potential, which is weird.
Out of sight. Judge, jury, executioner!
I might at some point, but good for you. But not right now. There was a time way back when I did actually play with viewers, but I had some weirdos. Good morning. I had some weirdos, and I had to stop doing that. At least in shooters, so. We shall see. I did play Jackbox with viewers a lot. There was Jeff for a few seconds. Oh wait, hold on. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Hold on. Un momento, por favor. Stop being fueled by rage and listen to the adorableness that is Jeff singing. Awesome. I wonder how that conversation went, though.
Holding Larry to the moon.
Hey, Epic Voice Guy, do you want to sing in a cutesy way for a game?
Dominant performance on Hell's Heaven from Virtus Pro as Team Peps are left reeling by an Emma Frost, but was just carbon crushing him.
Yeah, and I mean, Hardest maybe left a little bit motion sick as well from all of the juggles that he was put under by Nevix. Every single time a Kraken impact was about to come through, was part way through, or they were like, okay, maybe he's like 88% to the ultimate. The target focus immediately swung over to getting that Winter Soldier out of the mix. You really can tell that Virtus Pro are thinking 2 steps ahead of the competition currently, and they're able to do so because they got the Loki. I feel like Peps are definitely not going to allow the Loki cleanly through. As we were talking in between the break, you know, there are 2
How do
fights there.
people
VP
learn
get first
driving
pack
theory?
on Super Soldier Factory coming on out
Common
with
sense.
regen domain saves so that they can anchor point, and then that overtime fight as well, where it's like, surely Peps are just going to be able to clean this one up, and then no, you have to worry about Finzi coming on through that psionic seduction. It's because Saipei came on out with that regen domain. So the Emma
Also, if you really want to learn it,
such a strong strategist, but it definitely feels like Loki is that comfort pick.
Try explaining it to someone. Just kidnap someone.
The ancient lore.
No matter who it is,
is the first map
maybe a parent or a friend. Kidnap them and explain it to them.
To Team Peps.
Yeah, and some of the original members from Peps are still on that roster, Hardest being one of them. He was such a hero in these overtime moments as Virtus Pro. Oh, they're going to get one-sided Loki again.
Maybe they will. Seems like they could be prioritized. I reckon they go for the Emma save here. Maybe there's a world where Team Peps pivot their ban strategy, because obviously they banned Psylocke Cap last time, which is very good on Hell's Heaven. Don't know if that's going to be as much of a concern on Spider Islands, where it's a lot more linear. Oh, they still want Spark and Psylocke on, which honestly I can respect.
Yeah, I mean, you have to worry about
there
your
you go, ban Loki.
Hit by a Psylocke and a Captain America. You also have to worry about your flyers being hit by a Psylocke. and if they want to run Leaf off of something like that Storm with hardest on the Punisher, which unfortunately the Punisher has been removed, but there's that Loki ban that we were anticipating the pivot to become. Captain America is still going to be up though, the side of both VP and Peps, as Fi is going to be looking to secure his Human Torch.
Well, I mean, this is a pro tournament. Nobody's gonna ban Penny because Penny isn't actually that good, even with the team up.
I mean, I'm a known Adam hater. I think ResComp is overhyped in EMEA.
So it's not just ResComp that you have to worry about, it's the overtime fights, right? Where a lot of teams, Berber actually used this against VP yesterday on Midtown, where there's an overtime fight approaching on B, and they just swap in an Adam Warlock so that they can have the self-res, the soul bond if they're behind in terms of ultimate charge, and you've immediately got a defensive option against an aggressive ultimate coming on through from something like
Penny ban legitimately would be a waste
like VP will actually
in this case.
that last ban system slot to take away the cloak and dagger from the side of Peps, but they have been able to secure the lunar snow themselves. And since VP don't get the Loki, there is no opportunity to copy that fate of both worlds.
Yeah, no access to a Terror Cape, no access to...
Are we gonna see the amazing flying leaf?
As well, on the other side. Gonna be entirely unmirrored. As we are gonna see Nevix gonna pick up the cap here. It wasn't banned out this time, and Nevix is a fantastic cap player. But I feel like Nevix is getting a lot of value out of the Hulk, has crazy mechanics on the ultimate.
Yeah, but the Hulk is very, very strong. However, can be somewhat of a pin cushion, especially if Invis is still in.
It might just be for the team up. Because what's his face switched to Penny.
All of a sudden, you're right back at that Invis woman's feet, and the entire rest of her team is just there, waiting to take you down, and immediately gain so much ultimate charge. The Captain America is so much more of an annoyance because he still has that high level of mobility, but that opportunity to just bounce projectiles back, including whole ultimates, in terms of things like the Iron Man Maximum Pulse or the Meteor M, which we have seen actually come on through in Ignite, is just invaluable.
Unbelievable stuff. I'd love to see it happen once again here at Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA.
It is heading to the bridge.
Up in the air. It's not going to be having that additional sustainability from the team up though. Virtus Pro have opted into the Balloona and Cloak and Dagger.
Virtus Pro not going for the triple Vanguard strategy, so not taking 3 fights minimum on this one. We're not even seeing the Strange come through at the moment, but what we are seeing
so our Sailor is on Sue.
They'll be able to deal with the Star-Lord and the Torch off of just spam pressure.
Yeah, but if that's the only reason you play her, I don't see any other use. Because there are so many other... Random third. There's so many other characters that can also do it.
Oh, in danger right here. Leaf has to disengage away.
And if not outright stop it, then push them away.
This is where you really start to fear for Team Peps. They need to start winning these fights early before Fincy can get charged up.
Spark has already got Horn of Proteus off of all of the damage that he's been able to do. The freeze as well from the Absolute Zero onto Beetle. There's Horn of Proteus. And Team Peps are forced to take a big step backwards. It's got to be a commitment of fate of both worlds that allows Hardest to finally take Sparker down. And Tritter's Eternal Bond unfortunately was not in time to save the Nemo.
Outside of the Eternal Bond, yeah. So the Nemo could not be saved. It's going to be down to Thigh to be that solo DPS for now. Vidala's trying to get it done. Beetle forced to bring up their shield. It's not going to last for too long. That's multiple players going to be mind controlled. Hardest a little bit shy of the AoE. DRP gets too little off the back of the Meteor M. It's a fall in investment for the side of Team Peps. But once everything is cleared out here, it could be Leaf who makes it work. But Supernova from the top. Fire is going to be able to answer it as well. Drijo's already been taken down as Beetle in the back, managing to smash them away with his slimy carapace. Leaf going up to try and get that mid-air fight against their counterpart. Thigh is keen to get even more here. Larry's seen in the back. The Worldbreaker Hulk is over, returning to the cart for a solemn duty of stopping the objective from moving into this nasty little zone.
Yeah.
Leaf has Fi kind
but
of
like,
where he wants him, but in this
Fi!
It's Hardest who comes in to strike the final blow. Virtus Pro running low on options. Maybe Fi comes back here on the Doctor Strange, could swap over for a quick portal, but damage has already been done though. Cyber actually blasted off the back by Aura Stealer. What a great read on the force physics.
Strange is going to be coming back potentially, but no, they think better off of it. And unfortunately, they're not going to be able to have Drudro build an Eternal Bond to stop the momentum from Peps, because Drudro is already down, which means that Peps are already all the way at the end point of B to connect onto even more staggers. They've exposed himself off of the map so that they can regroup a little bit faster and try and minimize the amount of distance that Peps are able to pick up on this payload, as a full reset needs to come through immediately if the defense want any opportunity to hold.
Yeah.
And they're about even on ult economy.
2 phases to these fights, and Virtus Pro reacting a little bit too resource heavily to the first one, seeing that Eternal Bond and the Fate of Both Worlds come out before the Flame Tornadoes.
They've got so many options too. Orasil is going to be able to use Invis Boundary against Finzy's Sonic Seduction, because DRP has the Meteor Amp to absorb all of the Galactic Legend that Sparker is going to be able to output, but no, they exhaust it. They try to take Intruder in the ultimate. They do manage to find the pick, but now that Galactic Legend and the Supernova from Virtus Pro is looking a little bit more dangerous.
Follow-up isn't quite there, though, for the Sonic Seduction because of the Fate of Both Worlds still being active. Freedom Charge, everyone's got plenty of health to try and work, but maybe not ideal for Sparker. Can't get down into the AoE, 22 pieces of HP remaining, and it's a blast barrage ascending to the skies, which makes Sparker fall down like an Icarus from a flight too high. And now it's going to be the backline under siege. This needs to be stopped somehow. The Terror Cape could be the insurance policy that Virtus Pro have been waiting for. Getting rid of Beetle, yes, but traded out for Fincy means that Nevix desperately needs all the pocketing the strategist can provide.
Oh, he's got to be careful as well that he doesn't go out of LOS around that corner. As we can see, Saipe and Drudro are just trying to build up their ultimates as quick as they possibly can. Absolute Zero and Isats all coming on through from Saipe just to get a little bit more sustainability by playing Peel. They've been able to carbon crush out Beetle, but the Captain America still makes it back to his team.
I mean, that's cap, right? If you get grabbed, just dash out.
For another 10 seconds or so. Yet another incursion into the backline coming through from the side of Beetle, and that gives enough of a distraction for Leaf to fall through the cracks and get rid of Phi. And now Harder simply has to wait out the Eternal Bond, or maybe find someone who's a little bit out of position when it comes to that healing AoE. The Galactic Legend in the back pocket. Larry's already down, and so Team Peps might have to call this one back to the drawing board.
Yeah, living an Eternal Bond is easier said than done, because you lose a lot of space to safely disengage, because you know that the Terror Cape is going to be following up from that 4th and final dash. But like you said, having that Galactic Legend on the line for Peps, as well as pretty soon a Supernova too.
There's a fight going on that I want to see. Thank you.
How they utilize this Fate of Both Worlds. Sparker starts things off aggressively. That forces DRP with the Meteor Amp.
Oh!
Oh! The DRP rock, paper, scissors, rock, Tron, Star-Lord.
I just give LeBron the ball. Sometimes DRP is just that guy. Leaf once again wins out in the Human Torch duel against Phi, even while the Fate of Both Worlds is active. And now there's not too much to deal with. The temperature that keeps on rising. These strategists
that was nasty, though.
They're stuck inside the Team Peps microwave, and while it is Leaf dodging away from the Sonic Seduction, it's not going to be dragged on in for now. Might be in a vulnerable position, but could always descend down into their own Fate of Both Worlds. Sustainability aplomb here for the side of Team Peps as Larry drags them forward. A Terror Cape makes Hardest go elsewhere for a moment, utilizing the map awareness to get into cover, even while blinded. It's Streedro's turn. The Eternal Bond claims all of this space, and Sparks return on the Punisher. We finally see Virtus Pro bring out one of the most high meta picks at the moment to help out with that mid-air battle.
Again, people were expecting the Human Torch to basically be useless with all the changes they were giving to him. He is still OP as fuck.
4 seconds remaining. It's going to be all up to
Oh!
the he gets body blocked.
No! So close!
Yep. Diamond form into spinning kick comes out from Virtus Pro, and Peps are denied.
And I'll do it.
And that is where the
don't have a Magneto, but you do have Emma to spin kick people out of it.
Virtus Pro, they try to have the matchup, you know, Torch versus Torch, but the Torch versus Torch is unfairly sided to Team Peps, given the fact that Aura Steel is on the Invis, so Leaf always has the upper hand in terms of that armor that he can utilize off of the team up. And even the Star-Lord versus Star-Lord was a 2 versus 1, as DRP is always there every single time Hardest started to go.
Ultron, you say?
Out comes the Bulwark so that Hardest can win the duel against Sparker. Finally, they had enough of it. They were just like, let's just put him on the Punisher and pull out the shotgun.
Yeah, the Guardian shield doesn't last long against that 40 bullet clip that Punisher has now, and It felt like the Guardian Shield as well as that team-up ability was a constant thorn in the side. Of
I still don't think the Punisher needed a buff.
Team Peps when it came to finding 2v1s as well. That's actually how they opened
Mr. I one-tap you with my shotgun.
2v1 onto Fi when it felt like it was just going to be a Leaf versus Fi. Honorable torch duel.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see they wanted to try and force that torch-free torch as much as they possibly could, because if Fi is looking at the other torch, he's not looking at your vanguards, which means that your strategists aren't having to perma-bot heal your vanguards. They can still help out your duelists in other spaces of the map too. As Peps now will be on the defense. Still though, no triple vanguard strategy. Instead, it's the triple strategist strategy coming out from their side as they try and stall out these fights for as long as they possibly can.
Hardest reigns above it all. It seems like Team Peps, oh, they've already lost DRP. So is DRP going to be the one to swap now? Over on to the Stranger. They're going to go for their 3-fight minimum. Keep your eyes on that top bar here. Looks like DRP actually has got the call, but they're not going to TP on back. They're just going to call this one, come back for a fight later.
Oh, no, there's DRP. DRP is going to go on to the Strange now. They just had to wait out because they've still got players up in this fight, so they're all just going to slowly trickle onto that cart and throw themselves on it to stall out the movement as much as they possibly can. And then the Strange portal's going to come through.
Yep, fight number 2. Ready to go. This is all about draining that time back, and you certainly need to when you've only got 1 point and most of the progress here on second. Hardest rolls on out, instantly uses the blaster barrage to give damage to all and sundry as fire reigns above it all, looking for a target coming in close to their counterpart, but that Invis team up does make it a little bit more difficult. Sparker with the Rage of Ultron. It's going to be a lot of damage, yes, but inside the Luna healing at this point is mostly cosmetic, and so Hardest able to freely come forth with that damage. But now the Eternal Bond is Stridro grabbing all of the space. Has to be careful to stay within this AoE. The Terror K makes things a little bit more difficult for the wayward Star-Lord. Fire lays down fire.
And because there is so...
and caught out in a corner, it's not the ideal for the Invisible Woman. Still, in this 1 versus 1, it's going to be Fight able to grab the HP pack. Unbelievable.
Inf is
there. And Hardest now up above, raining down damage from the Galactic Legend. The Freedom Charge gives all that's needed. Hardest just about managed to get into cover, staying away from Fincy. Does not wish to swipe right on the Emma Frost, but Larry's got no such sensibilities. She's so cute though, how could I resist?
The stall though, they're still stalling.
I don't know if you would call Emma cute, but
needed to do. As Virtus Pro have 1 more fight before they can cap out A, and it's going to be off of the back of Rage of Ultron and
she's a strong, independent queen.
Of all of these chokehold approaches that Peps are going to be forced to try and approach through. DRP also has that Eye of Agamotto, and Virtus Pro lacking that Invis Woman don't have the means of mitigating it.
Ooh!
Finzi coming on, or potentially just taking the Strange down.
Yeah, oh, Saipe with the Ice Arts grabs 2 final blows, all for themselves. DRP was really hoping to use the Eye of Agamotto in this fight as well, but it was late to arrive because this means that it's still going to be difficult to swap over onto the mag. Have to give up 50% ult charge. Seems like that's going to be a necessary sacrifice. Yeah, DRP gives it up.
Yeah, I mean, at least you are going to be close to that Meteor M so that you can try and match pace with Fi when he hits the Supernova. But Virtus Pro definitely have momentum on their side currently. Rage of Ultron to be able to push ahead and buy a little bit of time potentially too for Dridro to build that Eternal Bond to match up to the damage.
Yeah, perfect example of why Ultron is so deadly, because that damage.
Doesn't want to push their luck, instead
it just deletes your health.
In the back again, the Ice Arts once more from Saipe. They're so difficult for Beetle to deal with. The Rage of Ultron, it's putting damage down range. At the moment, it's more like suppressing fire onto the strategist. It actually forces out the answer here in the form of the Fate of Both Worlds. Virtus Pro probably just going to disengage from this one, but no, they actually strike on back with the Eternal Bond. They figured out the timings. Juju just has to be careful not to be caught in their own way. A 4-person Terror Cape. All the damage is so brutal onto the backline. The invisible boundary has to be used just to make sure the strategists don't fall down to the attentions Nevix is giving. Hardest comes in once more with the Galactic Legend. Cannot move away from a Sonic Seduction. The brain gets thrown. And DRP is fertilizing the soil with the soil. Unbelievable grab.
I don't know if you can fertilize the soil with metal, but
now they find themselves alone with no friends. The Emma Frost takes out their co-mutant with the help of a Human Torch. For Leaf in here, it's a desperate attempt to survive, but you need more than desperation to get one over onto VP. There's still a Fate of Both Worlds to play with.
The staggers are coming on for Beetle's Freedom Charge baits out Saipe to have to match sustainability with the fate of both worlds. So Virtus.pro are at least down that ultimate in the fight that comes next. But Team Peps are so many players down because of those staggers that we're now down to the last final fight. DRP's got to come back on.
Are they gonna make it though?
People back, but VP have the max amount of players on the payload, and it's going to have to be a desperation dive from Leaf.
Larry's at 95%. Everything comes down to Larry. And look at the chase out coming here from Beetle. Fincy picked off by the Human Torch. The disengage was pretty strong. Virtus.pro, they had to give up Fincy in order to make sure that their backline survived. A retake from Team Peps. Now 1 minute 30 remains.
Yeah, but Peps had to sacrifice fate of both worlds to make sure that they got through that portal safely without losing his license. They had no information on Virtus.pro's positions, and now they don't have it for the Rage of Ultron. As Virtus.pro try and answer back, it's up to Hardest with the Galactic Legend to keep the Ultron in check, but the Ever's Aegis comes on through from Finzy, and Spark is able to survive the attention.
Ah, the Aegis. It was just perfect there from Fincy. Now Druja can move on forward, unbothered, unconcerned about a Meteor M because the RPs had to go over once again. Oh, Fi, what a landing. A hot drop onto Larry, and now raining down from above it all once again. The storm front has been opened. Open the gates of hell and stare into Avernus, because it's fire and flames that carry Virtus.pro to a victory.
Virtus.pro just so good at suppressing. Just every single time when you called the suppressing fire coming on out, that Rage of Ultron was used to entirely suppress the supernova from Team Peps, and Team Peps were trying to use that supernova to stabilize, to give themselves a little bit of breathing room, to set their players up in positions where it's harder for Virtus.pro to pick them off as the fight begins, and potentially they can use spam
hi, John guy.
to force VP's hands to have to overcommit some of those vital cooldowns.
How are you doing?
The fight properly kicks off, and unfortunately they never got the opportunity to do so. Virtus.pro did such a good job of keeping Peps constantly uncomfortable every single time they had to come back into a fight. They were committing resources right into the rip, and Virtus.pro properly understood.
That's better than worse.
Engage and make sure that all of our players survive the exit. We can immediately turn back in again.
I mean, it's time for the Saipe Glaze Power Hour once again. I think one of the main differences in that particular map was in the Luna versus Luna, Larry walked away with 0 final hits. For Saipe, 9, almost as much as anyone else on the team, really contributing to finding those frags and utilizing how much damage Luna can do when you aren't having the full uptime healing of Vanguards. Of course, for Larry, there was always that demand to just pocket DRP because you need him to be full HP all the time, or they're just going to get Fincy'd on.
Yeah, and you have to worry about
just gonna get Fincy'd on.
Every single time that shield is going to be dropping, your Vanguards are going to be taking so much damage. Even Saipe here coming on through, utilizing the fact that everyone from Peps, because they'd exhausted the Strange Portal on the second fight of first, rather than utilizing it for the recontest of the last.
The shade.
They're all coming through from chokes. So Saipe perfectly times utilizing that Ice Odds, which has a
Ultron does so much damage though.
All of the players from Peps who were stacked up, they're all being hit by that Luna damage coming on through, and it was just that awareness of when to utilize it aggressively or when to potentially utilize it defensively really allowed Saipe to get the better of the Luna Mirror.
Yeah, it's still such a wide hitbox, that Ice Arts as well, but it's very good for Dodd, for hitting.
Who do I got my money on? At this point, Virtus.pro.
Run and his fearless leap, you know, it could be a little bit.
If Peps would have been able to win this round, it would have been anyone's guess, but at this point, I just think Virtus.pro is going to win next round. It's going to be 3-0.
Fire hose of damage with that sonic beam.
Unless Team Peps can pull a miracle out of their ass.
Trying to shut down Fincy's Emma Frost from Peps. It seems like it's been a real difference maker so far. We'll have to see if Peps take the advice after this break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
For anyone looking to play Moon Knight, don't do it in that order. If you have your ult, throw down your ult, then your Onk, and then throw in random bullshit. That skin is awesome, but the way that they show that skin frustrates me to high hell. Thank you. Because I know that there's gonna be like new people that will look at that skin and go like, oh, well, maybe I'll play this game and get that skin. Great, fantastic. Get the order right, please. You'll do so much more. Your Ankh pulls people towards where the Ankh lands. So if you throw it in the middle of your ult, you watch all the people die. So fun. Because unlike some other ults, Moon Knight does not reset his cooldowns when he ults, so... Moon Knight will be impossible to fight against if his cooldowns reset when he ults. Not gonna lie. Who do I main? Well, I'm a support main, so it's, Thanks for that sub. So it's mostly Loki, Luna, Cloak Dagger, Ultron lately a lot, Adam Warlock. I actually have Lord on Adam and Loki. But I'm pretty flexible. I usually do the fill. So if there's 2 supports and we have 3 DPS but no tanks, I'll tank. Play a lot of Magneto, a lot of Ibis, a lot of Emma Frost. Doctor Strange here and there. If we need another DPS because we have only one. Dude, I have learned that if I'm not an all-rounder, I'm just gonna have the worst time ever. I play a lot of Star-Lord. I'm trying to get a little bit better at Punisher, especially with all the flyers, but Star-Lord is also very well against them. I like going up into the air and then pressing my E. I like watching them panic. Hey, Mr. Moon Knight.
Team Pep's facing down the barrel.
Not much. Enjoying my Saturday watching this.
Day 3, we're in yet another elimination match.
The amount of times flyers panic when you're up in their face pressing your E, not missing a shot. So fun.
Yeah,
I love
I
it.
mean, it would not be surprising, I think, for both of us if we see a pivot towards, instead of insta-banning out the Magneto so that DRP can get one-sided mag, potentially taking the Emma out of things immediately, I think would definitely benefit Peps.
To give it a shot? Awesome. Remember, you need to be able to hit your shots with Star-Lord.
For sometimes it is working, and then he immediately gets grabbed out by Finzi and sent packing because Carbon Crush then leads into the CC roulette rotation of, oh, well, now you're getting hit by Absolute Zero coming on from
He's,
Trio, and then if there's a Cloak and Dagger in play, that's
he does decent damage, but if you like have a 20% hit rate, you're wasting a lot, but like accuracy can come with practice. So
and you just get so much value out of the Emma, in particular on VP, just because Nevix is so flexible, which means that Finzi can really lock in on just being really good about Emma, and Nevix
I see
will
shark.
be able to fill whatever. Yep, there it is. let's get that off the board, shall we? It's been
you're
too
casual.
Too
well, then you're fine. Just play whatever.
Able to secure the Magneto, but it's likely that Virtus Pro will also be able to secure the Magneto. They might be able to secure one-sided Loki. However, as they have been banning that one out second every single time against Pep, so
Magneto safe.
They can have
Understandable
access to the God of Mischief and the regen domains that come on through.
They're gonna. Yep.
Yep, and that's going to be
no God of Mischief for either team.
Saipe playing the Loki. Of course, Saipe we've seen pop off previously on the Lunar Snow in the maps previous as well. A quick Punisher ban could be everything. Oh, this is my force Lunar save here from Virtus Pro, as they are threatening the to run the gauntlet
of the strategist removal. Yeah, this is.
So are they gonna save Luna, or are they gonna save something else? Nope, Luna. Luna
with the Punisher removal, and there indeed is the Luna Snow save that we're
Luna
anticipating being locked in, so that Judra is going to be able to keep a hold of that one, and they can play the Luna with that Invis woman coming on through. And I mean, Fi's going to be more than happy to play with an Invis if he wants to play the Torch as Team Peps. You constantly do have to worry if you go for a strategist heavy ban line that they are going to rewrite to a triple strategy lineup. So that was thinking about taking out.
Understandable. Semiotic surface is a place where Psylocke can actually shine.
Was able to make it for.
Yeah, realizing that with Luna in there, probably going to be a pivot to a double strategist. Not going to be as much value potentially off the Adam. Now for the protect. And keeping Beetle's ability to run around on the Captain America now, but you're not getting hit by that carbon crush all the time, I think is a very valuable thing to add.
Yeah, but do Virtus Pro now go for the Cloak and Dagger so that Team Peps have a rough time of it in terms of the strategist lineup? Yes, you absolutely do. So no Eternal Bonds. They've been promo-broken for both of these teams. But we are going to be seeing...
I still find it funny that one of their teammates is called Larry.
If they decide to go and put Sparker onto that Ultron. But then again, since they were able to secure the Luna and the Punisher, they might have the lead in terms of just damage that they can output consistently. Since Peps, unfortunately, don't
good
have
name.
access to Frank
There's
Castle.
nothing wrong with the name. I just find it funny.
Yeah, and on symbiotic surface, Frank Castle is a monster. He gets
like you're going into the office and you're just asking, like, "Hey, where's Larry?"
He tanks the approaches of a team that doesn't have that much shielding, and usually you're going to be looking at a single Vanguard able to shield that off as a Captain America, who's constantly trying to set up on an off angle while the remainder of the team goes for their commute.
Just have a mug of coffee in your hands, like, hey, did you see what Larry did this weekend? Yeah, just put it on Facebook, yeah.
Timeline is correct, but that does often come down to a coin flip, and there is an awful lot in play as well nowadays. But
look at how how much net there is.
You are able to find a pick with the comment here.
All right, DRP and Aura Stealer. What's the pivot here? Is of course
trick shot in the cubicle.
Oh, fine, just trying to set up already to make sure that there's that constant damage. A free ult charge, really, onto the double Vanguard, as it's going to be a cast of the portal. Nevix ready to answer this one. Druidra and Finty already falling low, but this should be fairly easily answered with a triple strategist setup.
We have seen, however, teams like to just box themselves onto that high ground so that they can giga fast build up a strategist ultimate, but with Cloak and Dagger out of the way, it's not going to be an Eternal Bond, which allows you passage onto point. It will be the Invis boundary that Aura Stealer is trying to hypercharge up currently. The Sparker on that Ultron is the one with the Idle Aura, playing entirely off of the sidelines, outside entirely, as Fi is the one taking all of the...
I mean, if you have the Idle Aura, you can just play out of sight.
Not so much standing, but flying.
Yeah, Fire is really
even with so the damage drop up that you have, you do so much damage.
POV. Great mechanics coming through from the Lunar Snows across both of our teams. Already an invisible boundary is brought on up. Oh, Aura Stealer and Larry instantly picked off. The Vanguards managed to find the opening right there. And for just a
not
single
quite
ultimate,
a second bar.
Strong.
Oh, and that was the teleport approach as well, coming on through from Peps, which means that you're going to be laid down a gauntlet of quite
almost, but not quite yet.
The Ultron, the Human Torch, they're all going to be spamming so much damage in your direction, and you don't even get to utilize it to charge up a strategist ult because you've got 100 on both of them.
So the gameplay here, I think, is to try and force out a strategist out early, utilizing the Wrath of Ultron. And there it is. Larry forced to use the Fate of Both Worlds a little bit early. Virtus Pro disengaged. They're going to burn some of the time here. Likely go back into their cubby. Losing Saipe wasn't part of the plan, though. So Fire is forced to use even more to try and keep this one at bay. Invisible boundary brought on up, but the healing isn't quite as comprehensive as the Fate of Both Worlds. And Druidra popped their own here. Needs to swap over back to a healing Aura. Hardest has perfect time to counter this ultimate. The second that it goes away, Hardest is laying down the fire, but the freedom charge is still such an annoying pest who needs to be dealt with in the back. And speaking of annoying pests, it's Beetle who's managed to find his way into bedbug status.
Here's what I don't like about Metal Rank Cap. They use crazy, yeah. I mean, the fact that they're keeping up with this damage. Oh, Sparker.
But it is going to be Team Peps finally able to take A, given the fact that they push Virtus all the way back.
I don't think Larry's there, is he? No, he's not. Probably
Probably
gonna use the
teleport contest, going to be prioritizing holding their
spawn teleport to get
keep
to
the
closer to the
fires in check
team.
from Peps so that it doesn't bleed more momentum and free payload push equalized off of the back of it, as Fi tries to utilize all of the damage. Sparker also utilizing the terrain to just hide his hitbox, pop up
Ultron has
for a
ult.
little bit of damage and then fall back before it can be returned his way.
An evasive little mosquito flitting around in the air. Saipe can't afford to be picked early again. And there it is. The Rage of Ultron already trying to force out the strategist ultimates. Oh, Larry was not inside. Saipe down the commute into the invisible boundary, utilizing that psionic vortex. And now Team Peps, they have decisions to make. Down 2, down 3. Surely they got to call it here.
Virtus Pro still have strategist ultimates too. They're up one entire defensive against Team Peps when it comes to the pro fight. And that's before we even talk about the damage that Team Peps are going to be forced under to just get back to the payload. Virtus Pro with Nevix on this Captain America.
Here's why getting rid of flyers when they have the Ultron bot on them is the most annoying thing ever. You don't do enough damage.
If he uses the Meteor M, gives a free pass to leave Supernova, so he holds off on it. And instead it's Tridero and Fi utilizing their ults at the same time. Defensive to outlive the Galactic Legend and still have the damage boost after Supernova.
Damage boost onto the Meteor Ram as well. Still fails to find Pader at the moment. Fire rolling on forward. Fincy has been sacrificed. They need to convert onto a strategist right now, but Nevix is distracted elsewhere. Has to instead deal with DRP on the other side. The Rage of Ultron. The damage is good, yes, but can they try and finish off Beetle? A great pull in. Guardian Shield and Freedom Charge to use to make sure the Captain America stays on up, and Drijo can't be saved. Saipe too late on the trigger, unable to respond.
I love how who's charging away Finzy. Go away.
Complicated shot slightly here by
Go away, America. We don't want your freedom.
But maybe hunted down.
I mean, he's able to make it out. There are so many corners, but he's still being tracked by this torch. However, they have to back away given the
slippery,
presence of Fi. Now, Virtus Pro have been able to regroup, and it's up to Beetle to buy Team Peps the space to stabilize on this high ground once more.
Fire's taking so much damage here. Hard is trying to cut off the escape as well. There was a Sonic Vortex to try and keep both of these airborne DPS down on the ground. And
you mean his ult?
Approach to follow up onto Fi. It worked out there. The peeling's good from Saipe, but now it's down to Nevix with the animation counts to really deliver some pain onto this backline. An Ultron drone applied to the Lunar Snow. Triage to try and stop that backline from once again being picked off too early. But Nevix has to focus elsewhere, and that means Drijo falls through the cracks. And
Fi can't pop out because he'll get killed. Morning. How you doing, Dragon?
Reinforced now by the invisible boundary, but Larry is more
there it is.
To answer this. 50% extra damage onto a Meteor M, but still DRP grabs nothing off the back of it. Vincy's on duty to keep this one contested as Nevix goes elsewhere.
Again, sure Captain America ult is a support ult. Use it to support. Oh, Larry!
Give him the ball, baby. Let Kobe play on. And Leaf just has to call it right there. And they've
that's the strange TP. They wasted the cooldown. There's 30 seconds left. Team Peps don't have strange TP back. That's desperation now, and our DRP's got to go into the Venom just to be able to.
That is unfortunate. I don't. Why did he cancel that? He could have just kept it up there. Waited for his team to.
That health bar is going to evaporate under the focus coming on through, and the Venom might be able to make it through. But the rest of the team, the same cannot be.
He might have seen something that didn't allow.
Team Peps are having to move without a strategist.
Say goodbye to Exodia or say goodbye to Aura Stealer. It's all the same as far as.
Oh, by the way, Dragon, I got a booster box, big old box. That you some? I got the booster box for the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering.
But they were diving into the backline, but Fire just shoots him in the back of the head and gets the frag that's necessary. Virtus Pro hold on second.
Let me put this up immediately.
That TP attempt is going to be haunting Peps.
Oh yeah.
That's devastating because they thought about going for the Venom and then they realized that they just couldn't.
There's 4 pillows anymore. Now you gotta do the triangle. Relying for mention the research time is brawl on it now. Oh, you mean the fire domain?
Less shield to be able to try and cover for the meteor M that comes through from the other side, and unfortunately for Peps, everyone from VP just understands the situation. Someone's got to keep running, regardless of what goes on around them from the side of Peps. So what better time to just jump on the unprotected back line, because Beetle's got to use the entirety of Freedom Charge just to guarantee
Just a
that
generic
the
booster
continues.
box.
There's a catch-22 for Team
Big ol'
Peps.
box.
Fincy having a brief tourist spot here on the Magneto, as it's usually banned away from them. Managing to get huge value out of a Meteor M. Picking Larry in that penultimate fight could have been everything when it came to securing that overall fight. Unfortunately for DRP, who usually we know is one of the best Magnetos in EMEA, the Meteor M is just yet to deliver the value.
Yeah, for Team Peps, there's so many win conditions, but the number one has to be don't lose A immediately to a teleport play from a
Can I
Doctor's
pretend
range.
to sleep for a curry edit?
They're not even going to attempt the strange
No.
TP just yet. They're going to save it for if the fight starts going a little bit away from Peps' side, and they can have one of their players come back in immediately on the brawl stage of the point itself. It's just going to be spam pressure for spam pressure coming on through for both of these sides, but that does mean that Team Peps get a lot of map space.
I think 160.
Both teams going to be utilizing this Ultron. It's going to make life for the Human Torches dangerous, but remember that it is going to be both torches with that C ability as well, provided by the... Oh, where did the backline go? Where did the backline going? Team Peps, they disintegrated.
Japanese
Scurry.
Scurry.
Focus was so good, I guess everyone looked away from that aerial duel for a second, and they all-in Alpha struck onto both Aura Stealer and Larry.
Yeah, Nevix might not be on the Doctor Strange, but he was an absolute magician with the way that he was able to jump into the backline and make them all absolutely disappear off of a really nicely coordinated ice arts coming on through from Trigger at the same time. Just get so much damage onto one target and move on to the next. And that's A, immediately picked up. Team Peps were at least able to match some of the damages coming on through, so Hardest can still like this fight if he decides to hit
just get them for the art.
and come on through with the Rage of Ultron, but Sparker wants the opposite right now. VP want to continue the push, and it becomes a mirror.
All right, Rage of Ultron. Neither one getting too much in the way of frag feed value. Still 5 falls through the cracks as the rest of the team were distracted by Beetle in the back. He's still back there, but disengagement actually getting body blocked here.
Will do. I opened 3 packs before I had to set up stream, so.
Trader is going to have fate of both worlds, so that VP can keep themselves mobile while they have that heal sustainability. In this boundary, a little bit more static and tied to one position as Fire comes on through the Supernova. Trying to fight Fire with Fire right now, as they almost find Leaf.
Oh, Leaf fell low, still managed to descend into that fate of both worlds. Aura still is taking so much damage.
Opening on stream?
Has to stay out of these flames.
Well, if I am going to be opening on stream, it's not going to be this one.
Redemption. A big Meteor M. No, it's straight into a metallic curtain of Fincy saying, absolutely not, mate. I am the one who knocks with the spicy meter ball. But it's DRP again finding that iron volley frag onto the Human Torch. The aerial
if you're wondering why this thing, they are expecting to go until like 11 to around midnight, so it's gonna take a while.
Fi comes back. Oh, the thick Fi's ending lives as Leaf.
It is currently 4:14
for too long inside of us.
PM.
You can see Nevix using that freedom charge to constantly try.
So there's a few hours left to go.
Of the AOE, but unsuccessful in this case. Team Peps, they are having to slowly disengage before they're reinforced by their freedom charge.
They've got freedom charge, and it's the only ultimate current in the field for all of the teams, so they have to make it count. Beetle goes aggressive, but gets frozen by the absolute zero from Dorito.
9:14 for you.
Pushes back absolutely not alongside it.
PM or AM?
All right, Fi looking for a target. Not worried too much about Leaf until they see an opening. Forces for disengage, and now Leaf could actually be a tricky customer to try and deal
AM.
with. He holds the line. Beetle.
It is a 5. No.
Bloody now, and it's going to be Larry who answers the call. When the Avengers were called, it's a fate of both worlds.
7-hour difference.
But Leaf is still having to dodge inside of that aura. Virtus Pro in control of the car is going to start rolling on forward. The Rage of Ultron, perfectly timed. It might overwhelm the Meteor M, and it seems that Fincy may have actually caught it right there. The damage not proving to be fatal. Larry and Aura Stealer again, falling in tandem in the back. A spread out of damage. The cross ceiling is not enough. And Hardest, the last remaining strategist, falls at the end of their
Moving through time like a djinn.
VP are so vigilant of the fight that comes afterwards. They know that Team Peps have a strange TP. They might just try and navigate into this next fight on their feet alone so they can have it.
Yes.
If it comes down to an all-eye brawl.
Ultron is CC immune during his ult, and he can make his teammates CC immune during his ult.
To spam damage from this Torch and Ultron into Team Peps' push.
Nevic's making sure that moving through this choke is far from easy, just on a physical level. Getting these body blocks is down to Beetle. Fears will sleep off the top. Leaf under strain, under pressure. Could have actually been a bait right
under
there.
pressure.
Turn it around with the help
Pushing
of the
down on me.
One, but elsewhere, it's going to have to be Aura Stealer drawing up the healing from the invisible boundary. 5 backs off for about a moment. Vertispro still have 2 minutes left. Nevix has popped the Freedom Charge and Vortex here.
Ah, see.
Sparker down to Terra Firma. A Meteor M. Can he get it done again?
Nope.
Into the corner. Great dodge from Leaf. Just descends to the ground. A quick hot drop to avoid an incoming spicy ball. And now Leaf is able to just stare from above inside this invisible boundary.
Yeah.
Looking in towards Larry. Larry's 17% away from a fate of both worlds, but it's Leaf who's fallen down to Drijo. Once again, it's the VP usage of the Luna.
I didn't know this until I did the Ultron video, by the way. I just thought the healing was OP, but...
Larry finally has access to the ultimate they were looking for. The fate of both worlds.
What's for his own portal?
DRP's kicked away for a moment from the fight as it is a return off the back of that portal, but timing out here fine. Knows exactly when the fate of both worlds ends, and now it's time to lay.
But yeah, you can make your teammates CC immune.
For a way to try and shut down Aura Stealer and Larry, but Team Peps have held strong in the midst of all of this. They've used their resources perfectly.
Rage of Ultron forces fight back on off. Supernova doesn't find the picks that it's looking for. Beetle almost bites off a little bit too much more than he can chew, and they're trying to find the Captain America.
I love that Magneto skin.
The push backwards because VP have ultimates. They answer back. The Iovac results into the pick on Invis, but Virtus.pro have already been able to bypass Peps' players, and they're on the objective.
They just run past, they get on top of it. It's a supernova, yes, but I'm afraid it's just going to be collapsing into a brown dwarf as Team Peps find their...
Larry was dead, unfortunately.
Stealer will be returning, yes, and Larry going to be doing exactly the same. Skating for the tournament life of Team Peps. The Polar Bears roar with victory as they finish off Symbiotic Surface and go deeper into our lower bracket.
Yeah, perhaps the second that they forced all of the ultimates to try and get those picks against VP, they know that they have to go aggressive. Beetle has to push for more to stop VP
they
from
tried.
regrouping, stabilizing, and then
unfortunately it wasn't good enough.
Ultimates of their own to win the brawl fight and just push over to that payload past all of the players on the defense to force their hand. Suddenly, you're not thinking about, I need to take the player down in front of me. You're thinking, oh, I need to get my body onto that point so that we don't lose off of a lack of presence. And that's exactly what VP are able to take full advantage of. It came down to it, like B.
God, look at the difference in elims as well.
Entirely unlike what we saw on A, which was just swept aside so cleanly. And you really can applaud Peps for holding on as long as they did, but in the end, Virtus.pro just having full understanding of the tempo that they could play to take the win.
It's so satisfying when you play Torch, you flick down, you kill something.
Force some resources over onto DRP.
I've done it a few times. It's like, oh, they went down, flick.
Peps making a move to try and win that aerial duel, but suddenly all 6 members of Virtus.pro are shooting at your back line, and we just see Aura Stealer and Larry just being decimated.
Or getting a pick with Magneto's ult when you can't see them. Oh, chef's kiss, truly.
MVP status in map 1 and map 2. It's Nepic's map 3. That Captain America was able to force so many things, and even before we saw, it wasn't the last fight, it was the fight before where it's the exchange of the invis boundaries coming on.
I don't know if that's still a thing, but people are still meleeing. It's mostly just to make sure that they have enough flames to engage. It has to cover as much of the objective as it possibly can. That invis boundary from the defense was actually situated in the choke because of the amount of pressure that the Captain America was exuding. It barely covered the payload in comparison to Virtus.pro when they pulled back. You dream of being that skilled?
And came back in with their own. That entire objective.
I mean, skill comes with practice, right? Some people are just immediately like it clicks. Other people take a while, and that's fine.
Being obscure, we've seen just how powerful as well as the vulnerability that the Terra Cape blinds can have in pro play when you're so reliant upon
like if I'm talking about myself, it took me around 200 games in season 0 to get to gold. It took me around 100 games in season 1 to get to gold. And it took me less than 50 games to get the gold this season.
In this forest,
right?
Yeah, you do not poke a bear with a stick, and you absolutely do not poke versus
I will say,
with a stick because
gotta get my Magneto skills up.
Every single time.
Well, the thing you need to know about Magneto, if you do want to get skills with him, he has explosive damage, so he has AoE damage. So even if you don't hit the person themselves, if you can hit close to them, your attack will explode.
You know, we've talked a lot about how they have a couple of failures on domination.
So if you hit the floor next to their feet, it'll explode, they will take damage. If you hit the wall behind them and they're close to it, it'll explode, they'll take damage. Right, so just like Loki, just like Iron Man, just like Squirrel Girl, splash damage.
Yeah, thankfully it's working today, yeah.
Well, congratulations on the win, Finzi. Let's talk about EMEA Frost, because it finally got banned against you guys on Symbiotic Surface. Was that something that you were anticipating to come through sooner?
Maybe not sooner, but we expected it on the third map, since I was doing a lot the first two maps.
Also, don't worry too much about being able to hit people with his ult. It is extremely hard. I can't do, she makes me... You can't do Squirrel Girl, she makes you rage.
Keeping on the third map, we often saw both Aura Stealer and Larry
feel that.
down at the same time very explosively.
But yeah, with the Meteor M, don't worry about actually hitting people with his ult. Don't worry about hitting people with Magneto's ult. The first thing you probably have to get good at is being able to use it defensively, because it can eat up almost every single ult in the game. There's exceptions, of course. For example, the squirrels will still keep running. You can't absorb that. And if you ult during Scarlet Witch ult and you get caught in that, say goodbye to your health. But if you hear an Iron Man ult, Ultron, what is Iron?
Yeah.
Basically anything that requires projectiles to be thrown, you'll be able to suck it up into your ult.
For a while, so you can't have to like at least 3-4 people focus the captain.
Once you get used to that, you have to get used to being able to time when to throw your ult, right?
In the long series against Burbo.
Oh, it's fun. It's so fun. When you hear maximum pulse, you go up and say Fear Magneto, you just see his ult go.
Yeah, I just went to the store and bought a long
Yes, it's so fun.
Run through my entire house. Like yesterday.
And if you don't have your ult, but it's being thrown straight at your face, bulwark. What did not go off?
I really count that as a loss that much, because I barely played the match. So, I mean, we'll see.
So fun.
Again. It will be different now that my internet is working.
There's a reason why a lot of people find Magneto frustrating to fight against, and it's because a lot of ults don't work against him.
Different to the win that Rad were able to take. Do you agree? Do you think that Berber and Rad were like on the same level in terms
I will say one thing though, if there is a Punisher ult, and this should become second nature. If there is a Punisher ult and he's already shooting, you go up and throw immediately.
I think we should have won.
Why do you do that? Because if you go up and you see the Punisher and throw it immediately at him, he will go poof. His 300 health will not exist, because he will take up so much damage from his ult that you will basically have enough charge to actually get rid of the 300 health.
Congratulations on being so back.
Thank you, thank you.
I had someone yell at me for doing that exact thing, because I saw the Punisher off to the side. He was ulting, so I went up and threw it immediately at him and he exploded. But someone yelled at me, like, why did you not get rid of the healers? I'm like, there's a bigger threat off to the side. I want to get rid of that first. I've played this game since Season 0. If I don't know a few tips and tricks, I would be a very bad player.
Yeah, it turns out when Thanos isn't pulling the strings of your Ethernet cables, Virtus Pro are just as dominant and scary as ever. But this next matchup is definitely scary for, I think, both of the teams coming into this, right? Zero Tenacity probably did not anticipate having to go up against Low 9. They were
I will say this though, if you are 100% casual player, but you also do ranked, don't worry about playing well, just worry about having fun, right? If someone's raging at you,
definitely the stand for me was Crisis.
don't engage in them.
Having the ability
Just,
to deal with the strategies is going to
play
come in
into what they're raging
handy
about.
when you're going up against a nasty.
Trust me, it is the funniest shit ever. If they rage at you because they want to get elo, but it's, I don't know, bronze, just bronze in general, and they're getting so angry at you for not doing a certain thing, play into that thing that they are so angry about. Don't worry about winning, don't worry about losing, play into their anger. It is the funniest shit, because they will go off on you and they will not play the game, and it is so funny, because they will lose elo because of themselves.
They're putting in the effort, they have the talent to make it work, but Z10 coming through as our #1 seed from the group. They certainly are a tricky customer. We'll find
I had that the other day. I'm in Plat 2. It's a nightmare this season to rank up. Don't get me wrong, the game is fun, but the games themselves suck ass. But when someone rages like that, I have gotten to a point where I just don't care anymore. If you're gonna rage like that, I'm going to play in that. I'm going to be the most annoying thing on your team, and you're going to go off on me like I am a monster. Like I am the worst monster under your bed, and I feed on that. I feed on that at this point. It's so funny. I had a lot of people know this story by now. I've been talking about it for a while. Some people might have actually seen it. I had a Punisher on my team who kept asking for heals. Every single time he asked for heals, one of the healers were dead. I would be like at low health, finding a health pack somewhere and not be anywhere near him. Dude goes and ults, spams heal me, dies immediately because the idiot just ulted in front of 6 other people. So what do me and my other healer do? We get to, because this was on the Ralco new map, so people aren't as known to it. Me and my fellow healer, I think it was a Jeff, looked at each other when he spammed for healing, when he was low health, looked at him, we actually turned towards him, and we just go like, oh look, you're dead. He switched to Rocket, and at this point he hadn't really participated besides getting maybe 1 or 2 kills. So he switched to Rocket. My friend who I was playing with switched to Punisher, was actually a helpful Punisher, and then we won. We were basically playing 5v6 at that point, because he was not participating. And it's so funny. And we just played into not healing him so much that he just kept crashing out. Dude, it's so funny. Because they legitimately were the problem, but they did not want to see that. I had that in Season 0 as well, where I was playing Loki. And this was like at the very beginning of Season 0, so I was like Bronze 1 or something. And I don't think I was streaming this, but a Starlord was crashing out of me for not getting heals. Mind you, he was asking for heals when not 2 steps to the right, or to the left, or wherever it was a health pack. I literally looked at him, looked at the health pack, looked at him again, and turned back around, because I was not gonna heal the idiot that did not want to move 2 steps to the right. He got so angry, said I was actually making a problem, making so they couldn't win, yada yada yada. I'm like, do you not see the green plus sign that is basically asking for you to grab it? Some people are so funny to rile up. They were 100%. I also had a Punisher player who legitimately was just crashing out. Was legitimate crash out. I didn't know why he was crashing out so much, because we were actually playing properly, but he was crashing out so hard because we were actually losing, right? We were losing, but it wasn't like we were losing bad or anything, but he was having such a crash out, and he was yelling in voice chat, he was like typing in text chat, and just being just angry overall. Basically, was being Punisher in real life. Unfortunately, he did say kill yourself multiple times to me and the other healer for no reason whatsoever. So we reported him. He got banned from ranked and banned from chat. But then I got curious, right? We get curious. Because who crashes out like that in the gold /plat 3 lobby? Gold 1 plat 3, right? Who crashes out like that? It was gold 1. So I go look at his profile, and I found out this dude had dropped from diamond 3 all the way to gold 1 without a single win. Single win. Diamond 3, gold 1. I found out why he crashed out. I felt kind of bad for him because he played without stopping for like 2 or 3 days, and every single game was a loss in comp. So I was like, I can see why he's crashing out now. I felt kind of bad, but like, even if you're having that bad of a game, that bad of days, right, where you just constantly lose, at that point, either get off the game and touch grass, or play something else, you know? I'm yelling at a pillow. Yeah. But like, if you lose that bad, where you have to go off on your fellow players for no reason whatsoever, besides the fact that you have been losing all your games, just do something else.
Here at EMEA playoffs.
Grab a toy that you can squish in your hands. Play a game that gets you calm, that gets you zen moment. Maybe draw something, read a book, go outside, play with your pets. I don't care what it is, just chill. Get off the game and chill. There's no reason for you to get that angry.
A lot of teams has allowed them to find wins where I think have exceeded.
And this might sound like I'm being condescending, but at that point you have to remember it's just a video game. I get angry. Don't get me wrong, I get angry when people suck ass for no reason besides the fact that they just do not want to play the game properly. I get angry. But I don't go off and tell people to kill themselves. I don't go off and tell people to uninstall the game. I don't tell them that they suck ass unless it's absolutely warranted because they've been calling off on me. There's no reason for that. It's a video game. Settle down, take a deep breath. You're not a pro player. You're just a pleb like everyone else.
The echoes of Limbo emote for Magic.
You'll be fine.
Galactic can be known in beautiful cyan and purple.
Yes, and I mean, that's essentially 2 skins for 1, too, because that changes the Darkchild appearance, too. And this version of Darkchild looks absolute fire, much like the echoes of Limbo emote.
Yeah, very impressive. Love to see that one. We have to dive straight into our games, though. Our rosters are ready and raring to go after just seeing Virtus Pro versus Team Pubs. Let's open up with Zero Tenacity here, coming up as I believe our Group A winners. And that was a little bit of a surprise. Managed to get one over on Berber Padapim, who have been a lights out team, one of our favorites.
I have a lot of plushies.
Of this group. Zero Tenacity are a roster where you can always expect surprises.
I haven't found a place for it yet, but
very consistent.
I was
expect the unexpected when it comes to Zero Tenacity. We don't even know if they're going to be running out on a 2-2-2 composition because they've shown so much fluctuation. You know, we've had Lugia come through on things like the Fang. We've seen the Wolverine come out. Knuten played
and you guys can't see it, but above me there's a Pokeball, there's a Mimikyu, and a bear.
All of what we've seen has been possible with things like the Ice Arrow team up. And then Ducky as well.
And somewhere over there, there's also Baymax.
Globally ranked Groot from the beginning of the game. So even if you take away things like the Mag and the Ammo, Zero Tenacity are more than happy to continue playing ball.
Oh yeah. They love playing a little bit of that. We have a touch of
Bear wins every time. Yep.
On the thing. This was actually, I believe, Lugia's most iconic pick from a Marvel Rebels Invitational as well. We really started to see Ecstatic break out.
Bear gang.
No offense, Ecstatic. You were trashed here. When they stopped being trashed here, and started really showing.
Did you know polar bears are Irish?
Improvement. A lot of it came down to Lugia moving over onto the thing, like
weird random facts.
We really started to see the potential of this team, but when it comes to potential,
look it up.
09 over on the other side, these are a bunch of players who just kind of said, you know what, let's do it. They've given it their all. They entered the Ignite qualifiers as like a rando group, but the talent, the work, the perseverance that they've been putting in has been absolutely crazy. I've seen a lot of the Twitter memes at the moment rating solo queue players.
They're also technically K9s.
Is always in the S tier. Bro is an absolute DPS machine on the Duelist, and particularly on the Winter Soldier and on the Punisher, but he's got a couple surprises.
Yeah, I mean, L9, they perfectly counter-stratted coming up against against Insomnia, who were known for having one of the best Wolverines, Demon, and Demon got to do absolutely nothing because we got to see Crisis move over to the Hela and utilize a cooldown that maybe you didn't think would be played to counterplay a dive character, but Soul Drainer, that hard CC, the 3-meter radius orb that grabs an enemy directly to its center. A 0.3 second stun doesn't feel like a lot, but when it has a 10-second cooldown in comparison to Wolf's Grab, which is on a 12-second cooldown, well, we start to see moments like this occur as Demon found out when
they fetched with a snow monster
matched up on Central Park, and every single time that Wolverine tried to come on through and find a grab onto one of those Vanguards or a potential flyer, it was instantly interrupted by the Soul Drainer cast.
I mean, there's a reason why bear cubs look so much like dogs. They have a common ancestor.
A ban phase a little bit. Jerky yesterday made a lot of pivots over onto the Wolverine, actually delivered so much value with the last stand. It's actually the map-winning ultimate, in my opinion.
God, I want to get good with Wolverine so bad. He's so fun to play, but I suck ass.
Insomnia should have been the preferred team. And honestly, I think that Alone9 just have so much versatility. I was singing Wolver's praises yesterday. Won multiple fights off the back of 4-man Eye of Agamotto's, which are incredibly rare to see in organized pro play.
Yeah, the fact as well that they were able to hold on through all of those overtime fights off of Araka, where we just got to see stagger after stagger after stagger coming on through. It's fair to say that this one has the potential to go the full distance, but then when you go up against their tenacity, we don't know what this team is exactly going to be coming out with. So adaptation and evolution is going to be the continued storyline as these two match wits over and over again.
Yeah, between these two, I do not know what to think. Zero Tenacity can be like, they can absolutely pants Burba Padapim, or they can completely drop the ball. they're kind of similar to Burba.
I love all the rockets.
Their lows are pretty low, but their highs are incredibly high.
Well, do Zero Tenacity prioritize taking the Loki away, as Gonski was an absolute standout with that strategist, to the point that Alone9 would actually save the Loki over a Vanguard, as Zero Tenacity actually prioritized the Magneto. Right now, having the ability for the first save being on that attacker side, they're going to be able to secure the Emma first.
Well, look who it is.
The
Mist, the Man, the Panda.
They can save. So if they want a one-sided Loki, they absolutely can gravitate towards it. And since we're seeing the
Loki ban, Loki save
being teased on that ban selection, it feels like that's the direction we're heading.
Again, he's not an Asgardian. These are chosen.
Alone9 and not too fussed about saving the Emma, because Saintomoto was an incredibly good cap player. It kind of forces a later cap ban for Zero Tenacity to make Saintomoto go elsewhere, but Wolf is incredibly versatile. Yeah, they're messing with me. They're messing. I ain't falling for the bait. I ain't falling for the bait, guys. Alone9, let's get a real pick over here.
They've got that Will of Galactic magic skin.
To Canada, you say?
True, and they're actually going to protect the Emma here. Maybe we see a pivot.
Right now, you're driving to Canada. Awesome.
Considering just how effective the cap has been on Hell's Heaven from every team so far.
I feel as well like Saintomoto might not want to be running the Captain America into the Emma Frost. The Zero Tenacity made sure to secure, as we're now going to see Jerky's Psylocke be prioritized as a ban. Interesting that Smash Torch has so far been able to make it through, as that has been a high priority to remove from teams that have run against Zero Tenacity in the past. So it looks like it's actually going to be a mirrored Punisher ban coming through from both of the teams.
Yep, unsurprising given how threatening both Knuten and Crisis are on that hero. First Protect now going to come through from Alone9. This is going to give us some real insight into what they have designed on their side, and it is going to be Gonski's Loki, I imagine. We anticipated maybe it would be an early Protect for the Loki. Was not punished by Zero Tenacity, which they were a little bit more worried about the combination of maybe the cap and the Psylocke together, and didn't want to invest the ban on the cap itself.
There goes the torch.
Why?
So we might be able to secure Smash Mouth's getting one-sided Human Torch, but no. Luna Snow is going to be taken out instead for the side of
How dare you say
mid?
mid?
Able to protect the torch, however, as if they do get target banned out of either the Luna Snow, they can still fall back onto the Invisible Woman or the Cloak and Dagger, or vice versa. As Alone9 have a little bit of a question to ask themselves, and I actually
The
really
Gangnam
like this.
style?
If you remove the Mantis, because we've seen seen teams go for something akin to Rescomp, where they actually put in the Human Torch over the Star-Lord, because teams have sort of identified now that Rescomp doesn't have all that much damage outside the ultimate cycles if the Adam and the Star-Lord don't get the in when Magneto's taken out, and you don't get your Blaster Barrage with your Bulwark bubbles coming on through. So taking out the Mantis removes the potential of both the Rescomp, but also means that if you try and pocket something like an Ultron, Ultron's going to find far less value when you have a Soul Resurgence to pair up with the Rage.
Yeah, that extra movement speed can be so good for the Ultron as well with the Soul Resurgence. Just allowing it to wrap around corners where people are looking to take cover and then find them in a less evasive area, let's say. L7 once again is going to be our opening matchup right here. Zero Tenacity and Low 9 are facing down the barrel. Only one can survive, but there's still all the chance in the world to make it to China.
I keep forgetting that there's actually text
well, just before we headed into map overview
that you can read in these maps.
Hela, which is going to be lending extra support coming on through for Gonski's Loki, so that if he falls prematurely, Crisis getting a pick will be able to bring him back up immediately, and that does not have a cooldown, and we know that Crisis is able to come on through and hit those shots, and that Hela can definitely be a threat.
I've had a Penny actually do that. It was QP, granted, but it was very confusing.
It's crucial that they win the first fight so that their duelists have the room to breathe.
That's what Zero Tenacity are already investing the portal here to try and get that advanced positioning. Still Jerky is not going to be playing too far afield here on the Star-Lord just yet, playing more of a frontline duelist role, just laying down the poke and the damage to try and open things up for Crisis. Remember that Soul Drainer in the back pocket. Oasis and Winnie being able to play together means the Guardian Shield can benefit them both, as well as heal them up. Wolf has already fallen down. Must have been some suppression onto the low 9 strategist to allow them to fall through the cracks. And now Saintomoto is feeling very isolated. Sure, the Aegis being brought up there by Ducky as well to block off the primary fire healing from the strategists.
Yeah, Canute just getting to play around map geography perfectly. Also splitting on the angle from Smashness so that Crisis can only see one flyer.
Someone DC'd.
So it does look like we have a little bit of a pause coming on through, but that allows us to sort of really look at how these compositions are going to interact.
Hide! Get off the road!
Resources to make
I do, Trucken. Have you isekai'd anyone today?
With a perma pocket of one of your strategists, or you play her in the stack of your team. If you play her with the stack, you lose the space of an off-angle pressure. If you play her on an off-angle, yeah, you've got another direction that you can send damage through, but you've also now got a
I know, I've seen enough isekai anime to know.
There's give and take for both playstyles with her.
Yeah. And are you going to want to invest something like the Snowflake when usually that's going to be going on to the hypermobile Star-Lord, who's a little bit mechanically harder to heal and is often going to be in those little nooks and crannies away from the LOS? One of the interactions we saw in that first fight as well was the use of Emma's Aegis shield to block off healing coming the way of the Vanguards that were on point for low 9. And that can really be troublesome for a Cloak and Dagger in particular, who have a very meager damage output with the Light Force daggers, so you can't break through that Aegis at all. You've got to do a full reposition.
Yeah, you can somewhat finesse the situation, though, with the Cloak and Dagger's primary actually being able to bounce. So if you find a wall, then you can actually bounce the dagger into the player from behind the shield.
I think you have a willing customer there, Draken.
This map, though, because the map changes, right? Sometimes the point is vertical, and sometimes it starts descending a little bit further, and that verticality can definitely interfere with the LOS that is open to some of those strategists, forcing them into some really rough positions where they have to hard swing out away from those corners, which would normally provide them cover from all of the damage that would be sent their way otherwise.
Now we're just going to figure out who's been calling for a pause. I believe we did have a couple of technical issues from Low 9 yesterday when we were playing Bin into T'Challa. Luckily, we caught the pause a little bit earlier this time, so all's fair in love and war, and you do not want to be in a position where your tournament life is on the line for a little bit of a technicality. So we'll give them time to sort everything out. In the meantime, you're trapped in the Hydra-based podcast with two Brits.
There we
go. We are back in the game, baby.
Yeah,
I think so far I've only seen one anime where if people get reincarnated, they were reincarnated in the same world, and technically it wasn't even a reincarnation. It's Zombieland Saga.
Retake situations. However, that Captain America does have to contest with Ducky and the Carbon Crush that will be sent his way if he gets a little bit too close.
Yeah. However, the contestation on the ground here is going to be a little bit weaker with both Knut and Smashness up in the air, having to move away for a moment. Moto is getting a little bit poked out on their way through. It feels like going up against the Ultron as Captain America.
Oh, by the way, fun thing with Captain America.
Pressure.
You'd be mad.
Careful about shifting around that drone there for maximum
I can understand that.
Claim the high ground, but it will be just as quickly evicted from it. Oh, what an intercept there from Jerky. Just the hit scans combining to make sure that that 50 HPS the Ultron receives is far.
Yeah, but as a zombie.
The backline just gets ran through as Saint-Amoto finds the opening without that Ultron, who's just so vulnerable to getting ran down by the Captain America.
Yeah, I mean, Gonski as well had all of the Loki doppelgangers. The army very much had been assembled on that high.
But the fun thing about Captain America's shield is it can catch people out of invis. So if there is an invis or a Loki running around invisible, just throw your shield at the floor and watch it find the person. I've given many a person a heart attack. It's fun.
Before a retake situation can be put into motion for
I don't know if you would call it powers.
With the supernova, this Human Torch is going to be so exposed, and Jerky sees the split. Knut is a little bit too far from the rest of his team. Out comes Galactic Legend. That's about that Ultron, Zero Tenacity, the hand is forced.
That's hilarious.
They have to try and make it work. Lugia gets nothing with the eye of Agamotto. Everyone was sent elsewhere in the midst of all of this. Crisis rains down the strong crows upon the coalesced forces of Zero Tenacity. But it's Pinklone who's the first to fall. Trades it out now for Oasis. A good trade coming through from Wolver. Onto a backline now. Winnie going to be under siege. Saint-Amoto starts to break in towards that backline. Wolver has to erect their own Aegis to try and defend themselves. As it's going to be a trade out between the Emma Frost. Smashness still reigns above it all and rains down fire upon an escaping Crisis. You're going to need more than a bird in the bush to get away from this one.
64% to 71% with Zero Tenacity having that Sonic Seduction and Low 9 not having anything to
remember, get rid of the Loki clones.
Hiding for cover behind the map itself and potentially a well-placed shield. It's blast fight.
I saw the funniest short the other day where Spider-Man got away with like 5 health or something. They punched a Loki clone, but the Loki had just respawned and was just meleeing as you do when you come out of spawn. And the clone got someone. He got the Spider-Man. Spider-Man just goes bop and gets bopped right back.
This play coming through from Ducky, or do you want to try and move in towards the back line itself? This seems like Oasis is going to be that primary target. Jerky really wants to get rid of Knut, but guess what? The damage has already been done. The Rage of Ultron needs no anger management. He's equal to the Hulk when it comes to the burning lambast that he has laid upon this backline. Pinklone has to put down their healing bubble only for themselves.
I would 100% get why. Poor Spider-Man though. Legit got out of the fight alive, mind you, was going to go back to his healers, punched the Loki clone and gets immediately stabbed for it.
Low 9, the hand was forced. They had to burn regen domain before the
As a Loki
fight
main,
starts. Thanks to
I agree.
a well-placed Carbon Crush coming on through from Ducky, which is followed up immediately by both of the shields, the Emma's Aegis and
I approved of the message. I liked it.
To just block the LOS of any heal that could be sent their way, and with the Loki lamp removed,
I would legitimately be standing there as that Loki and go like, wait, what? What did I do?
For all of that Rage of Ultron that is being put down onto the players.
But that clip also showed why you get rid of the Loki clones, even though the Loki is dead. You do not let the clones stand there because
the armor packs. Zero Tenacity a little bit too close to their ultimates to sacrifice the charge.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Zero Tenacity
2,
seeing their path to victory here, and it is most certainly paved with very successful Rage of Ultrons. That might be one of the most successful Rage of Ultrons we've seen thus far. When it came to VP,
I didn't know you could animation cancel that. I've learned something new.
On the other side, and once again, Zero Tenacity make an early investment of their portal to claim the high ground.
Saint-Amoto on the low ground now tries to wrap around, but he's instantly marked out by Smashness on this torch, and he has to give up that position immediately as Smashness is keeping an eye on every single angle that Crisis could potentially pop up on.
The crossover attacks, 2 players stunned. Pinklone and Crisis both finished off there by Lugia. No doubt given a momentary burst of damage boost from Oasis. A 3-2-1 successfully disassembles the push that Low9 was so proud of to move into. It's gonna be a full investment here from Low9. 3 ultimates at once. Sonic Seduction, yeah, the Galactic Legend and the Freedom Charge, but up in the air. No one's getting the bonus help from Saint Moto. Oh, Low9, this is economically ruinous.
This might be a pivot over to a new composition coming on first.
Sky.
It was
Sky.
also something that Low9 knew that they had to invest into. The Hela, the Starlord, the Captain America can all find value if you're in control of the space before the fight begins, but now you're going to be walking.
I also played
into a
Overwatch the
fight
other
that you're
day,
gonna have to pay a toll.
and I
The toll of
decided,
numbers of
why not?
resources,
It's the end of the
ultimates before you
season.
can get to your goal
I'm
of
just
that
going to go
objective.
in and play some
Zerg Nasty
ranks
are gonna
with
be able
angry
to drop
people.
the body surely before this fight begins,
I have
with the
never
range of
had
the
more
spam
fun
from
playing
the
a
ult
tank
from
than
the
I had
crotch,
playing
from
Mauga
the
in a
front,
bronze
the
lobby
enemy
in
gets too close.
Overwatch.
Jerky works the margins, demands attendance.
One, because it's the end of the season, so people are angry.
Start capturing the point already, waiting for a
2, Mauga, for those of you who don't know, has 2 miniguns, just constantly. 3, he also has a charge with a stomp. So what would I do? I would run in, curb stomp whoever was in front of my face, and then unload my mag in them.
Smart currency exchange coming through from Low9. Translate the spam pressure from Zerg
Add in the
Nasty
damage
into a
mitigation
immediate
and
turn
the
bond
health from
so you
actually
can
hitting
open up the
someone.
fight, and
Dude, it was
then
so
once the
funny.
Eternal Bond has expired, you've still got the regen domain from Gonski on this Loki to anchor onto this point, and
I
now
out-damaged
Crisis is
my
in position.
DPS.
Jerky can jump onto Zero Nasty mid-rotation, and Saint Moto can permanently be there to pressure and force the team to turn.
Well, I think he's,
Freely charging up
He's
this
Hawaiian,
green
if
light
I'm
already.
correct.
The regeneration domains have
Hold on,
come
let me
now.
check.
That's a huge Sonic Seduction. 3 players grabbed in place, but before the follow-up is there, they've mostly been able to save themselves. Smashness, though, just dunks on the head of Crisis. Pinklone, the next to fall on down. Zero Tenacity, they strike back with such vigor here that Low9 can barely stand up to it. Even with the Freedom Charge of Saint Moto giving over that additional HP, it feels so far gone from a capacity for a retake. Low9 is doing their best to stall this one out to at least extract percentage from the fight, but Knudsen
I don't know if it
is
says
just above
anything.
it all, laying down so much fire.
Zerg Nasty have such a good read of the situation. They know that they can't stall, that they can't hesitate. And so they just send the fight immediately into Brawl, breaking out with both Sonic Seduction and Fate of Both Worlds. As Low9, they've got hesitation, they've got stall, but what they don't have is power when it comes to the
Hi, Dalen.
6v6 slug fiesta. And
Dalen
Zerg Nasty
Warburton.
take full advantage. Saint Moto now
It's
goes
Samoan.
over to the
Sorry,
point, drawing
Samoan.
Lugia to have to contest. They know what the strange is. They don't have to worry about Aya Agamotto for now. As Lugia on the low ground to get to the high is going to have to burn that shift, the levitation, and that's going to telegraph the ult.
Oh, Jerky on the off angle here, but inside the invisible boundary now, Smashness is going to come inside and try and take that aerial duel. Slowed on the exit means that it has to be a disengage. Pinecone doing their best to try and follow up with some healing, but guess
Painful.
what? The remainder of the team, they were so far away from the Eternal Bond. They were up on the catwalk, and while there's only one cat in town you have to worry about, that's Lugia with a 3-person stun off the back of the Eye of Agamotto, and Zero Tenacity perfectly play that fight. Don't even worry about the healing coming through from the Eternal
I think the
Bond.
only
2-0
reason I kept
on
dying
Hell's Heaven.
as Mauga is because I haven't played Overwatch in so long that I've forgotten how the maps work. So I got stuck in places, so it was like, oh, right, this leads to here, oops.
But Soul Drainer never quite found a target. Smashness was always quite literally on top of things. There is a reason that this torch has been banned and barred from Zero Tenacity's end, as much as teams coming up against them have been able to secure it. And that's because Smashness just went 25-0. He did not drop, was
How are you
never
doing, Dylan?
extinguished a singular time.
Sorry, Dalen.
Those heads right there. Zero Tenacity, they definitely were more of a kite and fight than a tank and spank team. You know, we saw great
Tank and
rotations coming through
spank.
from Winnie and Oasis, just buying time for Knudsen and Smash to really leverage the off angles that they were gaining on Low9's more front to back kind of composition. They were always chasing after the main core of Zero Tenacity, who often were just outspeeding them on those counter rotations due to the information that was being gathered by the flyers.
About to
and
hop on
during
quick
these
play in a
advanced
bit.
positions.
Yeah, it was essentially just a constant detective.
You got an idea of who you want to play, or are you gonna spin the wheel of random?
And giving them constant feed of where Saint Tomoto was positioning, of which angle Crisis could potentially be, and if the Hela wasn't playing an off angle and vulnerable to being dive bombed upon by a duo team-up squad of an Ultron and a Torch, she was therefore playing with the core, and she is incredibly vulnerable in a brawl fight. We don't often see Helas involved in the brawl because you need her to be on that off angle, having that 2-tap potential coming on through, as unfortunately the second that you've exhausted your shift, your reposition Raven form, you do tend to get taken out pretty quickly, as Hela's hitbox is pretty sizable.
Yeah, she can be very vulnerable. That large head as well does mean plenty of crits can go her way. We'll have to see if L9 will be able to find a variation, but really gives them an edge up over on Z10 after this break.
You want to work on your tanks? Gotcha. You just playing quick play to get used to tanks, or just a casual who likes to go into quick play? Oh, I bought this skin, by the way.
My power grows. Beholds the god of thunder.
Alright, seriously. I have watched that screen so many times, and every single time I look over at Adam, he's flying. Let me fly! That's Adam! Like quick play, less stress, stuck in gold? Oh, gotcha. I mean, at this point,
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing.
that's a pretty big leap.
Remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon and dark.
Pretty big. Thor is very mechanics heavy,
And we were friends.
even with the rework.
Shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
But yeah, at this point, I would say just take the gold and the skin that you get for it. He looks cool, yes. But Thor is an off tank, not a main tank. Anyone that thinks that Thor is a main tank is sucking copium. They're breathing in that copium heavy. Thor never really has been a main tank, to be fair, but right now, you can't get away with playing main tank Thor. So you have to be able to get in and out of a fight. Even if you've only taken like 50 damage, you need to go in, be able to do some damage, get back out. And that requires a lot of mechanical skill, because it's literally do a 180 immediately to get out. Not a leisurely turn.
Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our turn, we can still fight.
Suck on copium with him. I mean, if you are good with Cap, like really, really good, he is still fantastic. Like, I wouldn't say no to a Cap in my comp matches if they knew what they were doing. Unfortunately, most Cap players right now are indeed sucking on copium. They have a tank of it right next to their gaming chair. They suck on it and then go into the game pretending that he still has the same sustainability as he did before the rework.
Just calling and catering to his
Which just ends in him dying.
When you have a Torch who is that accurate and doing that much damage to Saint Tomoto and the Captain America, you give him every resource.
That and they're usually selfish assholes that don't know how his ult
Smash
works.
Asks, Smash Nez receives. Zero Nasty. I think they've read very well here,
Yay!
pivoting into a flyer composition against a Cap who is as good as Saint Tomoto. It's just, it can be fairly easy to shut down that Cap.
Means I'm doing something good. I like that.
It doesn't really drain resources either, because the Ultron drone has no cooldown to reposition. So it's fairly easy to track that approach.
And drained of the Psylocke has followed through as well.
No, I'm a
given
demon.
The fact that Psylocke was targeted does mean
Probably
that Captain
close enough,
America
right?
on his own does not have to be dealt with as rapidly as is required when he has a backup, as Magneto is going to be removed for both sides, as both of them are going to be prioritizing retaining that Emma as the Vanguard instead.
All right, yeah.
They're gonna save
Prioritizing
Emma?
that Emma. We did see it prioritized by Low 9 for Wolver to play, but honestly, I would have liked to have seen Saint Emoto pick up the Emma.
They are.
And beyond the Doctor Strange, where he has been getting so much value thus
Yes.
far. Wouldn't mind seeing Low 9 go for a Zero Tenacity, look for a Hulk pivot if things start to get a little bit dicey. Whenever Lugia is fantastic at the Hulk. Central Park is
Dialogue
of course
ban.
the map choice here, and this was Low 9.
Considering it's Central Park, understandable.
Early ban onto Vassallo, which is kind of interesting considering that they do have quite a bit of
Loki.
space and runway before they have to really address that Psylocke.
Yeah, but if you want Smashness on the torch, banning the Psylocke is definitely going to force Low 9's hand into having to look at a torch ban a little bit earlier than they potentially would have wanted. It very much feels like Zero Tenacity are
They
heaping
have the opportunity to
pressure
go
on
solo
Low 9
Loki
trying
on
to
their
target
team.
out Smashness.
But we'll see. Emma
All right,
ban.
so for the Vanguard du jour, the Photom Vanguards have now been banned away from Zero Tenacity. Likely unbothered by those. Unlikely to see a Lugia go pivot into the thing though, given that Crisis is generally going to be playing over the Punisher, the Winter Soldier, or the Hela.
He just noticed the horns.
There it is. We might have to see a
Punso.
Punisher protect here from
Yeah.
It's not like they're like right here or anything.
Zero Tenacity.
I think that is the direction that you could go for sure, since you've now been able to
Punisher
make it.
save.
But yeah, Knuten is going to be the only Punisher on the scene, and Cloak and Dagger still being in play
Luna
as
save.
well, but no, it's a Luna Snow save. Instead, as Low 9 now really have to scratch their heads and try and figure out what to exhaust this last ban on, because Psylocke is still up for Zero Tenacity, and so too is Punisher. And Wolverine.
Punisher,
and it looks
okay.
like they're actually going to be going for the Punisher prioritization, which means that Luna now allows that Psylocke so much more value. As Low 9, anticipating a Psylocke coming through, are going to instantly be saving Gonski's Loki, so they have the doppelgangers to at least be able to try and absorb some of the pressure that comes from the Dance of the Butterflies.
Oh, if we see a Wolverine ban here, I would not be surprised to see Lugia actually make the play onto the Hulk. The Hulk really thrives with Luna on the field because she's so good at just sustaining through the meat sponging that he
Luna
does,
ban.
you know, the long range healing, really not suffering that much from damage drop-off, and the capacity to give over that
Yeah,
snow
but
from
also
the
kind of
Iron Aura can be
understandable.
So important. And there it is, Lugia locking in the Hulk.
It's also for
Considering the characters that these teams
It's not
play.
really what you want to have in play when Groot is going to be coming on for. But then again, we have seen that Zero Tenacity and Low 9 have been able to deal with Wolverines in the past. And it being Central Park, we have seen Zero Tenacity in the past utilize Ducky with that Groot. And then you can get even more value with the Hulk coming through, as well as getting to see that Namor strangling prison porn.
Yeah, they're not gonna be like the same bands like you see in Asia or America.
You're a strategist on the other side,
But-
because it has enough damage to pass, to break through all of
Has
the
anyone
extra
ever
seconds.
seen
It's just
Dracula
the
on this
regen
map?
domain
I
that's
have
gonna be able to
never really
help you out.
noticed him because I'm too busy fighting.
Regeneration domain might be the only option, but it was stolen away in advance by Zero Tenacity. They went for a prioritized ban on the Loki, if I remember correctly, their second ban after that Magneto, which could be incredibly important. Low 9 going to be opening up on the attack first. Question is, do they instantly invest themselves a portal here from Wolver, or are they just going to walk it down slow and see what they're dealing with?
And it's going to be a little bit of a scout to come through first. Winter Soldier on the field as well for both of these teams.
Oh,
given
okay,
that
good.
Loki is in play
It's not
for
just
both
me
of these
then.
teams. Wolver Shield going to be breaking a little bit, but allowing Crisis a perfect angle to start building up to this first Kraken impact.
And even I simply lie. Crisis is going to be able to, of course, really move through. Well, both Crisis and Knut are going to be able to tear through these clones with the Rotterstern at range, and of course the Kraken impact when it builds up. Already 50% here. Ducky got isolated. Must have been pulled in by Pink Clone right there, who's been having a lights out week on the Invisible Woman so far. Smashness already has used their blessing of Vadim and has to be extricated from this situation by the usage of the regeneration. You can't really
Spike Newton.
when you get hooked on in to the territory of low 9. Great play off the back of Saint Tomoto following up, and this is what I want to see. Saint Tomoto pivoting over on.
Don't know.
Well, Ducky 1 going down early does mean that they're going to be able to Strange TP recontest, and oh, never mind. Strange TP Trooper's Fist was not on the point in time, and that is now low 9 breaking into B, and Lugia
I think they were 0.1 second too late. Oh, bye Lugia.
Separated Hulk is a weak Hulk. That Vanguard is now going to get staggered even longer.
What a grab from Jerky. Just giving enough time for Lugia to reach the cart and stop.
Not gonna lie, I wish more people TP'd.
Again. And
In ranked, I wish more people
TP'd.
TP'd.
Onto Ducky has been absolutely sublime.
Saint Tomoto keeping up the charge on that. Emma does get grabbed out by the bionic hook. Has the diamond form to pull back onto. Zero tenacity.
It's not like I expect you to
helped buoyed up by the fate of Blowforce. Potentially gets shut down by the eye of Agamotto.
I don't expect you to be good at playing as Doctor Strange. All I need is a TP. That's it.
Timing when it comes to both the Strangling Prison and the Horn of Proteus, they can't be used together. Zero tenacity. I don't know how they fumbled this fight so hard. They had everything they needed, and now with so many players down, Lugia is using the World Breaker Hulk. This has got to be a comp pivot, right?
Yeah, Smashness is coming back on the Psylocke, just so they can potentially hit into that backline, maybe turn low 9's heads to have to peel.
I found mold of 1 PP and it was a quick play, so I'm not too mad about it. It was hilarious.
As the Wolverine grabs, doesn't find the grab, but still
I was trying to be fancy with my teleport.
Serves them well here. I believe it was an attempt at a troll portal coming.
It did not work out,
but it was grabbed, stunned by the bionic hook of Newton. Ready to go yet again with another one. Smashness on the off angle, needs to give over that drive. Ducky 1 overwhelmed once again, going up against that Wolverine. It's so difficult when you are the wooden creature. Winnie the next one to fall on down. It's Wolver claiming all the space. The Wolfpack once again is
percentage damage is so painful.
They are setting a record time here on Central Park.
This is a really difficult part of the map too, to use the Kraken impact, as Knuten has to worry that he'll pump his head in the first aspect of third, and he's gonna swap now over towards that Iron Man, having all of the spam pressure as well as the team up nanotech from Smashness, so that he can get that beam that damages and heals enemies and allies alike, as we can see him to start to farm those Loki clones towards the first maximum pulse.
All right, Lugia back on his main, as it were. That's going to be a big Aegis coming up. What a shield from the Emma Frost. Ducky just lost
one of the few times where Ultron could. Oh, Ducky!
That might be Ducky off the map right there from Jerky's play. Seems like they have managed to survive for now, but guess what? Lugia's claiming a bunch of space. The repulsor blast, too much to do.
But I think there's the only time Ultron can be in a 2-healer comp, where he is second healer, is when there is an Iron Man on your team.
But Zero Tenacity have got the most important commodity, and that's ability.
Because you get that team up.
Of Strangling Prison, not in coordination with the Iron Man, although
otherwise you do need a third healer, just like with Mantis.
Coming through from low 9, because you do have to worry.
Hi, Imod.
In fact, is a lethal combination that Oasis might not be able to kill through, as Jerky's already gotten his hands on one, and that's the last when he's able to get the regeneration domain off in time, and Knuten is there on the other side. Armor Overdrive takes down 2, and low 9 have to back away.
What other heroes do I play?
With the Armor Overdrive, Wolver's gonna have trouble getting back.
I've never felt more useless as Ultron by himself.
Oh, Ducky's a little bit far away. Must have been pinned off the map. Jerky with the perfect.
I think the only time I can get away with playing a solo healer Ultron is when I'm playing quick play, because I just get rid of everyone.
Newton's cooked, actually. Gonski grabs that one. Plenty of doppelgangers.
But I play Loki, Adam, Ultron, Luna.
Oh, that's devastating.
Cloak and Dagger, Rocket. I used to play the Shark, not anymore. Mantis, tiny little bit. Star-Lord, Namor.
Jumps to Knuten to provide the armor, the maximum pulse comes
Emma.
with the strangling prison, but it's shielded.
Magneto, Strange.
Heads up play to not be so greedy, but instead just to facilitate the frags as they come on through. Gonski in major danger.
Both strategists, yes.
Crisis when it comes.
I'm a strategist main, so I have a tendency to learn them when they come out.
And when he found that out the hard way, amidst all of this, looking for a hook, Knuten manages to dodge around behind that killer, but you need to get on to
who else?
Afflicted with the culling debuff. Lugia's gonna have
I am trying to get better at playing Widow. And I don't mean Sniper Widow, I mean close range Widow. Where you stun people and then shoot them in the face.
With two, but Vidalis grabbed by the invincible pulse cannon. And it seems like on this last point of Central Park, it's Zero Tenacity who are invincible.
What?
Zero Tenacity just have so much map space. They've got all of the cover, plus their respawns are right there. Low9 are slowly but surely chipping away at some of these ultimate economies, but with how
I don't know what
spam
Gain Eagers is.
So this Ultron and the Iron Man.
Hi, Young
Rob.
Rob.
Like they're getting their ultimates
How you
up
doing?
every second fight or so.
But yeah, I started out playing strategist in this game.
Getting that damage, getting the accuracy markers.
So,
Positions, and out comes the armor core overdrive to slow the rotation down yet again and force the regen domain before strangling prison comes through.
Oh, the follow-up on the strangling prison from the Stone Haymakers is absolutely
Oh, no. Oh, right, I also play Invis.
Low9 from 5 minutes of a time back, Mox.
Not a lot this season because he's not as good.
Low9 is saving it for when it's at its most valuable.
As say Luna, Loki, or Cloak and Dagger, but I do play her.
Coming on through invincible pulse.
I can get away with playing Iron Man. I can get away with playing Flying to the Flying Torch, Human Torch.
Yet again it comes on through, and Low9 pay Fate of both worlds just to pave their way.
Yeah, an exchange here for the rage of Ultron. It's going to be all about where Knuten decides to try and put this invincible pulse on and going up against double shield. And yet Gonski and Saint
Awesome.
are nowhere to be seen. Reduced to atoms. Knuten grabbed from the sky, taken to the earth. Jerky's turning him into some meat within there. But
I know.
Zero Tenacity holding for 5 minutes.
I just need to get into the habit of actually jumping back.
Be disappointed with how that went.
Knuten
Oh, I also play quick play.
Patiently for the EMEA to be placed.
If I only play ranked, I will be an angry. I will be a nervous bundle of anger.
You can place your ultimate ever so slightly to
I don't want to be that. So quick play it is.
And it will still be able to connect onto a player that from their POV,
Usually when I stream quick play, I let chat decide who I play. So I've been told a lot to play Spider-Man or Magic. I can't play Spidey. I can't play Magic, but when I get those combos off, it feels so good.
Over the course of this series, many a frag between them. Knuten.
Also, apparently I am very good at hitting the right click on Magic.
That's just what happens when you put all your resources into
some people actually play this game as a job, so they only do ranked.
They just get rerouted over to Knuten, and he got everything that he could possibly.
Understandable. Like if you know that about yourself, like you know.
The Iron Man when we headed into
and it's not a requirement.
Potentially have been a problem for him to deal
in my opinion, ranked or not, you have to have fun at the game, right? If you know you're not gonna have fun at the game, if you're going to play ranked, just don't play ranked. Simple as that.
You don't have to worry about lacking the Invis woman to be able to force physics, knock the Wolverine back from his connection. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Out comes Knuten in the Iron Man armor once more.
Tony Stark takes to the skies. The hero that Zero Tenacity needed, nay demanded, after being absolutely.
Does need to unlock that range for you, or no?
Can actually get a grab onto Knuten. Might well be a bait. Instead, it's going to wrap around behind the vanguards on the entry. The thing a little bit harder to grab, but Ducky.
Yeah, I'm not good at like games like Valorant. They're too slow for me, and I have no patience. So games like this, where everything is just high pressure, high tempo, high pressure. I actually like.
Space for Zero Tenacity to move off of the back of Low9. Respect it, but run away back towards the point they go, and they funnel directly into.
It's why I used to like pretty even on the ults. But it's why I liked Apex so much, because it used to be extremely fun and extremely high pressure.
Sustaining the Iron Man even when facing down 6. Crisis falls
That then it spoke to my inner loot goblin, where I ran around grabbing literally everything.
Pushed out here by Zero Tenacity once again. Yet another invincible pulse cannon, good to go, making sure to break through that Guardian shield in advance. The Aegis is gone too. Oh, Pinkloin taken down before everyone else.
I don't play.
Ooh,
Newton.
Unable to Aegis themselves, and what it was, a valiant attempt from Jerky to drag Knuten inside of the invincible pulse, inside of the invisible barrier. It could not work out.
We will probably see Knuten be close to the floor a lot, especially when he.
There's a regen domain coming on from Gonski. Out comes Armor Overdrive, and all of the runes, 100 HP, just immediately disappear in the blink of an eye.
But you're gonna see him play a lot, play close to the ground a lot. One, because his Luna is there, and two, because if he does that, he can just beam.
Oh, they have to touch with the Winter Soldier ultimate. It's just not what they wanted from that, and there's no one else there to try and follow up thereafter. The remainder of Low9 just have to stagger on in, and now they have to meet what Zero Tenacity did. A 6-minute hold on third to bring themselves into this series.
Dude, I used to religiously play Apex. It used to be my go-to shooter game when I didn't know what to play on stream. I used to play it a lot. I used to actually be kind of good. But I used to solo queue, so no one. They got no one. Unfortunate.
Reacted to that one in advance, sent in the doppelganger, raised up exactly what was needed with that crystal, and now it's down to Gonski. Great copy coming through. God of Mischief grabs the Lunar ultimate, Fate of both worlds, a counter usage. Oh wow, used the wall right there to block out Lugia's counter ultimate. Want to use the clock ring time to stop any incoming from the follow-up, and still Lugia.
I used to also play a lot of Fortnite, but I got bored with that a lot sooner than I did with Apex, because I did not like building.
I mean, one fight win. That's how Zero Tenacity.
Then I got back to it for a bit with no build mode when it came out, but
Low9 get that one fight that they needed. It's going to be so much harder now to maneuver the mechanical flyers into a position where Knuten can get away.
It's not as fun.
That he was in first and second. Jerky and Crisis are going to have immediate access to the health bars coming through from all of these secluded chokes.
Things are going to be real difficult now for Lugia. Going up against the double poker, both for Hela and the Winter Soldier. Still a pocket going in onto Knuten. That forces out the regeneration domain from the
Hey, thanks for the sub, Imod.
First of a Fate of both worlds this time.
Imod?
Of winning. Maybe a way to try and shut this one
Imod?
down. You cannot heal through the
How do you say your name?
So they do come through, but Saint-Amodo's nowhere to be seen. An invincible pulse cannon raised up already. Oh, the goddess of death reigns above. And when Knuten falls low, Wolf is there to deliver at the finality. And Crisis is creating a crisis of faith among Zero Tenacity. 2 have already fallen down. Lugia gets a Yeti charge frag of all things. And Ratatoska is moving forward with all 4 feet. The Vanguards are just doing it by themselves. They got an Ultron behind them.
But hey, if it's no build mode, at least you won't be fighting toddlers.
Prison from downtown. The invincible pulse cannon fails to hit pay dirt, but they will hit the mark where they needed to. The invisible woman could not make it to the end, and 6 minutes was just too much to ask for. Low9 are down 2-0 in their elimination match.
It costs so much to keep an eye on Knuten that once that problem had been solved, nothing was left. There was an economic crisis in terms of ults and resources that everyone had access to once Ducky and Lugia started really rolling on through, with the Groot and the Thing just frontline rolling into the space, still having strategists up as well to make sure that they had that area, that level of sustain to continue the momentum pushing on through. And that was such a fast take of first and second that even though they got slowed down temporarily
I'm just gonna say it in Dutch, which is Imat.
With the fights, utilizing Fate of both worlds to get an aggressive angle for Knuten.
Thank you for joining the legend.
Having to deal with the Iron Man immediately.
Even GLaDOS
So
can't say your
difficult
name.
to try and deal with that. I'm like honestly finding those angles again and again. Respect Gonski being able to shut down that flank one with the doppelganger cast into the regeneration domain just to make sure that all of that damage was converted into healing. Oh, that's what happened. Crisis body blocked it.
Yeah, he troopers fisted up so that he was able to absorb it.
Jerky must have been trying for a leap as well with a feral leap to try and stun Knudsen out of it to be in the blast radius for that. Both duelists thought they had the hero moment, but it turned into Knudsen just managing to take them both out at once.
Oh. And there too, the EMEA is just a little bit too far off of the ground so that the AoE splash can still find the connection onto the players beneath. And zero tenacity, we talked about it, right? The flexibility of this roster. You're gonna feel like you have them pinned down and give them like 2 minutes. They'll come up with an entirely new game plan, an entirely new composition, and all of a sudden you are flummoxed for 5 minutes where you're just scratching your head looking at the drawing board being like, what do we do into this, guys?
I mean, Luna is more and more commonly making the draft now as well and getting into a game, which means that we still haven't seen Knudsen's patented pivot onto the Hawkeye with that Icy Arrow team up. So
Chilling behind the whole team.
Kind of things get a little bit more complicated. Low9 keep throwing these new looks. I like seeing the pivot over onto the Saint Tomoto Emma Frost myself.
Honestly,
but I think there's
same.
still so much more to play through here. We're going to have a quick break, and then map number 3 is coming on the other side.
Same with Rocket. I just find a rat hole and spam heals. Until I'm found, and I run along walls and heal. Usually as a flyer, and I can get away with shooting them in the face. It's funny, they don't know what to do when a rocket flies at them instead of away from them. The amount of games where I've played Rocket and someone said, get rid of the Iron Man, get rid of the torch, and I just go like, fine, I'll get rid of them. Get up into their face. Literally, get up into their face. You get jumped by a Thor, shoot him. Jump by a Groot, shoot him. There's something up in the sky, get up in their face and shoot him. Literally. His minigun up close shreds health. Especially if you get headshots. Although it's not a requirement. Watch Thor go away from you. I'm died by like 3 people. Get on the wall. You want to get away from people fast? Get on the wall. Hold it in the direct. Hold your whatever you do. Like either hold WA is in the direction you want to go, or hold your controller, your joystick in the direction you want to go, and press your movement button. You will fly, my friend. Most characters can't keep up with Rocket. Well, there's about a second delay on his gun. So really, using it up close is probably the best way to use it. One, it's a minigun, but that minigun does not a whole lot of damage when you're shooting at range, because it literally becomes a pea shooter. However, when you get jumped, whoa! No, when you get jumped, it's so fun. A fun thing about my chat is I have it over on that screen there, but I also have it up there. And that's where my cam is, so I can literally look at you guys and chat at the same time. You're a passionate Iron Fist hater? I think that is most of Rivals at this point.
Oh, no, I'm feeling real low right now after fumbling a 5-minute time bank on Central Park C, but they can still rise to new heights. As this
However,
series is far
with
from
his
over.
nerfs, he's a little bit
True,
easier to
but
get
I
rid
mean,
of.
It's going to be a really tough time of it, right? Because we were talking in the break. You can't ban Zero Tenacity out of Iron Man, because then something else is able to get through. And if you give Knut say Punisher
By the
or
power of
Smash
chi,
Torch, then you're not going to have
apparently.
a fun time off of it either. And this is where Zero Tenacity's true strength has come through. Undeniable highest flexibility.
I will say
think,
though,
of
if you're
one of the
playing
teams
Iron
in
Man
the
and
region, right?
there's an
Doesn't
Iron
matter
Fist
if you
in
ban
your
them out of
face,
Vanguard, doesn't matter if you
stop
ban them out
running
of
away
Fists,
and
doesn't
just
matter if you
beam
ban
his
them out of
ass.
Duelists. They always have a composition they can fall back onto.
Yeah, the flexibility is one of the main power points.
Of the 10 times he flies at you and you beam immediately once you see him, every single time you will win as Iron Man. It's when you run away that you lose. Spider-Man, however, I don't have an answer for when you're playing Iron Man. I'm sorry.
I just allowed Human Torch to start getting played.
Well, it's Araco that Lone I'm going to believe is going to start letting them come back into this series. A reverse sweep is entirely possible, but it's definitely going to be off of
Find
a
a
good
pillar if you're
ban
playing
draft
Rocket and
system
circle it.
coming on through, as EMEA is going to be the vanguard
Literally.
that both of these teams prioritize.
That's the one thing
keeping
Iron Fist
in
can't
rotation,
follow. It's when you circle
especially if
around
we're
a
gonna be
pillar.
seeing things like the Captain America circulating once more.
This is where we saw Low 9 slay Insomnia yesterday.
Every
Remember,
once in a while, get off the
actually
pillar
like
and heal
going to this
yourself and then
map?
go back at it.
I think they may like it more in theory than they do in practice. I don't think their win rate's actually that great on it.
Well, we saw them with the
Yeah.
solo Vanguard all the way back on their
I
first
kid you
day
not.
of play in the group stages.
It's
where
when
we
you
got to
go
see
in a
the
straight
triple
line or
duelist
stick to a
composition.
wall that Iron Fist can
From
actually
their
follow
side,
you around,
here
but once
the
you're on a pillar, you go
Wolverine,
around
given
too
the fact that
fast.
Magneto and Invis were all actually removed from Blood Carryudo in terms of that pick.
Not
and
that
ban
fast. No, you
system.
go
So it's
too
definitely gonna be
fast as
something that
Rocket
I
when you
have
stick
be
to a
cognizant
surface that is
of as a
circular.
potential pop-up.
All right, so it's actually going to be protecting their Emma Frost here. Both teams opting into that one. And just removing Crysis's opportunity to pivot over onto that puncher. I think it's always going to be a smart ban against Low 9, given what Crysis can achieve on that one.
The way that
Smash
Iron
Hands on
Fist's
the other side.
lock-on
Oh,
works
actually,
is
an
he
Ultron
has
ban
to
as
see
well.
you,
The Flyers
but
going
because you're
around.
going around in
This is also like a
circles,
pseudo
you're going
ban
too
of
fast for him to
Ultron
actually
Iron
have
Man
the
as well,
lock-on
which you don't really wanna
properly.
waste
So
the
you
ban
get
on, 'cause
in,
it's
he'll
too
get
much
in
of
pop shots, but that's it.
a pocket strat to invest in.
Well, when Smash
Now, I
Bros gets
can't
better
speak
tools,
for
he
Iron
pivots
Fist in
onto the
anything
Ultron,
higher than
tends
Diamond,
to be how his tenacity
but that is
reads
basically
that
how that
loss.
works.
So,
If
like
you're
you
Rocket,
said, this is
just
a
go circle.
shadow nerf to Knuten's Iron Man if that comes on through. However, what's not a nerf is the fact that Zero Tenacity secure one-sided Punisher, so Knuten's not going to be going on to the Iron Man in the slightest when you have a Premier Duelist pick like that coming on through. And more importantly as well, Cloak and Dagger has been able to make it through for Zero Tenacity's side too, given the fact that Zero...
It's also how you can hold the point in the Hydra base when there's a when that one circular area is there. If it's up, just stick to it.
A huge asset to Low 9 whenever Gonski is a fantastic.
You will have to heal
player.
yourself every once in a
The
while,
streets are
but
talking up the
if you stick
Gonski
to it,
Loki.
you can hold on
And
to
it's
it
time
long enough for your
it to
team to come
deliver.
back
The
in most
investment of
cases.
the protect the hero Low 9 need to rescue their series, the God of Mischief.
We could actually see the squirrel.
The
come
EMEA
through.
Rivals
Zero
Ignite tournament.
Tenacity, this is a strategy that has been popularized. A couple of teams have run it for multiple
Apparently,
regions,
they are going
actually,
to the Araco
on
map.
The attacking rounds of Araco, where you take advantage of all of the narrow.
Z10 is
hallways,
1 point away
the
from winning.
projectile bounce, the ricochet off of all of those projectiles coming on through from Doreen to be able to incredibly quickly build up that squirrel tsunami that just stampedes through a defense that is too static.
I mean, question is, if we do see double squirrel goals, is anyone going to be using Orion's Lancaster bomber crosshair?
Oh, please, no. You know, that
I mean,
clip
Loki
actually
and
went viral.
Luna are two of the most OP healers in the
Oh,
game
wow.
at the moment.
I was unaware of that.
I was minding my own business the other day, just having a fun time of watching Marvel Rivals content, and all of a
If you're in
sudden I
gold
get
and you want to have an
flashbanged
easier
by
time
Orion
winning,
Crosshair
get rid of
coming
Luna.
up through. I'm just like, no. Potentially we see it from the attacking side. The defense might also go for it just to have a little bit of a pressure on a regroup situation from the attackers.
Nah,
but
you're
it's
good.
much more commonly seen on the attacking side with the defenders prefer.
Ooh, Low 9 has a what's-her-face, a Storm.
Guards in the mix to stall things out properly.
Alright, Smash is going to be rolling over here on to the Namor. just to get some value out of this Lugia team up. And of course, the Lugia... Oh,
You are
well
not going
done.
to see
We're
Storm
gonna see
fly
Wolver
extremely
play the Storm
high.
once again. We actually saw this yesterday
If you don't know
in
how Storm
conjunction
works,
with the Johnny
Storm's
Storm
attacks
to try
go
and
through
combine their
literally
ultimate. We're
everything.
actually seeing the setup from the Human Torch just yet.
So if there's multiple enemies stacked up, you will hit every single enemy that is in the trajectory of your attack.
From the other side, the crossfire of those magic missiles that takes down the Namor.
Yeah, the one-sided storm too, so you have that tempo push.
Punisher.
You can outplay your opponent with
Whoa,
sheer damage.
Lee Jerky.
Jerky gets the better of Knuten, sending him off of that map, and with Punisher down, Zero Tenacity's chances of winning this fight.
The definition of get on my lawn,
exponentially
holy
to the
shit.
point that they're just gonna try and disengage and stabilize.
Yeah, maybe there's a world here where
Too
Zero
complicated
Team is
for you?
trying to take advantage.
It takes some getting used to switching between speed and damage boost.
Is a little bit easier to do that with Lugia in the back, distracting all of your strategists. Crisis's disengagement. Oh, the Trooper's Fist actually gets him knocked down, unfortunately. Ducky does get kind of martyrdom there by Jerky, so that's going to be a slight opening.
Trade for trade, but Zero Tenacity with Smashness on this Psylocke now have a lot of mobility.
Storm's fun to play.
Onto the backline of Low 9.
But you do have to remember that regardless of the fact that he's a flyer, you have to fly pretty low to the ground because you give either a speed boost to your team and speed down to the enemies, or you give a damage boost to your team. So if you're way too high up,
Smashing as tickles at the back, gets the unbreakable barrier from the
you are
well. Moving forward now. With the
you're basically not playing her to her utmost potential.
They're going. Inflicted with the Terror Cape temporarily, but the damage isn't really delivered. All eyes now on Ducky in the front line. Oh, and that's going to be the Culling Aura. Getting all that it needs to try and reset this one. Christ has to go back inside the invisible boundary, but it's broken down. Pink Clone was destroyed in the midst of all of this.
Lugia fell off anyways.
Has gotten Lugia off the map, has been absolutely lights out when it comes to these environmental frags, but still Low 9 off a massive investment can't get the car progress.
Yeah, Crisis is a little
Yes.
bit of an internal crisis.
Aim
of
at
his
the feet
own.
or shoot
Ryan's the
into a
corner
fight.
with Kraken Impact, and Knuten's up on the culling turret, and he just goes, nope, and tries to go back to his team, but gets taken down in the interim with Knuten not even needing to utilize the final judgment. It was also a copied Eternal Bond coming on for a double up from both Oasis and Winnie, so final judgment now is going to have to come alone off of just space provided by the Vanguards, and Ducky 1 and Lugia are providing ample room right now. Both ultimates invested, but that allows Wolver to come on through with a huge Eye of Agamotto, claiming both of the backline.
Yes, done both the strategists there. Oasis and Winnie both full. Smashers with only 138 HP to work.
I don't know. If you haven't talked in my chat before.
Form be destroyed. A force physics from Pink Clones, the final hit they were looking for, and finally Low 9 get the opening. And once again, when you need a hero, look to the leader of the Wolf Pack, look to the west and listen for the howl.
Yeah, Wolver with the Maelstrom of Madness follow through is the thing that allows Low 9 to finally break first. They still have to worry though about this final judgment, which has been delayed and delayed a little bit further as Knuten goes off the map.
He fell off.
Is going to mean that Zero Tenacy have to give up a huge amount of space here. Early attempt at a Sonic Seduction. Oh, that's going to grab in Ducky, who was controlled first by Jerky, offered up to the White Queen herself. And it hasn't been great progress on the Flora Colossus thus far, but moving through these chokes is going to be very difficult for Zero Tenacity now. They might have to invest.
I thought Lugia had DC, but no.
I mean,
It was just he was literally just walking into a wall of his own volition.
That Gonski has to be able to secure. Zero Tenacity finally line up the final judgment, but
the pain of getting the wrong ult every time.
From Winnie into Eternal Bond. Knuten now with the final judgment puts the pressure onto Low 9 as they all try and fall back, disengage into the safety of Invis boundary. And though the Terror Cape did come through, the regen domain keeps everyone healed through. And now Kraken Impact turns back the fight back into Low 9's control.
Oh, it's a perfect bait and switch from Low 9. And now Jerky's just going to be the final note in this song. However, it's not a happy song for Zero Tenacity. They invested so much having to go forward. And that all came down to Crisis getting that early poke as well. Now TPing back is Knuten. Needs this last second contest onto the Flora Colossus, stopping B from being finished that early. They're moving forward, though, with an Eternal Bond coming through. So there's plenty of staying power. Was already been taken down. Sentient seized and thereafter punished. A Terror Cape is going to be...
I love having a Cloak and Dagger or a Luna on my team when I play Loki.
Smashing his fall before them, and it's going to be difficult to try and survive this one. Just floats away with the Cloak of Level levitation. Lugi has arrived with the clobbering time. Stuns out two, but Gonski's able to survive courtesy of their own regeneration domain.
Yeah, it's not like they've been doing that the whole time or anything.
Thinking about peeling for themselves, that's when everything can start to fall apart. Both of the strategists seduced by the White Queen. Ducky gets the value they were so desperate to try and find.
Clobbering time from Lugia, uproots low 9, psionic seduction catches them, not quite securely as they fall. It's into a pit of danger that Zero Tenacity are in full control of, but Knuten now onto the Doctor Strange because of that teleport is not going to be that for the Punisher, so all of the damage
This
is
is such an annoying map though to play on, especially when you get to this heal.
Zero Tenacity have to respect the win condition. Low 9 are in control of Eye of Agamotto, Last Stand, as well as Kraken Impact.
I mean, I'd be surprised that they weren't good considering this is a pro tournament, so.
Grabbed out of the Eternal Bond. It wasn't the caster of the ultimate though, so it is still available. 3-person Eye of Agamotto from Knuten. Not just a duelist, can deliver on the Strange as well. And his delivery certainly was found here. Gonski is going to be staggered on the other side. Ducky walking up with a 100 charged beam.
Oh, they're just camping the spawn. If it's a Strange TP, it's Jerky having to go over towards the Spider-Man so he can physically get into position and touch. They think better of it. They put Saint Emoto onto the Venom instead, as overtime will indeed activate. But Low 9 haven't been able to pull off the portal.
Oh, Lugia as they come on through. Just able to do so much damage with the Stone Haymakers. Knuten is returned to Vanguard duties in front of all of this. Surely you can't survive. Oh, Crisis! With this, now needs Smash there.
Ooh.
To follow up. Crisis! Is he him? He very well could be. Another reset.
Ooh, Crisis! Oh, Crisis!
And I'm having a crisis of faith right now. Zero Tenacity, they had it in the
Crisis! My God, man!
Crisis, he is him.
Lucky Bonds, incarnate Crisis proves to be. Bails Low 9 out of such a rough situation. As Zero Tenacity.
This is when you can say that he is that guy.
Eternal Bond is out from Oasis, but the doppelgangers are still up, and Knuten goes over
You
to the
want Moon
Moon
Knight.
You've got Loki doppelgangers. Low 9 are playing so stacked up. You should be able to build Hand of Conchu almost immediately. He's already 80% to the ult.
275 HP, baby. The buffs have come on through. We got the survivability. We got the ult to play with. Lugia grabbed. Crisis already punished, though. Here comes the Hand of Conchu raining down upon Low 9, and the damage is easy to follow up for Zero Tenacity. They have the mobility to try and roll on through. Jerky going to be the next one to fall, but there's still 40 seconds to play with.
But it sunk the momentum. Low 9 have backed up all the way to their spawn. They've lost control of so much space. Crisis is going to have the ultimate Kraken impact, yes, but Zero Tenacity have room to be able to disengage it now.
That was awesome overtime, not gonna lie.
Gonna take so many resources from Low 9 to try and remove them from it, so we swap over onto the long-range poke instead. Jerky moving on to the Hella Smash, and it's caught out a touch too early. A big Carbon Crush is laid elsewhere, and Wolver manages to find Ducky when they're in the midst of the enemy team. This might be an overinvestment here, though. Oh, that's a big clobbering time. 5 stuns from Lugia. That's why he's the GOAT, baby. But the follow-up's not there. The walls are brought up. Oasis is stuck against the Thorn Lash walls, and probably will take some damage from the Eternal Bond that was laying on out. Zero Tenacity are going to be forced to run elsewhere.
Knuten does have Hand of Conchu.
Again.
Power it up. It's just one fight that Zero Tenacity need to win if they invest.
Remember, there's a reason why it's annoying to fight against Moon Knight, and it has not so much to do with all the damage that he puts out.
Of the high ground.
It's the Hand of Conchu.
Invis doesn't want to get scouted on out because he's the win condition. If they all invest Dance of the Butterflies, Hand of Conchu, and Psionic Seduction at the same time on the objective itself, Low 9 should topple.
Overwhelming firepower. That's what Z10 have in their back pocket. It's what they need to deploy. Lugia already going up against 100 charge. Emma Beam Wolver's fallen down. Smash there's in the back. Sonic Seduction drops on from behind. That's going to be the Dance of the Butterflies. The Hand of Conchu. The overwhelming Alpha Strike for Zero Tenacity were waiting for. They crunched from both sides. And Low 9 are turning to diamonds under the pressure.
Zero Tenacity, just like we were seeing in previous days where teams identify that Loki doppelgangers are going to give a huge advantage to Winter Soldier's resets on Kraken Impact. Knuten's like, wait a minute, my unks are gonna bounce permanently. for Low Nine's players. He builds those Hand of Conscious up so quickly, and then they have such a good grasp of where to take that last fight too. It's in such a small space, so every single player who's
Faster on what? On the ult?
objective is taking damage from the Psionic Seduction, the silence as well, making sure that they can't hit their abilities. Dance of the Butterflies manages to punish the fact that they all tried to stack up and hide behind the Aegis coming on through. And
You'd think that, but they were probably getting yelled at by Emma, so they couldn't.
Because all of the players are there.
Remember, if Emma yells at you, you can't ult.
They just needed one fight, and the second that the swaps came through, they were setting up to take it.
Yeah, great heads-up play from Knuten. A hero we rarely see. The Moon Knight did receive a recent buff, but I still don't think it's enough to make him a mainstay. Zero to Nasty now have their win condition. They can walk away into a series against Virtus Pro if only they can capture 2 points and 97 meters.
Yeah, you can see Zero Tenacity, they're thinking it's going to be a stacked spawn hold once more. That's why we've got the Squirrel Girl and the Moon Knight. Low 9 not going to be playing into the overloaded Vanguard composition, but Smashness remains on the Squirrel Girl regardless. Knuten seeing, okay, they're playing a little bit too split. Over to the Punisher I go.
She's not easy to play.
Oasis and Winnie are both going to be able to pocket him.
Yeah, a little less vulnerable to a Captain America as well, as you can just roll out the adjudication shotgun if you need it. Ducky up to 100 charge. Now he's going to be a bit of a
but also, she's hit scan, so you need to be able to hit your shots.
Crisis hates to see the Squirrel Girl, though. It's a little bit cheesy, but can you argue with results for Nuts Strike Home?
Can you argue with the fact that Smashness is 9% off the first ultimate? Give it half a second and he'll have it up. There it goes. They still haven't sent it out as everyone from Low 9 pulls back and disengages. Regen domain used to make
Doreen Green of Midgard.
The team safely, and there goes the tsunami. And the ripple effect is going to be that payload gets so much freedom of space.
Yeah, Low 9 have to give up a little bit of space there to try and deal with the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. That was Ducky's turn to roll on forward here. Knuten's already fallen on down, though. Before the Eternal Bond even came out, Oasis has to be careful about getting grabbed out of their AoE. And that's going to be an invisible boundary wrapped up here by Pinklone to try and stop the forward progress. And it seems that Low 9, their investments are being rewarded. A beautiful headshot from Crisis, getting the final hit when it was most needed.
Yeah, Crisis.
Revenge.
Just going for the troopers first, getting immediately into Smashness's face. Squirrel Girl shenanigans have seen through it, got value. It's last fight on first now, and over towards the Gamma we go. Lugia on the Hulk, Smashness the Namor, so that they can play counter to Saint Tomoda when he tries to dive onto that objective.
Oh!
Or potentially counterplay into the backline. And Smashness takes the TP and directly takes the fight to Steve Rogers himself. You can't do that all day when Smashness and Lugia are directly on top of you. But Gonski,
Who do I use in Rivals? Oh god, I need to think about my... You're busy losing? Well, I hope you win at some point.
Unreal must just have a huge setup here with 3 doppelgangers.
I'm just gonna say, most of the strategists, except for maybe 1 or 2 not really in ranked, Squirrel is fun to play.
Okay, take 2, same angle of approach. The exhale onto the Captain America is strong.
I don't get those, but that's because I actually shoot flying characters out of the air when I play Squirrel Girl. I am not afraid to aim for your face when you fly in the air.
And that's going to be a big investment here from Jerky already, using the rage of Ultron to try and make sure that this high ground.
But anyways, most of the strategists I play Emma, Magneto, Doctor Strange.
They just haven't been given the space to
Yippee the goat. Yep.
is either picked or the strategists behind him.
Oh yeah, she is basically Junkrat.
Full advantage of the defensive favor that Arako falls into after that first
She
fight
yeah.
is done. Smashes and Lugia still trying to find this off angle so that the rest of the crew
I
can
play
walk
Star
forward a little
Lord,
bit
Namor,
safer, as Ducky wants to pressure
Storm,
the
Squirrel
Captain
Girl.
America. Seduction, though, comes on from Low
Thank you
Nine's
for
side.
joining the
Just shut
legend.
down any
In
results
this
for the
losing.
Knuten's way. Oh, no, just shut down immediately.
It's Gonski again, now to a back, Saint Tomoda.
I don't know how to name all the strategists, okay?
Crisis wouldn't even let them reset. Instead,
Oh no.
the constant
Oh
boost,
no!
Oh no.
They're pushing via the attempt of a Trooper's Fist. They just do not let Lugia go reset. 18 seconds remain, Nox.
Oasis is going to have Eternal Bond, but Crisis on that Winter Soldier can grab
Who else do I play? There's a lot of characters that I actually play. I am an occasional Bucky player. Occasionally, though, my aim is not what it needs to be to play Bucky consistently. But every once in a while, I get too angry to actually allow the enemy team to survive, so I lock in and then they die. I can get away with Thor. Human Torch.
Going after Steve Rogers, the Hulk begins to smash. Pin clone turned into a pin cushion by Smash Nails, but Crisis is still going. It's a crisis of faith. It's a crisis on Araco. It's a crisis of the Flora Colossus, but there's no crisis on deck for Low 9. It's all about the accuracy, the overwhelming power. Buckathan Barnes has delivered again.
Buckathan? Buchanan.
We go another round. Low 9 deliver
I got food delivered.
And stop the series.
Yes, but I do need godlike aim, and even though I have been the occasional Hanzo enjoyer, I'm not good enough.
Surely that's going to hurt some momentum, because you really did feel like you had a full handle of this team, and then Gonski and Crisis just said we got our best heroes, and we say no.
All right, for Low 9, the effort, the perseverance for learning, it's starting to pay off. And it seems like for now, what is really paying dividends is banging.
I do want to
the
get
Ultron
slightly better at Hawkeye. I'm just
Machine
not there
Torch, getting rid of a fly
at all.
options for Zero Tenacity when it comes to a ground battle. If you're just looking Crisis in the eyes, that's where Crisis is at their most powerful.
Yeah, and I mean, if you manage to force Smash Nez onto the Psylocke, Gonski's got the Loki. You really don't have to worry about that duelist if you're a Loki player, because you can mitigate the ult, you can mitigate the original pressure that Psylocke can output as well, just by devious exchange.
Going for Lords, got 5 so far.
Thinks that she's taking
Awesome.
the Loki down, and surprise, all of a sudden you're in a different positioning space entirely.
Do you
As
lord them in
Crisis
ranked or just in
really
quick play?
was absolutely popping off. The Winter Soldier, the ultimates, they were so strong. This moment here, where Low 9 were able to come on through in overtime with just reset after reset, even through the Eternal Bond, coming out from Oasis, being able to secure those picks. Though that being said, this was a full hold. Second and third were entirely unnecessary, just additional flair.
Great introduction, Grey Mannequin.
Flex how strong this team truly can be.
Absolutely true. While we're glazing on Crisis,
I think that's the case for most people. Literally, if you get a Lord Spidey in your rank matches, it can go either one of two ways. Either they have gotten him on Lord in quick play and wanted to flex and pretend that they are actually good at Spidey, or they literally are the GOAT.
To get to their next target, how low they'll be, I don't know if that comes down to Low 9 having like excellent dissemination of information, but Crisis's awareness of just where everyone
There
is
is,
standing at all
for some
times
reason,
is
no
second
in
to
between
none.
with Spider-Man.
Even when we were seeing, like,
You
some
either
really
get the
smart
GOAT,
min-max plays come through where he would
or you
utilize
get
True
Target's
Swift, not just
version
be able
of
to connect onto his
Spider-Man.
target, but make sure that the momentum carried him over a health pack too, so that he would gain that extra sustainability. Because like that, there's one fight on first where Crisis is going for Kraken Impact, and Smash Ness has finally been able to find the flank that he's been looking to confirm with Lugia, and the Namor is popping off and just finding pick after pick, but Crisis's ultimate is still going on, and Smash Ness is draining all of the resources. The backline is fully disintegrated, but still Crisis is able to keep himself alive off of the fact that Winter Soldier is
Even if I did have an OnlyFans, it is never going to be for what you think it is.
Your abilities, even if you don't hit them, you've suddenly got shields.
Yeah, you got a little bit of bonus life, a little bit more sustainability, and Low 9 continue to sustain themselves in this series off of the Winter Soldier. We'll see if they've cracked the code for Zero Tenacity right after this break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not
I have a rule on blocking people. I'm banning people, right? If they actually go there, you get blocked. I don't want that. This technically is not a bannable offense in my book, because OnlyFans does not necessarily have to be pornographic. That's the fun thing about OnlyFans. Could be picked with Tibito on there. Very, very true. It could also be only paws where there's pics of my cat's paws on. You know? Like just look at toe beans all day. Yeah. He was one-shotting enemy human torch so many times. I'm sure he was hella mad. I understand that entirely. Yeah, toe beans. Only paws is wild. Yeah, I have a cat. She's passed out over there. Right there. You can actually see your paw dangling over the edge. Had to grab food too. It's when you need food, right? It's about dinner time, so yeah, she's adorable. Beans. Same. Cats, dogs. Not gonna lie, if ever I have the space for it, because I don't right now, I want to get a husky.
Low9 have made their first.
No lie, I want a husky. I want one of those flu balls. I don't care that they're hyperactive. I don't care that they yell.
Only one of these teams can continue.
I want a husky. I've wanted a husky since I was like 6 years old.
Some of those hero picks are going to be continuing as we head into the next ban draft system, as it definitely feels like Low9 have cracked the code that is Zero Tenacity, even though we see so much versatility come through from them. If you double target out Smashnez of both the Torch and the Ultron and force him over to the side, and you can still secure the Loki.
I've seen the videos.
A lot easier. So I don't see Zero Tenacity allowing the Asgardian through this time around.
Yeah, it really feels like the target banning on Smashnez, like target banning on Knuten can be a little bit of a fool's errand whenever Lugi is incredibly flexible as well. So maybe you look towards one of the players who has like a really good torch, which is often delivering absolute unbelievable value, because as we talked about during the previous ban phase, it also indirectly reduces Knuten's hero pool as well.
Don't take up too much room.
There's less impetus and less incentive to go over onto the Iron Man, which was ruinous for the third point attack of Low9 on Central Park.
And it's sort of like the enemy that you know is easier to deal
with. If ever I'm able to make this just content creation a career, 100%, I'm gonna get me a house that has a gigantic garden, and I'm gonna buy me a husky, and it's going to be best day of my life because I will have a husky.
Invaluable to Low9 being able to hold,
and I'm gonna have both husky and cat on stream every single time.
Their defense on Arako. Arako starts off attack is favored given the fact that the defenders have to fight on a decline. That slope is not fun to fight around. So a lot of the time the defending team will just sort of exchange cosmetic blows before they pull back to a more favorable position. And around the second corner is where we see that payload have a little bit more problems rounding.
Well, the good news is for Zero Tenacity, they have lost their first map at the map pool reset. So they will be able to choose whatever map type they like. Maybe we'll go to Symbiotic Surface as we head into wherever Zero Tenacity have chosen to take us. They will also have gotten to choose their ban order as well. So maybe they can make an early play to remove that Loki, as you mentioned.
Potentially also make an early save onto Smashnez's composition.
He has gotten
I feel like if you go for an early save onto the Human Torch, as we've talked about, Zero Tenacity's all of their players very, very flexible. You can't ban them out of Vanguards, you can't fully ban them out of Strategists, and Knuten will play pretty much everything. I believe he's played a total of 11 heroes, potentially even more by my last count coming on.
Her name's Yummy.
His side of things. So I would definitely see a Human Torch save being very valuable for Zero Tenacity.
Krakoa is going to be the choice of Zero Dynasty, taking us back to a domination. And now you've got to once again potentially worry about Saint Moto on the Captain America.
You've also got to worry about Rez.
Yeah.
You really have to worry about Rez because
And she's a sweetheart.
the Adam Warlock a whole lot. As low 9, ooh, that's an MS save.
From Morocco to Krakoa.
Which means that Zero Tenacity's next ban is either going to be Jerky's Psylocke or a Loki play coming on through, and they decide to let Gonski's Loki through. And so far, low 9, their next save comes at the end. They don't get the ability to save that Loki now.
Yeah, definitely somewhat out of their hands, but here we go again. It's going to be just getting rid of those flyers. Just going to give Saint Moto so many more targets to try and play through. I wouldn't mind seeing a Captain America ban here from Zero Tenacity, knowing that they're likely to go up against a
Rude.
a more ground-born composition. See what they save first.
Well, there goes Smashnez's entire hero pool. The Ultron and the Torch removed. Zero Tenacity also removing Crisis from that Punisher, so we're likely going to be seeing the Winter Soldier poured and defrosted once more. As low 9 now can, yeah, I would say either a Luna ban or potentially you target out
The moment you have the opportunity to get a pet for yourself
Make sure there isn't like a
will be the
Punisher
moment where you're gonna have to stop yourself from getting more.
Is very comfortable just playing on the Winter Soldier for now. That could actually be the last ban of Zero Tenacity now that they have a Loki guaranteed. We're likely going to see Gonski Loki protected here. It's just been so valuable throughout the series. There's no reason to let it go.
Yeah, there goes the Loki save, and indeed, I would agree. I think a pivot now to just removing the Winter Soldier is actually really valuable coming on through from Zero Tenacity. Since Crisis is all like hero pool, his Winter Soldier has been the standout for sure, but no, it's going to be, ooh, they thought about the Wolverine, which means that we're probably going to be seeing Groot come through from Ducky One at some
Tortitude
on one of these rounds, but that does free up Crisis for the Winter Soldier once more.
Take that keyboard.
Yeah, the Winter Soldier is once more on deck, and that means Jerky can still.
Hey there, Scarlet Witch Gooner 69. I wonder who your favorite character is.
Fewer death drop hits on Krakoa that need to be worried about, so Jerky's just going to be going for the old classic giga powerful Wolverine.
There's the Res comp that we were expecting coming on from the side of Zero Tenacity.
Yep.
We do know that Oasis loves
Seems
to play
legit.
the Mantis. It is one of his favorite strategists that he gets to put into the mix, and he's been playing it for a very long time too, so he's definitely going to
also
bring the damage to the sides of that.
No,
So too,
allergies,
his Adam Warlock
probably.
has been through the roof the last couple of times that we've been able to see Zero Tenacity on the Res comp in the likes of Hall of Dejalia in the past.
Against as much value. I did have my doubts about the viability of the res comp yesterday, although I am a noted res comp hater. And
I heard from Dustin that you and he are both against this composition.
yeah, I just think that they don't. Usually they don't do enough damage. Smash Those being on the Punisher though is gonna really change the vibe of that, because Punisher just pushes out so much damage.
Yeah, and you don't need to be very forward
Penny
in your
mine
position
hell.
either. If you have a start with a Magneto, your start is always going to be inside the enemy
They
team.
don't actually
Sanchez
ever
is not
play
gonna be
Penny
inside the
though.
enemy team, but he's definitely going to be at the forefront of their minds thinking
If you
about
see a
them
Penny
right
in
now.
the
That's
spawn
very
room in these
important.
matches, it's usually
Center
to
stage, right on the point itself, and those Groot walls
to
are
get
gonna
the
go
team up
down
with
so
rockets so that
fast
people can get the
could be
50
lost.
over health.
Oh yeah, they are going to be broken. Too sweet as they approach. They also going to use to build up Ducky as well when it comes to that charge. Actually has to use the Carbon Crusher trying to escape an ambush right there, so that's going to be one offensive power was not going to be seen. Oh my goodness, Canadian's already down. Should be able to rest themselves using the Karmic Revival. Oasis exactly the same. They're just overwhelmed here. You know what? Res comp haters rise up.
Yeah.
It's time for us to put this one to bed.
Crisis here gets 60% to the first crack and impact off of how stacked Zero Tenacity were playing.
Hi, Adam.
A Soul Bond aggressive cooldown push traded with a
Loud ass
regeneration from
stops.
Gonski, who, by the way, has already got God of Mischief.
Like, Gonski's just the guy. Might actually be the true God of Mischief. Like, Gonski may have been, you know, potentially just a shapeshifted actual Loki.
Well, we did say that we were anticipating a Loki ban coming through at some point, as Lugia on that Wolverine is going to be looking to grab out Saint Moto. Diana gets the diamond form though, and gets the kick to avoid being isolated by a Groot.
Nice. That would have been their Groot as well. So just as well they had the Carbon Crush ready to go. Wolver overwhelmed here. The damage
Fine clone at the bottom going for a true gamer gam where you can only see the head. Top of the head.
To isolate one of these support, one of these strategies indeed. It is Pink Clone who's isolated at this moment. Smashnez needs all the support in the world to try and shut down Crisis. The culling effect still remains thereafter though. There could be an attempted Karmic Revival. No, Knuten's still 30% away from it. Just hasn't been able to contribute as much to these fights. Still, is contributing when it comes to final blows, grabbing 2. Gonski falling down the same as Saint-Amodo.
Yeah, Winnie doing a good job of utilizing the Psionic Vortex, sending it right into the regeneration domain AoE field for Gonski, so that they're forced to play outside of it and allow Knuten to come on through with the pick. Cosmic Revival will finally have been built up, but you do have to worry about Jerky coming on through with a last stand to be able to homing beacon in on the position of the Raz.
Wolver with a strangling prism. Smashnez would be an ideal target. Very few means of defending themselves.
Jump scare Wolver coming up. I would not be surprised.
To this one, Amon Lugia may well have been able to pin Saint-Amodo inside the invisible boundary. A quick flick into diamond form, and she just becomes a diamond under the pressure. Crisis, an uncharacteristic couple of misses there on the hook onto Lugia, and still Ducky believes that it's turnable, and they might well be right. Lugia with a huge investment, and then quickly ducks away through the teleport. Will be able to come back again once more. Didn't expect a second round of Wolverine, did ya? And Gonski now is in major danger as the Berserk State slices through the God of Trickery.
I mean, Zert's Nasty, even if they lose this fight, they're more than happy for it to run long, considering they're in control of the point right now. And it was still turnable too, given the fact that Knuten has the Comic Revival in the back pocket. He doesn't have the Cocoon State, though. It was burned in the fight before, so if he goes down mid-cast of the ultimate, that effect will run its course entirely. As Low9 have been holding, other than Strangling Prison, they didn't contribute any ultimates in the fight prior. They know that this next one, the
from downtown,
is the one where they have to have resources. As that is a very fascination sent out, but it comes and costs Wolver.
Oh, that's a big loss. Still, they believe that it's winnable. Jerky disagrees, grabbing themselves too.
Yep.
Lugia noted on the
Hold
other
on, my
side,
cat decided to get stuck in the curtains.
Instead of underneath, and that means the Crisis easily finds them, starts chaining together again and again and again. It's Lugia who's the next to go, and now Ducky is next up on the docket. The resurrections are so easy to shut down for a Winter Soldier.
She stretched and put her nails in the curtains, and then got stuck.
Is that Knuten who's still alive back there? I see an outline.
He's self-rezzed.
Uh-oh. Oh no, he's fine. He's fine. Wait, this is Low9 spawn, I believe.
Yes, yes it is. He's not fine right now. In fact, he's having to take a duel right now with a Doctor Strange, which means that he's not there with the rest of his team for Soul Bond.
It's okay. Distractionary measures. Out comes the final judgment here from Smashnez. Instantly taking down Jerky, punishing them for a feral leap gone astray. And it's the Venn diagram of violence that's been raised here. Lugia go.
Cat asking for pets right now, being absolutely adorable on the desk.
And 3 players slain thereafter. Lugia vanquishes Low9 and says, "You will not chase down my Knuten."
Zert's Nasty should be able to take this round, and indeed, there it is, but it looked close. However, Zert's Nasty just being able to stall out those fights for as long as they did, stopping Low9 from having the time to come back on through the point percentage too far against them for a Strange Portal recontest to potentially flip the script. As we head to the second round, Wolver actually is going to sacrifice an entire charge of Eye of Agamotto to go over to that Storm so that we can have damage boost potential, more resources sent over to Crisis's side.
Get ready.
All right, Rescomp haters, it might be Jova. Might be the best comp of all time. Hate to admit it, but the results are standing for now.
Rescomp really depends on how well the people that are part of it can hit their shots, because Adam Warlock does a shit ton of damage. Mantis can do a shit ton of damage.
Someone onto that one too, as I saw her pop up for a mere moment. And that is,
but it really does depend
for the Storm, who, unlike the Torch, doesn't really have
on how well you can
sky. But if you can win the first fight and have tempo
can hit your shots, it really does.
You can use the Soul Bond aggressively. You can try and match it with the Goddess boost from Low9 side.
All right, 2 solo Vanguards, just going to be the Emma Frost. Wolver just wants to be off of that group that's so vulnerable to getting bullied by the Wolverine and feeding over charge towards that.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You have to be DPS Mantis. I mean, granted, you do have to heal, but you have to be DPS Mantis. If you're not DPS Mantis, you're not playing her, right?
Might have to give their life for it, though. Already has had their own passive burn, still winning, escorting everyone out. Crisis is isolated over here on the point. A double tap onto Canute and great accuracy. Still the Karmic Revival ready to go. Instantly just cocoons on the point. Not worried at all about this. Lugia isolated, gets grabbed, I believe.
Yes, but you don't necessarily have to do a full charge.
From Oasis, which just gives sustainability necessary.
Yeah, and immediately Zero Tenacity can just turn the pressure up and walk.
When you're in the heat of the battle and you're actually in the middle of it, because you can play Adam that way, you will not die as quickly as you think. Just remember to not aim at anyone when you actually use your finger clickies. Hold left click or right trigger depending on what you're playing on. And then don't hold, but tap right click or left trigger. Once you have it under control, you can do it so fast that you'll just be able to get rid of enemy heals. Because basically you do tap 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 tap.
Also so good for allowing your Wolverine to survive off those disengages. You just get so much off of the little live stream that is thrown on out. Gonski.
I'll see if I can open up the game and go into
I don't know if they really have a staying power for this one. Final Judgment activated by Smashness inside the invisible boundary. A last stand is helping elsewhere as well. Found a Lugia go, and you better be Pain Clones, a victim of that one. Zero Tenacity is 60% towards claiming their spot against Virtus Pro later on.
God, he clicks his finger and he get healed. Finger clickies.
Does smash us. Oh, he
Oh! Oh!
Jerky is forced to just run out, and that sends him directly.
And this is why we respect the Punisher with the shotgun.
With the Mantis primary, and that is a brutal stagger. Low 9. They've got ultimates.
But I'll see if I can open up the game and get into practice range in the next
to take this high ground.
Break.
Just constantly getting that live stream on Lugia gives him so much sustainability for now, and the culling turret just does so much for Zero Tenacity. They've already made Low 9 give up on taking this area, even to begin with. One last fight for Low 9 to stay alive in Ignite.
Also, if I don't know if you guys have noticed, but even though they're playing Punisher, you have that culling turret, they don't use it every single time. They use it when they have to do crowd control, and that is it. Because you get value out of using it for crowd control. Oh no, Adam! Oh! Never mind, I haven't said anything. Never mind.
However, it's going to be very difficult to survive in the face of Smashes. Yeah, the final judgment. There's Jerky from the other side. Oh, the duelists from Low 9. They're clutching when they need to. They're surviving by the skin of their teeth.
It's at the cost of all of their ultimates too. Pin Clone's going to have Invis boundary, and Saint Tomoto needs to pull up the Psionic Seduction immediately.
Not about Adam res. Unfortunately, the rest of the ults also came in.
Time to build up the ultimates and then just win. One fight necessary. And Low 9, if they start losing,
he went
their
res,
players,
soul
they're gonna have
bonds,
to strengthen you
save
back
people.
into a brawl fight that every single time res comp wins by out-sustaining you.
It's very tough. Picking up Smash and
Wolverine.
That early is exactly what you wanted for a start, though. Zero Tenacity weren't overcommitted to this fight, however, so they're easily finding it able to disengage.
Yeah, this is just going to be a series of dry fights, and by that we mean going in, committing very little, just base cooldowns, no ultimates for Zero Tenacity before they feel comfortable, fully moving over to the point and trying to take the fight 6v6.
You're not stupid.
Does allow Low 9 though, these occasions to come on through with
I don't necessarily go into the practice range to try out heroes either. It is, the practice range is good for like learning rollouts and stuff like that. And button combos, right? So you can get that muscle memory for the button combo.
Oh, Crisis shut down by the Sonic Seduction here. Ducky's getting the value. The resurrections came through exactly when they were needed. Gonski is going for a copy onto a Karmic Revival. It could be unbelievably clutch, but Lugia is clutcher. Gets even more. Saintamoto's down. Jerky's nowhere to be seen. Gonski, yes, revives himself, and Jerky is brought back into the fray. But it's Zero Tenacity who are in control of the fight, coming back with the strength.
Nice try on the thing, though. Unfortunately, Wolverine ult.
has already lost half their HP, and while there is going to be an Omega Hurricane to try and play with here for Wolver, the damage might well not be enough. Lugia goes slammed down by Jerky, but he just didn't have the range. He's taken off the point. Zero Tenacity claim their match against Virtus Pro.
It could have been so huge. It could have been so huge. The God of Mischief onto the Karmic Revival, but Lugia on the Wolverine sees it coming from a mile away and just gets the absolute perfect position to remove it. And from there, even being able to find the Feral Grab too, off of the sleep provided by Oasis to fully remove any form of contest on that point, allows Zero Tenacity the win onto Krakoa. And I mean, Rescomp, you don't need to win with Rescomp, you just need to not lose the fight until it starts going your way and the other side runs out of anything that they can use to counterplay you, and that's exactly what Zero Tenacity take advantage of.
I mean, some people may have asked why Lugia's got GOAT in his name. Hey, no one asking any more. 13 final hits. And these are the kind of shenanigans that we saw at the beginning of Z10's run here at Ignite. And they've come full circle now. When they mattered the most, when the chips were down, Lugia delivers on the Wolverine.
I mean, we said, right? He can play the Vanguard, but he can also flex over to the thing that gives Vanguard players nightmares for weeks. And coming on through with that Wolverine.
Yeah, I don't like playing against Wolverine.
9, punishing the fact that so many of their resources were diverted over to make sure that Crisis was finding value on this Winter Soldier. And if you're looking at the Wolverine, you're not looking at the Punisher, you're not looking at the Atom, you're not looking at the Mantis. All of these things have the ability to just remove you in the blink of an eye if you're not too careful. But if you don't deal with the Wolverine, he's going to remove you in the blink of an eye if you're not careful. Zero Tenacity just had so many answers for every single problem that Low 9 could potentially pivot to them.
Yeah, just great forward thinking from Zero Tenacity. I think Knuten tweeted out a little bit about how they didn't really have a great plan for their last fight against Rad. The hubris got to him a touch, but they came in today humble, studied, and ready to play their best, and they're certainly rewarded for that preparation.
I wish I didn't get blinded by my own teammate.
100% they knew that Smashna's hero pool was going to get diminished. They knew that it would be a Human Torch and an Ultron ban, and they just went in going, okay, well, let's
hope the game gets doomed.
That's
don't
why
we
they
all?
decided to take us to Domination too, rather than a different map type, because Domination is the strongest map type for Rescomp, because you just need one fight. If you win the first fight, because you have things like Soul Bond when the other team has no answer for it, which is effectively right off of the rip a whole ultimate, a whole strategist defensive ultimate as a cooldown that you can use immediately, then you just stall every single fight afterwards. That's why you use those revives. That's why you bleed out so many resources from your opponent, strike them down, and they return.
Still Serious decided
definitely
it needed to open up and pretend that Twitch apparently was the game.
Played out. I might be starting to believe in certain circumstances, you know, maybe just for Z10, I believe.
Never had that happen before.
The GOAT himself. We need to have a quick interview with Zero.
One Quicksilver. Well, so far they're expecting Jean Grey.
How's it going, bud?
It's going pretty well. We're very excited. I mean, that was some pretty interesting games. You had a bit of a hiccup on Araco. But yeah, we brought it back on Krakoa on a comfortable map, and then closed it out.
Can you give us a little bit of context behind?
I feel like Quicksilver would be kind of like Tracer.
That went wrong on your team's end, or do you think it was something that went better for the other
Just
side?
have speed boops.
I mean, honestly, Crisis played amazingly. Jerky played really well on the angles. It was more a case of, I think the energy went a bit down in that game, but no, absolutely, L9 played incredibly well on that map, and it was just very hard for us to get through. So that's all I can say about it. Yeah.
You're one of the few players who actually see bring out the Thing with some regularity. What's the use case for the Thing for you?
So we normally angle it when pretty much every other tank's bad. I find that if I'm on a tank that gets bullied pretty heavily by...
Alright, so I was talking about how you can speed shoot with Adam when you're in the middle of the fight, right?
Wall for my team, like you saw on
you have your regular attack,
map, so it just
and then you have this one.
the space more effectively than other tanks like Strange, for example.
And how did you fall into having the hero pool of Vanguards, but then also Wolverine flex, which surely feels a little bit like betraying the role when you flex over to that duelist?
Well, so when I first played the game, I was a Wolverine one trick in Season 0 as well as Thor, and I Wolverine's my favorite superhero growing up, so it was kind of just, I innately just took on the responsibility of it, and I think I've just continuously played him.
Right click into left click. Just hold left click.
Of playing this game.
I'm holding left click and tapping right click.
Like hold with the protective abilities and stuff, and I've kind of just developed a play style around like melee DPS characters and tanks primarily, but yeah.
Yeah, you really are a danger up close. You guys have a big match coming up later today. You've earned your spot going up against VP.
So you would hold your right
Does
trigger
the team have, like, a
and
plan
tap your left
together
trigger.
during those 2 hours.
Because your main fire is right trigger, right? If I remember correctly.
And then we're gonna talk about bans and how
you want to see what it does to tanks?
Compositions I've seen play, but aside from that, I'm honestly not that sure
Goodbye.
myself. So I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, so then it's hold right trigger and tap left trigger.
Maybe there wasn't as much preparation into that match. Did you do more preparation for this one, or was there a specific reason why the team felt ill-prepared for yesterday's?
I think to put it down to no.
I made a video on him. I called him a duelist with self-sustain.
With this match that we went into, we kind of, I feel like we just weren't there mentally. It was as well when we went against Patapim in the group stage the first time when we got 3-0. It was more the energy wasn't there, and this time around we definitely brought the energy. We took warm up more seriously.
You can also hide behind the wall, and then when you come out.
Going into the game. So yeah.
Goodbye.
Nice. I hope the energy is going to come back up for your matchup against VP. Thank you so much for joining us.
Because what you just do is right click. You don't get rid of everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Just follow up with left click. So charge up. You're usually just hiding behind the wall, like this, kind of like this, right? You're hiding behind the wall, hiding behind the wall. Charging up, they come out, hold left click, and they're gone.
And I feel like Virtus Pro as well are probably taking notes about how to approach this too. I would not be surprised if we see SmashNez's hero pool get
Can also get rid of Luna.
definitely targeted in the ban and pick system coming
Sorry, not a headshot.
more, but
I keep forgetting her headshots are a little bit higher.
To go that route as well, given how dominant they have been as just a presence in the EMEA region as a whole. As we can see now the impact of that overall bracket, Virtus Pro and Zero Tenacity will be going head to head, but Rad versus Berber Patapim. Now that is a matchup that everyone is going to be watching, given the fact that these two teams have both taken
He is really good.
Virtus Pro, and now
Unfortunately, not a lot of people know how to play him properly.
the discussion of who is the strongest team in the EMEA region.
By the end of today, we're going to know that one of them is going to China to represent EMEA at our mid-season LAN. So it is all to play for in the winners' final. I'm not going to lie,
Look, I'm back to 200 health.
Patriots, Tensha and Ryan Central, who are going to take you through the second half of the day, but they are going to take great care of you. Stay exactly where you are. All of the action is only going to heat up from here after this break.
Yes, his left click, his main fire is head scan.
The cosmos heals you.
Excuse you, I wasn't pressing E. The right click is not.
Our foes have arrived.
Also, I have a new skin. Oh, look, it's the skin I just showed. But yeah, that's how you quick fire on Adam. You look like a mountain, yeah. You're very welcome.
Lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight. Like the sun.
Yeah, a lot of people still underestimate Adam. They don't understand that he can actually get rid of your health. Like that. No pun intended. My low elo enemies games now. Yeah, go do it. Go be a terror.
Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you.
始めますよ。
Open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again.
Remember though, his primary fire is hit scan, his secondary fire is not.
Your minds hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash.
No matter where.
We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Considering we're listening to this song anyways. No, not usually. Well, not entirely. Usually I start at a run this time. Yep. Yuffie. There's the boy. Oh, okay, so why does it remind me of Ruby? I don't know. Maybe they're using the same voice actor? Maybe?
もしもし
Show
私
me
だけど
that
今
you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Waiting, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleashing.
You're very welcome.
Open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
I mean, a lot of the voice actors in video games usually also voice like anime and stuff like that, so it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. I mean, Magneto's voice actor does, what's it? Obi-Wan in, I think Clone Wars? And Hella's voice actor is in it as well. Then you have Jeff, who's voiced by, what's his face? Megatron? No. What's his name? From Autobots. That's his face. Optimus Prime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Oh, hey, it's that Aaron Ryan.
To decide which is going to be the first team heading to the mid-season finals for EMEA, who will be joining the legendary teams such as Ground Zero, for example, from OCE, and we've already found 2 teams from the Americas. We'll talk about that in a moment, but I am Tetcher, this is Ryan Central, and we have 2 incredible series set up for you today.
Yeah, for the first
I know a lot of weird
facts.
facts.
Set up here. Whoever is going to win this next best of 5 is going to be the first EMEA team to punch a ticket for that mid-season finals in China. It's basically for us only 2 slots. It's a bit sad when you look at America getting 3, but we can skip past that. It's essentially down to who makes the grand final as we're seeing. But we also get a bit of an update of who's made it so far. Reject had an amazing series this morning, Tetcher, to qualify with an overtime push on Spider Islands. And of course, slot 1 is going to be taken up by EMEA. There is a case of seeding and stuff. We'll see what Americas have for slot 3 a little bit later on. Really, it's just China that we have to wait until next week for to see what their 2 teams is going to be for this mid-season finals event.
So Oceania, they already have their finals as they are done with their Ignite season. And then for all of the regions with 2 teams, aka EMEA, China, and Asia, any team that makes it to the grand final, aka the winner of this match we have coming up, will be qualified because the minimum place they can come is 2nd. For the Americas, having 3 slots, any team that is in the upper bracket final already automatically qualifies because the lowest they can come is 3rd. Now, let's jump to where we are. Let's find out who our first team is. Our first matchup in that upper bracket is going to be Rad, taking down Zero Tenacity, the team we just saw to make it to these upper bracket finals, versus the 2nd team ever to beat Virtus Pro after Rad, Patapim, in those upper bracket finals.
Yeah, able to do it in the best of 5 too, and we saw from Finzi just at the end there that he doesn't count it as a loss because of how many disconnects.
YouTube's telling me that there's not enough video to maintain smooth streaming, but I don't see any problems at the moment.
To play it again tomorrow.
No, I might have to
quick
cut out YouTube stream for just a second.
4 teams competing at the top edge.
In 1 moment.
2 spots to travel.
It's gonna be same stream, so you don't have to go anywhere else.
There's 2 slots.
A spoiler, not a prediction, as they're looking for these openings, and in a best of 5 in this upper bracket finals, best of 5 in the lower bracket finals, and of course the best of 7 grand finals for that seeding heading in. And not only are we looking at the,
I just had to restart the stream on YouTube.
We're looking at the first ever EMEA
Hachi.
champion for Ignite. This is huge when it comes to bragging rights, and this may be one of the teams that decides to do it. One of these teams is going to the grand final. We're starting it off with Rad.
Yeah, the team that won out against Virtus Pro for the first ever time, their first ever defeat, and it was a 2-0 slam dunk, really.
If I'm correct, Spider-Man's voice actor also does Spider-Man in one of the games, I think? I'm not 100% sure if it's a game or if it's one of the cartoons. Iron Man's voice actor also does Iron Man in one of the cartoons.
A little bit different.
I think.
Rad in playoffs, Tetra, have been pretty much unstoppable. They've had some really good ideas on how they want to approach drafts, what they want to be building around. The amount of interviews
Invis's voice actor does a voice in Persona.
How intelligent he is and how much thought he's given to the new advanced draft system. It really does look like this is a team that have a lot of tricks.
Which is why there are so many jokes about they never even saw me coming. That her one voice line is based on the fact that her voice actor is in Persona.
Virtus Pro coming into this is the team that the majority of them would have said before Ignite started. Patapim, former players from OG coming together to be the team that has
he is amazing.
Challenged Virtus Pro. Yesterday, they beat their White Whale in a best of 5, and now they are looking to go even further to become EMEA's first representative.
Penny's voice actor does Kiriko in Overwatch.
To look at the flexibility, the teamwork, the cousin buff. They have so much going for them that it's hard to find a flaw.
I mean, it seemed that yesterday, even Enzo admitted that Virtus Pro put them in a bit of a corner when it came to some of certainly the last draft of Midtown, where all of the Vanguards were literally taken out. Enzo was like, we've never played this comp, we didn't know what we were doing, but we just sort of managed to win out a lot of individual duels and had really coordinated, really well played team-ups, I suppose, with Pokey and Tanuki in that duelist role. that honestly, it was just enough. Virtus Pro kind of let that series slip out of their hands, and well, we're going to see a little bit later if they can sort of pull it back for themselves, but you can't take anything away from Berber Patapim. It was a full best of 5 that they were able to win out. The first that ever we've seen Virtus Pro lose on. Berber Patapim are really trying to use that momentum to their favor up against a Rad team that is going to be very skilled, very methodical, I suppose, in their approach, and that's something to be a little bit nervous about.
If you look at which team came in stronger to this upper bracket final, then you've got to say Rad. They had an incredible showing, a 3-0 versus Zero Tenacity, who are not a team to be sniffed at. They are strong, and Rad took them down in those upper bracket semi-finals and have come in with all the momentum in the world.
They did.
Whereas Berber and Patapim, they had to fight tooth and nail to be here. The question is, which one has more left in the tank, and which one might have any tricks left up their sleeves?
Ooh, the Loki first ban, first pick for Rad.
I mean, Rad is a pretty strong team.
Which is pretty common. So really, you don't have.
But so is Berber Patapim. For those of you that don't know, Poly is globally renowned as being a #1 tank.
Loki because it was first banned out. They're going to go for the Luna. They know that losing out on too many strategists just leaves you with nothing to work with, and Rad have punished a lot of teams with that in the past.
Berber are currently leaning heavily on the Vanguard bans, taking out that Magneto and the EMEA, whereas currently Berber have both left available for them. Rad's going to take out the Wolverine. We saw that coming in a little bit for Berber Patapim in their game versus Virtus Pro. It's something that Rad also likes to lead on quite nicely. And while this is familiar from the Virtus Pro game, dueling Captain America bans will be taken away.
In that area
Expected.
as well, it's sort of 50-50 ban. Both teams take it out at the same time, so it is a little bit of a game of chicken. So it's a consistent thing that's coming out from teams.
But no, there's a Loki for Rad.
Start of the second phase, I guess you'd call it. Both teams getting rid of the Captain America, but now a duelist has been taken out for Berber Patapim. They're considering protecting another one to stop Rad from taking out a little bit too much more. They're going to protect the Punisher. But it does feel like now you haven't protected any Vanguards. Is that going to be the last move for Rad to just get something else out? You haven't banned out a Magneto. You haven't banned out an Emma Frost. Do you even really care? Honestly, because a lot of teams don't seem to put too much focus on it now.
Ooh, Cloak and Dagger ban.
So yeah, a lot of that sustained to keep Berber Patapim alive is going to be missing.
The Cloak and Dagger taken off the board. That Terror Cape plus the Punisher would have been extremely tough to deal with. And of course, Lunar Snow plus Cloak and Dagger is one of the hardest strategist duos to break through just due to their incredible healing output. Looks like Rad going to protect that Cloak and Dagger for themselves.
Ooh.
They also have access. No, they changed their mind, going for that Wolverine. With a load of the Vanguards getting banned away, they're setting themselves up to
and no strange for Rad.
break through those Vanguards. While Magneto and Emma Frost are so strong, if we do not have the Diamond form or that magnetic ball iron bulwark up, then Wolverine can have a lot of freedom to move around and try and isolate people. But Rad forced very much off the at least standard duo meta when it comes to with the Strange taken out as well.
Berber Patapim have banned out all of the shields.
Yep, every single one.
So Rad have got to go for a bit of a brawlier composition.
Oh no!
Which, you know, now that you don't have Captain America on your side, you still have access to like
tanks got deleted.
Emma Frost, but also Doctor Strange. There isn't too much to block any Eye of Agamottos that come through. That's very scary for Rad, but I almost feel that there's an element of being prepared for stuff like this. Like I said, Trust Me, he's been putting a lot of time into the theory on how to use this advanced draft system.
Well, we'll see.
But this feels like a bit of a gamble, right? One team's tried to go and take out the strategists, the other's trying to remove all of those main Vanguards that can block a lot of stuff coming in. And when one of the teams has Wolverine as well, that could be a little bit scary for Patapim if they're not careful.
Let's talk through remaining tools to get rid of that Eye of Agamotto, like you say, as immediately Enzo is hovering onto that Doctor Strange. Group walls can be used to protect. You can use Cloak and Dagger for that defense with that Dark Force teleport to make sure you get out of
Wolverine.
danger. And you can also utilize the Hulk Indestructible Guard as a protective tool, as it does protect against crowd control. But that is a very limited draft when it comes to actually being able to take long extended duels. For now, Enzo is going to be working on taking out some of the trees, remove the cover, as Berber and Patapim using the portal do take the more aggressive early position.
Maybe trying to get Pokey set up with the turret, but it's Tanuki that actually goes down, overextends a little bit, and trust me, over on the crew, he doesn't really have much to block a lot of this damage other than the walls itself, and Rajaro moving over towards the thing,
Melee went down
for a little bit more of a brawly approach. So these barriers, it really is the case of not wanting to go for these engagements at all. Having all these shields doesn't matter if you've got 3 characters that are just going to push up and hold left click right into your face, or left control if you're Enzo in that case.
I mean, it's not going to be immediately high pressure, high stakes, right?
On the other side is taking out one of the vanguards, and this is a very passive approach for Berber Patspin. You've got the Luna sat on the high ground with Pokey in the turret, and a lot of damage is being done, but the progression of the point is being firstly taken by Rad.
Even though Berber and Patspin have got the positioning first and got the first pickup onto Melio, they do lose the first point here. Rad playing this a little bit slower, but making sure that they have the more forward position. You hear the throw being offered. In comes Wolverine catching Magneto, but not a lot of setup here, just enough for a little bit of an early burst. Straggling Prison up on the wall to hold them in the air, but the final judgment coming on out, and without the shields, what do you have to protect against this Pokey? Marching forward, only found Melio as they are trying to sustain with those double strategist ultimates.
Oh, they got it. The Punisher, but he just slips in, Homer Simpson style, just reversing into the invisible boundary for a bit of protection. But there's not going to be too much safety here. We just put the thing right into the center of it. The Galactic Legend.
Yeah, that really is going to hurt.
To get on the point, because whilst it is them clearing up, and you see on the right hand side the screen filled with a few more picks onto the amber side.
Yeah, that
it's just them taking the point.
Starler ult kind of deadly when there's no support ults to counteract it.
Themselves up quite nicely as they are going to be making their way back in, keeping this Wolverine to look. Again, a reminder, it was banned away from Berber Patspin by Rad. This gives them the one-sided Wolverine to try and isolate characters like the Strange, who is quite vulnerable to this. Ken, on the Invisible Woman, is attempting to counteract this.
I love how there's just a flying Canadian in the background moving up.
Berber Patspin, but Rad already regrouping, coming in with that final judgment once again, but they have no strategist ults. Media anything from Pokey.
Nobody has actually gone down from Rad just yet, though, but there's the picks that you want to be seeing. Rajaro just able to lead the line. It's traded out on the other side from Pokey. 3 of his teammates, 4 of his teammates are down, and he's deciding that now is the final judgment time. This is the opportunity to use it. That could be a potential misplay. He's gained in a couple more picks, but Rad have taken the objective. And that was a little bit awkward timing. He pulls out the ult just as 3 of his teammates go down.
Taking down Fate, which will give a little bit of a stagger, hoping that Berber and Patspin could portal in, but they've just decided to hold onto it. Wait and re-engage a little bit later. Level 1 Crook. Looking to perform some crime.
Listen to all those markers, all those heal markers.
That fight to make sure that they had that defensive.
God, look at her ult charge.
Through that attack from Polly. Magamoto shields, like you said, into the back line, and they are easily able to take down number 1 Crook, but Rajaro gets the turnaround.
I mean, Rad are doing well to survive this, to be honest. Galactic Legend might be a little bit too much to out-sustain with, especially when there's no ultimates just yet. It was that eternal bond from Fate that's kept everybody going. And trust me, just going down before he had that Strangling Prison. There might be a hero yet for Naga, as the last stand is going to be used to cut out at least Ken from this engagement. But they have to give up this space. They've reached 99%, and they managed to force out both of the strategist ultimates.
I think I just saw the Loki switch out with the clone behind the wall. That's very smart.
They've got a great tool with the Strangling Prison to deal with.
They've been doing such a good job straggling Prison at the ready, as well as the clobbering time. They can really shut down the strategists this way, prevent healing output while grouping everyone up. If they can do that, then they might not even need some damage dealers here to just get those finishing blows. They just need to make sure that they stagger those correctly. Melio playing safe on the flank to make sure that they're not the one who's going to get picked up, as they are needed for at least to try and take out anyone who dives in, like Tanuki. If they can break through the iron bulwark, they can set this up, pushing on forward, straggling Prison, clobbering time onto Ken and Polly, both down. It's a quad coming in from Rad, chasing down Enzo to sagging him off the point, and with Alex down, there is no way they get back in time. That is just going to be Rad taking round number 1.
Yeah,
it was just a nice combination. I mean, really, it was just a Strangling Prison. I think you do have the God of Mischief used from level 1 Crook, but the Strangling Prison and then just the Thing and Wolverine. Walk up, boys, they're all yours. And you see the Thing cracking his knuckles.
Very well done on the Rad side.
It's a brutal one for Berber Patspin. And I think there were maybe some instances of just ultimates used in the wrong fight when these engagements are pretty clearly going wrong and then overemphasizing some bits of utility. But honestly,
Oh, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know, Punisher turret has projectile, so it's not hit scan, and it explodes. So you're better off shooting into the fight at floor than you are actually aiming.
And Wolverine, both of those characters could be so strong, and very little counter to them.
It seems to be giving them a little bit of space, and it looks like Doctor Strange has been abandoned. Emma coming out, going for that double front line with the mutants. This is going to allow Berber Patapim a little more control over the front line. The Strange was getting caught by that Wolverine a fair amount.
His regular guns, hit scan. His turrets, not hit scan.
So we'll be able to absorb at least some of those.
But exploding bullets.
It's the same thing though, right? There's less barriers to deal with a Psionic Seduction, and also you can stop some of those ultimates coming through. You know that level 1 Crook is so good at farming up the Gone Mischief consistently. He's got plenty of strategist ultimates to choose from to keep his
Well, it depends, right? If you have hit scans, it's better off not shooting at feet.
He will have a bulwark potentially from Polly to just allow him to go in barrage, build up that ult speed, and it's already at 80%. It's going to be the Eternal Bond actually that's go time for Rad, and the final trip to follow. It's putting a lot of strain onto the Vanguards that are blocking his damage. The Meteor M wanted to try to shut down stuff, but Polly hasn't really had the chance to connect at all. But the other side are going to bring it out. Pokey with his final judgment. You see everybody trying to group together, surviving around the fate of both worlds from Alex to keep things going. And now Tanuki and Pokey finding the difference, finding this first point again first.
Lovely positioning.
I mean, it depends, right? Because hit scan characters generally do not have splash damage, but a lot of the things that do have splash damage are better off being shot at feet. I don't think that was what he was trying to do, but okay.
On the board first. They're creeping their way in, so we're trying to even this up, and they still have Galactic Legend, Psionic Seduction, and the Invisible.
But it allows you for
Canadian missile to see if they can pick someone up.
Canadian missile.
The plan is to use the Strangler Prison. Ken's got
to control the fight more.
Enough healing to keep people going. The leap goes in, and it's
it allows you to get around certain shields.
He's just on the radius of it, but Alex is the one that goes down first. So one of those major strategies to keep things going on the side of Berber Patapim isn't actually going to be needed. This is a complete clear off of Enzo, the back of the side.
I think they woke up.
Yet, like we mentioned, Rad not really having much.
I keep forgetting Enzo is on controller. Weirdo.
Plenty of charge to have those duelist ultimates again.
You couldn't have said it better. Just having nothing to stop this.
It is.
No cover they can take. They can put down a wall, but again, the reactions have to be so good. And there's already a Punisher and a Star-Lord on the other side with incredible attack rates who can just start taking down those walls quickly, preventing any ability to avoid that Psionic Seduction.
The amazing flying Canadian!
Actually push in here when some of these ultimates are up, but they're still going to try and do so. Last Stand is at the ready. It's Galactic Legend being dropped early. What's the counter to this? They're going to drop the Eternal Bond to try and buy some time. Last Stand comes on out. They will get Enzo this time.
Oh, Polly goes down just to see a Meteor M, but this might work out for Berber Patapim of just, okay, we've used a Galactic Legend. They end up throwing an Eternal Bond out. That Last Stand. It's everything else I'm a little bit worried about, to be honest, Otechi. You got a Clobbering Time, Strangling Prison. And level 1 Crook is not too far away from another God of Mischief, so again, take your pick of what the strategists want to be using. It's the first time that Rad have been able to get on the board for the second part of the objective. Gotta worry a little bit more. And then Berber Patapim actually getting caught out by the aggression. Rajaro goes for the Clobbering Time, but he gets CC'd himself. Pokey takes him out with the shotgun, and they found themselves an opening by taking out one of the Vanguards.
Strangling present in the doorway, though, to try and hold the line to stop them from pushing on.
Don't know.
Both worlds comes on out. Final judgment for even more crowd control and immunity pushing on in, and scattering to the winds.
Oh no!
The Eternal Bond from level 1 Crook tries to buy time, but it's still enough.
Trust me went poof.
Melio. Trust me falls, and this is Rad starting to get cleaned up off the board, but they still hold the percentage for just a couple seconds more, just getting over 50%. But with no Strange, how do they get back to the point in time? It's time to start picking some of those faster rollout characters. Naga chooses the Human Torch.
Nobody's
gonna make it though?
over to the Strange.
They don't have it.
They're going to be able to touch. I mean, we need to go back. We need to see if this is going to be contested at all. It is. Overtime just thrown in from the thing, but Rajara having to back out goes down immediately.
Yep.
Oh no, it's actually like Berber Patspin being able to use the time to their advantage, and surprisingly, that was uncontested for a good amount of that from Rad Tetra. I thought that there was going to be, you know, a minute brawl on the point, but it was just the two Vanguards touching, being instantly deleted, and not much else.
They charged in as fast as they could, but again...
The toe touch. Yes, but the toe touch resulted in death.
They don't have the Doctor Strange, so they can't portal in. They could have tried to swap to Star-Lord, but they might have not made it in time. Naga's also a fairly okay speed-wise rollout on that Human Torch. The thing is fairly fast. They tried everything
Just a big toe
to try
touch.
and reach in time, but at that point, it's so risky to do so. The Groot's going to be walking all the way from spawn. They just gave a attempt, see how it worked out, but the second those Vanguards went down, they knew it was over, and Berber are evening up the score.
All to play for. This is what any neutral wants. And these are two teams that have been in the shadows of Virtus Pro for so long, you can't not mention them at this rate. But now it's going to be history made. Might not necessarily be the champions of EMEA Ignite 1. We still need to see that yet, but a qualification point for the first ever international line in Marvel Rivals is history for EMEA. Well, that's certainly something. And Tanuki, seeing if he can get a bit of a flank. He's got the Idol Aura to help keep him alive, and with him being 70% on the Galactic Legend, one good barrage might be enough to actually get that ultimate online. And if that's paired with a Psionic Seduction, there might not be much to stop with. Naga goes in a bit deep, gets CC'd, forced to use some of those mitigation tools to keep himself alive. But look at the HP over on the scoreboard. It's like 1% that he's able to work with, and he's able to get out. Psionic Seduction going to be met in the face of that final judgment. But it's the Meteor M finally connecting from Polly. Finds himself an opening. Naga goes down off the back of the Carbon Crush. And Berber Patspin looking to take this point again.
Trust me, he's trying to delay, trying to buy time, but they will get cleaned out. It's going to be essentially a full team. White Melio went down quite early in that fight. Like you say, Polly passing that timing check to get the Meteor M in perfectly. And Rad, they realize it's time for a change. Something isn't working. We're seeing Naga move.
But that's what I'm saying, right? That if you have Magneto and you have your ult, you need to go up and immediately throw it.
Over to the torch so they can chase after them and rejoin in for the fight.
Naga needs to be very careful because he has swapped over with ultimate. He's not too far away from having a supernova, but he's already taken a lot of damage. Tanuki knows his role. It's just to basically control the skies to the best of their abilities. And he's able to get Kruk actually in the backline. It's going to buy a lot more time now for Berber Patspin. And it's a bit of an in and out Schrodinger's push from Rad as they're not
Schrodinger's push.
But I wouldn't say that they're up until now rushing to get out to safety, which means more time is being reset. I imagine the comms from Rad there, Tetra, a little bit scattered.
Not able to make it in time. Like you say, they're moving in slowly. They're regrouping. They're trying not to get caught off alone, but it's still happening. Poki's now able to set up on the high ground. Tanuki's still flanking, finding people who begin moving out towards this point, looking for yet another pickup if they can to keep the stagger going. Rajaro, of course, with no shields, is just having to march up as best they can while eating so much damage. One of the biggest hitboxes in the game between Groot and the Thing, and Poki is just having a wonderful time.
Oh yeah,
it's
that's
easy farm in the end. Strangler Prison not really connected.
I've actually had
able to sidestep it and
the honor of being able to stand up there as Loki and not getting bothered at all. Maybe I got no wait, let me rectify that. I got bothered once up there. No one actually ever really goes up there for some reason, so you just sit there and do damage.
Have a lot to work with. They've actually just got a Mischief to try and keep things going with their own Fate of Both Worlds. I think Fate has it to go if it's needed, but this again feels a little bit disconnected from Rad. Have they got the players on the point to actually go for the fight? Have they got that offensive tool? It's Supernova from Naga, but he goes down to 1 HP because Tanuki's too busy trying to hunt him down. That's why he's shooting the corners to see exactly where Naga's gone to. And Melio swapping over towards the Psylocke, having to go for a more subtle approach. And now it's just a case of rushing onto the point. Overtime looms, but it's still going to be Berber Patspin clearing up numbers. It's down to single-digit players from Rad holding on for dear life. No,
it has been single-digit players from Rad for the very start. There is no option for double digits.
They take the first map in this best of 5.
Very solid performance. After the first round, Rad were looking very powerful, but the adjustments came in from Berber purely with that Emma Frost. You mentioned no shields to stop it, the ability to lock down people when they tried to go in, forcing Rad off of that Wolverine for at least a little bit. It worked out, and with Rad being forced to move over to
that's what you do, right?
They stuck with the
When you have ult at the end and you've got it, you just go and ults. Why not? You have ults.
Style of quick blow up, but with the torch in the air just getting dueled out by Tanuki and pinged consistently by Pokey, they were never able to step up because they can't cause a distraction on the low ground as much as they want to because they're so reliant on wombos from the low ground because they don't have shields to move in slowly and wait for opportunities.
And that's with Fate doing 46k's worth of healing. But it was still the final blows going in the direction of Pokey that did 35k damage, expected as Punisher. A lot of it usually is into shields, but there wasn't much shields to deal with. You've got 50k worth of damage blocked by Trust Me with just the walls alone, and then 30k from Rajaro with just his face. Honestly, that's the really
With just its face.
We can rely on in those instances. But the 17 first blows for Pokey, Tanuki being able to get 11, even Polly was starting to get up to double digits when it came to just taking people out and down in the fights. It really was just too much focus damage. The coordination for Berber Patapim that we saw in droves yesterday against Virtus Pro, really not bailing them out, but just giving them the edge when some of those fights went a little bit more neutral. And Rad in that final point, it just seemed to be in and out, not really sure how they wanted to engage in that fight. Looking a little bit nervous, I'd say.
I mean, yeah, there are still ways to mitigate damage even though you don't have shield, but it's not as effective, right?
They wanted to take these fights, and again, it's going to be difficult. You're stuck off of any of those big protection attacks, really having to rely on the Groot. If Rad had been able to get their wombos off, and when we saw that they did, they were dominant. When we got that straggling prison into the thing cooperating time, it was over. No one can move, no one can peel, no one can heal because everyone's in the sky and in some roots. There's not much you can do about
Yeah, everyone's in the sky and in some roots.
Became a little more open, and they were able to take the Berber Patapim were able to take the fights where they wanted to, using those close choke points on map number 2 to just drop those shields down to block the majority of the damage output, and then on this map taking the early control and wrapping around a fair amount to punish the backliners. There's not much Rad could have done about it. I feel like Berber Patapim really controlled the draft this time.
Yeah, it seemed to be a really key thing. When it comes to like agency over the game, Rad do have the choice of the next map. It looks like Dajalia could be a really good option for them because it's not gone well for Berber Patapim. But you're going to have to wait a little bit more. As we go for a break, we'll be back for map 2 of this best of 5 very shortly.
Yeah, we have the Punisher skin.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Right, I'm gonna go grab me a coffee real quick. You guys also grab yourself a drink and maybe a snack or something.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters.
But Patspim are 2 maps away from making their position as the first team from EMEA to qualify for that first international land that we're going to see the mid-season finals in China a little bit in later July. More information to follow on that, but there is a little bit of a roadblock. The fact that Rad have chosen to play Halls of Dajalia here, obviously they can't go for domination again. They have to go for the other different game modes, and they're picking a map that they've had pretty good results on. They beat Virtus Pro on it, and we did see Berber Patspim lose to Virtus Pro yesterday on the very same map.
We've also seen some interesting drafting from them, including some interesting strategies when it comes to getting some nice rollouts on the defense. We'll see if they jump back in that direction anymore as we head on in. But Berber Patspim, when we talk about they haven't seen as much success, that's like saying that Kobe hasn't seen as much success in insert city here, because these are some of the best teams and best players in the world. I'm willing to say it, I'll go on this hill, that in the world these are some of the best players, and they're still incredibly good on this map, as well as every map.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good point as well, because we're looking at the draft from last time. Loki was non-mirrored for Rad. They were able to protect it. They banned it out. Same with Wolverine. We were saying on that first point, it's over. Like, that's Exodia. You can't really be able to battle out. But I think if there's one team, you know, a lot of the coaches and stuff, even like Moxiel said, that the draft is like 70% of the game. Berber Patspim are the reason why there's a 30% chance of still losing, even if you
been live for almost 4 hours and needed me a second drink.
You can put them on whatever characters. They're flexible enough to really dig in deep
Yum,
and
yum,
find
yum, yum,
ways and find counters to what you might have missed in your draft if you're going for the offensive like Rad did. So I really do wonder what it's
mango
going to
juice.
look like now.
Ooh.
Whether Rad stick to their guns and try to go for this like protect Loki first, take out all of the strategists.
I love mango juice. I had mango lassi at one point.
You mentioned
fucking amazing.
The Exodia style of composition. I'm going to call back to something that Leg Day said a little
It was
bit
freshly
ago,
made as well.
days ago, and that is that Berber Patspim seeing what might have been an Exodia opening setup, and they pulled a Weevil Underwood and tore it up, focusing hard onto Vanguards instead to force a complete pivot when it came to that draft.
It
was what was it? I think it was an international market, mostly with Asia stalls, and there was one stall with an Indian couple that was selling lassi, so you could choose different kinds, and I was like, ooh, they have mango lassi.
Trust me, I guess out of all of the teams that we're
seeing, best drink I've had
maybe Rad
in a while.
On cap in comparison.
I wish I could drink it again, but
that's the major factor.
I can't.
Rad adjusting this time, they say, nope, not again. We would like a tank, please. And they have acquired themselves the Emma Frost. Make sure that they have a barrier in the form of that Mine's Aegis.
But now I have an ice latte.
Protection, but this means Berber Patspim can flip the script and have acquired themselves a Loki. Now the question is,
have dark chocolate
will
espresso.
Rad attempt to mirror the attempt of Berber Patspim earlier and try to focus out some of these Vanguards? There is still an opportunity for them to ban both Emma and that Magneto, but they have given up on at least one of those as they focus instead on this ban for the Punisher.
I mean, the ban for the captain is going to come in for Berber Patspim.
It is a double espresso though, because otherwise there wouldn't be enough coffee in it.
That you're playing up against isn't too hot on it. You know, Rajaro can certainly pull it out as and when needed. Something that you always have to just keep in your back foot. And now, yep, it's going to be the Ember Frost unmirrored on one side. So there is the Magneto that is almost required to protect from Berber Patspim. Otherwise, you are sort of lacking barriers yourself. So it feels like this sort of ball focused on trying to get the most out of the Vanguards here, but neither team's really been offensive on Vanguards because there's only so much they can do.
Depends on how long these games are going to last.
Far from that role, I suppose. Wolverine would make sense. Rad did it last time. Maybe to protect to follow, potentially.
Oh, no, they're gonna
Depending on how
both.
much time is left, I might play a little bit.
Still going to be extremely powerful.
But it's probably gonna be
gives a lot of
pubs.
flexibility into these drafts, and it's a great copy for the Loki. So it's a safe removal here for the side of Rad. Now, what do they choose to protect? They've got themselves this EMEA. The Torch could be extremely powerful here. This is a good map for it, as there's some great corners where you can take good cover. But the Torch is also empowered by the Lunar Snow, as are a lot of other characters, like, for example, Psylocke. This is something that Berber Patapim like to run, but Rad have been known to play a little bit of backline sniping as well. And with that Lunar Snow going to be protected,
see me trick
we
shot?
see Berber Patapim realizing how much of a threat a constantly being healed Human Torch in the sky would be. They decide it's safer to take it away.
I mean, if it pubs, you guys
Both
get to decide
teams
what
not really
I play.
focused on
So
protecting a particular role. Last game, it was a strategist and a duelist. Punisher, Wolverine, and then the Loki.
Going for the
Luna.
penny
Here
team
it
out
is
for the
one
50 extra
Vanguard, one
health.
strategist. So you can tell that these teams are really balancing out. We don't want to really just lose too much option-wise with strategist ultimates.
Ooh, Poly on
It's
Venom.
sustained to keep ourselves alive and going.
360
Now you
Ice
could have a
Arrow.
field day here if
Oh, you're
what we're
gonna be
seeing
disappointed
from
on that
Rad
one,
is going
Chief.
to come to fruition. Having the Idle Aura and a drone from the Ultron, perhaps, means that he's going to be a happy body diving in around. That obviously puts a lot of focus onto him finding space, and up against the Loki on the other side, it's a little bit harder to dive. Be a little bit nerve-wracking, but regardless, this was Rad picking the map, also picking the side themselves on Halls of Digalia. Yet to see a win actually come out of Patapim so far. They've played it twice, they've lost it twice. They picked it once against Virtus Pro, and well, didn't quite work.
Let's see if the adjustment works out. If Rad have done their research, and it will pay off for them. Poly going in for a little bit of a dive themselves with that Venom for a little bit of backline pressure.
Well, when I play
Rad making their way out, like you said.
when I play pubs, so not ranked, I let chat decide what I play.
On this Ultron to try and keep the pressure on. Pokey immediately.
So that can be things that I'm good at, things that I'm bad at. You guys decide. I have no control over what you guys want me to play.
Is looking to see if they can sneak around, and also
When I play ranked, it's what I want to play, because I do kind of want to win those.
Mostly because the Captain America's not available, and if you want to try and play a little bit
I've had multiple instances where I got told to play as Jeff. And then people got angry at me playing Jeff, but even though I said that I'm not gonna move.
But Tanuki, the barrage is connecting indoors. It's going to force Naga back.
Literally
out
just
into
gonna
this
spit
fight.
into the fight and see what I hit.
And Melio being able to put the drone on his teammates might not actually matter too much, as Cook is the first one to go down. The Vanguard's able to trade out onto Ken and Polly. And this attack offensive side from Rad is going to cap the point in record time, it feels like, Texture.
No respect for the 1v1 there from Trust Me, as Naga and Pokey entered into the dueling setup, and Trust Me rolls on in, frenzied arrival, and is gonna lock in that first point. Rad with some great speed and momentum. Over 5 minutes left. They take control, the bar statue is activated, and they're gonna try making their way in. Berber Patapim, they've brought out the Star-Lord for a little bit of dueling potential. Need to be very careful though, as it is still a potentially squishy character, especially with no Adam Warlock to come in to give it that revive potential.
So Brad is going Mantis, Ultra, and Luna, which allows for damage boost and healing, right? Mantis and the Ultron have healing over time. Ultron has passive healing over time, so he just puts his drone on someone and it just heals whoever's inside the sphere of influence.
The butterflies just sat on from Naga for the entirety of that. A little bit more forward fire coming in from Melio means that backline's been taken out, and they get Alex just before they have the fate of both worlds. This payload is moving at pace.
Rad is seeming today like an incredibly momentum-based team, as every time they have taken an early advantage, they have started snowballing super hard. But when they've struggled a little bit earlier, we've started to see Berber Patapim not give them an inch. We'll see if this continues as we go on, as the portal's coming out for Enzo. Berber Patapim going to try and go for the contest. They still have this Fate of Both Worlds, Galactic Legend, and Feast from the Abyss, not building up to that wombo combo between the Psylocke and the Venom here. Fate of Both Worlds for the defense. Rajaro have the Psionic Seduction, which means once this expires, they can commit to go in for this push. Feast from the Abyss takes down Luna and takes out Fate and Melio.
You're seeing a bit more Poly on this. It's typically been Enzo, but I think with the Magneto available, you kind of want Enzo to be on the barrier shields. He's had to be on the Strange to go for the portal play. And Tanuki, Pokey clearing up the backlines, getting both duelist ultimates online for this next engagement, and you do have that
very good, very good way to just get rid of a team. Board lane and go ham.
Way so far. right when it comes to damage. Actually, it's Pokey that's just beating out Naga in this head-to-head. But Naga getting more eliminations. He's currently 7-1.
Pokey's sitting already charged up. Same for Naga. Which one will be looking for this backline engaged defensive abilities? We have the God of Mischief. We have the Rage of Ultron. Silent Seduction is going to be used quite quickly here. And Pokey will get phased, but that is about it. Forcing out the Rage of Ultron. If they can get the blow up onto Melio in the sky here, it could be huge. But no, with the help of Trust Me, they take out Pokey, forcing them back. But finally, Tanuki on the flank with the help of the healing from Ken on the God of Mischief, Fate of both worlds. Dives on it, takes the 1v1, forcing Naga to drop another Dance of the Butterflies for defensive purposes.
Hi, Cindy. How you doing?
Is now uncontested and melting anyone who steps out from cover.
Ooh, hey, actually, that's a big pick.
How's your Saturday treating
that
you?
Might have just saved the backline a little bit more and given life for Rad to go for this next engagement. The strategists are shooting him straight out of the sky. Enzo switching back to the Magneto.
You're pretty awesome.
Having a Meteor M in pretty much no time. He's
Just grabbed me another coffee right as this right before this match started, so I'm all good. I have a giant thing of iced coffee.
Pokey just providing a couple more picks to keep Rad on the reset, but with the fate of both worlds, it's enough to keep them going. The copy is going to be over, and Feast of the Abyss coming in from Polly, going aggressive, trying to go for the grab, and it's able to get onto Fate. The clear up was good. The God of Mischief keeping people alive from Berber Patspim. Great work from them to hold on this defense, but that was close.
They burned through a
Making a
lot
new
of
crop
Rad
top,
time back, starting onto
but
the
they didn't
second
fit the way I
point
wanted
with
it to.
over 5 minutes. They are
That
down
is
to
annoying.
less than 2, but they only have a few more meters to push on in. Rad regrouping. They have the Silent Seduction once again. It's open.
Venom like glue.
Every time they've used it so far, but both the Patspin so far have been very hard to pin down, playing very split with Pokey and Polly.
Big boo problems. I know those problems. I know those problems all too well.
From Fates, they adjust.
It's especially annoying when it's hot out.
Will still fall. They just don't have to sustain fighting. Trust Me gets the counter pickup onto Pokey as Polly is forced to retreat into their team, forcing the fate of both worlds. They want to try to hold this on the line, looking for Crook to chase them down, but they find Mantis on the flank.
Ooh, Polly's gonna find a lot in the backline, and him and Tanuki are connecting very well.
Oh,
Sure
Tanuki!
it's not just gonna be a clean engagement, and you can see that they're trading.
Tanuki just got kicked into a wall.
But as Patapim, they get to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, get to back out a little bit more. Galactic Legend is ready. Feast of the Abyss from Polly could be disruptive. He's not got that Captain America, but the dive has been super successful. Pokey and Tanuki being able to follow up. But now you have to sort of look. Naga having a Dance of the Butterflies on one side.
So you gotta respect Mother. If you don't respect Mother, you get kicked into a wall, and then you're dead.
Looking for the opening. Here comes that Rage of Ultron to try and create an opening, but they're getting dove here, meaning Ultron is forced to reposition, but Melio is extremely good at these duels, but the focus is insane. Has used that Imperative Fireball. Fate drops low, but that's a beautiful Soul Resurgence from Crook to try and get them the opportunity to push on. Meteor Abyss pops and down goes Enzo. The laser from Melio getting the pickup, and that is Rad absolutely walking into the Temple of Bast.
He didn't even use the Dance of the Butterflies, and now everything
Isn't it
is
just?
slammed up. Rad struggled so much to regain that second point, and so much time can be bought, especially if you lose out just before the end of that second objective. We've already seen just how much time was eventually wasted by Berber Patchpin, but you have the Feast of the
I'm
Abyss.
the only one in my house who has watched all the Marvel movies, and I'm so disappointed in my family. I know!
Time, you keep this fight going forever.
Plus the Butterfly dropped quite early once again from Pokey, trying to get into the backline, picks up the
How are you the only one?
Coming on out for Fate. It's the reinforcements time as Rad are going to try and make their way into the point. Feast from the Abyss to look for the turnaround. Trust me, on the counter side, Naga with the Dance of the Butterflies. They go for the one-shot wombo, but they only find Enzo. Ken is trying to keep the team topped up, and it's going to be a 2-for-0 after those revives come on through. Rad looking for an opening as Psionic Selection comes on out. Pokey is out of there. Alex is pulled on in. This is Rad creating another opening. It's a very staggered defense for Berber and Patspim as they're forced to respawn, but they have the Venom. They can buy a lot of time here, hiding in a lamp.
He's hiding
Scary now. And Tanuki trying to make sure.
Didn't know what to watch, so I figured I would just binge watch them all in order again, and they have only seen a handful of them. How dare! Your family's more DC. Sigh.
Put the end to this map. It's going to hit overtime, so 0 seconds is going to be on the board, but finishing it out for Rad gives him plenty of opportunity. Tanuki taking out 10% away from having that Star-Lord ultimate means that
I'm not gonna lie, the Netherlands is not all that, has never really been all that big on,
Unfortunately, it's going to be that soul perseverance that's going to bring Fate back. His passive that he's able to get himself, and Crook
on comic books.
To resurrect himself. In fact, he's going to send Berber-Patwin back to the spawn doors. The dash through is going to be enough, and it's fully capped out from Rad with 0 time to spare.
So the only thing we really had to go on were movies. Movies and TV shows.
On that second point for quite a while, but they slowly adjusted their characters, bringing out the Mantis and the Adam Warlock in order to give them that extra revive potential. And that gave them a
I don't think I've ever seen a comic book in bookstores as a kid.
And make their way into the temple. And after that, it was essentially pure momentum.
At least none that weren't Dutch.
Picking off everyone on the flank, survive.
Except maybe Disney.
But Karmic Revival is a pretty good ability, Ryan.
Yeah, and I mean also the other side of it as well is because of the
although even then, those comics are technically Dutch.
Running.
Because they're Dutch IP.
Having the soul bond from Adam Warlock really helps out in a lot of those situations. You don't have the low-key available for you, which is very good. Just regeneration domain if you get dove on. There's multiple clones healing people out. That can really save you when you're dove on by the likes of a Venom or Tanuki on the Star-Lord, or of course the Psylocke. But the Star-Lord just being able to hold their own, it was a really well-played Karmic Revival. And Berber-Patwin probably saw dollar signs in their eyes when they see the Karmic Revival in front of them. They just didn't have enough damage to take everybody out again after they used Feast of the Abyss and the Galactic Legend. It's just too much to deal with. And now Rad on this defense, they full held against Virtus Pro. That led to them taking that series 2-0 in the end.
I mean, yeah, we'd like
trying to do the same as Berber-Patwin.
My country, really like nice comics and
But the Spider-Man plays all out strat. They tried again, but it's not going to work out. 2 attempts so far, 0 pickups, but they did actually land the shot this time. They just didn't get the pull off the map. Trust me, now going to be swapping immediately back over to the Venom, but with that portal coming on out.
But like we didn't have comic books really, because we didn't really have comic book stores. We have bookstores, but not comic book stores where I live. They might have been in like some of the bigger cities, but not where I.
Trying to take that fight is going to be a lot more difficult, and they get punished for it. Trust me, arrives back to help take out Alex, and Berber-Patwin are cleaned up.
Melio saying call an ambulance, but not for me. You saw Pokey just wanted to get a little bit more aggressive. To
somebody call an ambulance, but not for me.
And then Melio was still carving into people. That pseudo-strategist duelist role is only going to set up a player like Melio, who is just mechanically so gifted and has such a
but we didn't have arcades really. They've become a thing recently slightly, but even then, like, we didn't really have arcades. We had something attempting to be an arcade in
trying to charge on up to push on in. Enzo leading the front line.
Sorry, I keep getting distracted by the thing that I'm actually supposed to be watching.
They could be in a little bit of trouble, as of course that price of
but we have something attempting to be an arcade in amusement parks and stuff, but outside of that,
into the choke point to try and set this up,
not really.
Damage themselves, but the Fade of both worlds is denying this. Here comes the Blaster Barrage from Tanuki using the healing from the Fade.
That's about that. Tanuki has
up to the high ground, into the backline. That is a Karmic Revival to bring back Rashiro, but Fate will fall. They're going to need to bring themselves back with the Cocoon to get Rashiro back in this fight. No, they leave it.
It's gone down twice, though, so he's not going to be available in this engagement. And Melio's gone down too, so Berber-Patwin actually having enough about them to send some people actually back to spawn. Not going to be brought back by any passives or the Karmic Revival, but there's still not enough numbers yet to really be put in progression on the point. There's somebody on it. They've almost managed to grab 30%, and Pokey's going to be able to help. He's brought down to low HP, and it is that Psylocke 1 versus 1. Not really too much to rely on in the end, but the rest of Berber-Patwin backing him up. Is this going to be a contest from Rad? Because they do have a couple of people here. Yeah, they're going to try and go and fight for this, even if they're buying a bit more time. Your Tanuki just brought out the Spider-Man to try and get a little bit more, pulling people onto the objective. If you're going to try and jump into the lake, Rad, you might as well. The water's fine. Trying to see if they can get
Might as well, the water's fine.
We see the fate of the Abyss from Trust Me.
I watched the movie.
And Pokey's the one that's going to shut this one down, put it to bed.
The one that Ryan Reynolds doesn't want to talk about.
And the portal play
that movie.
Working for Rad's recontest.
And finally, Berber has been able to take the point. Tanuki with the quick rollout on that Spider-Man just to make sure that they could touch the point in time. Naga was able to hold for a cup for an extra second, but they'll be chased down and picked off. Rad forced to regroup as they are forced into the defensive position.
That's why I said, like, my country is very, very behind on comics.
This fight for Rad is everything. If they mess it up, Berber Patspim is going to have a lot more time on the board, and that momentum.
It just wasn't that big of a thing here.
You could end the map here and there. Then you got to see the regeneration domain come out on his defensive side of Berber Patspim. Following straight away is that God of Mischief, but you still lose Tanuki in the process. I think he was looking around to see if he could catch something on the
and then we'll bleach your eyes again.
Is also going to be eliminated. That backline protected from Rad. The pull away for Berber Patspim. They may be overextended. They got a little bit too overeager in taking space.
I can't do anything against what my country didn't have. Okay, can't do anything against it. They didn't know it existed. There was a kid.
A character who will respawn and get back into the fight extremely
I didn't know.
with the speedy rollouts. Rad, though, with that member down, they choose to back up a little bit, but not too much. Move in and defend. The Ultron drone with that imperative patch. Healing up Rajaro, making it very difficult to take them down.
So we had Pokemon, then we had Digimon, and we had Yu-Gi-Oh!
Creeping in, seeing if they can find someone the second that ultimate expires. Ayamamoto, the set up onto Venom, but Carbon Crush to lock down Enzo. It's enough to take out Trust Me, though, and Leviathan is going to be burst down as well, but they come back with another Karmic Revival from Fate.
Up on the high ground, and Tanuki's saying that he can go a little bit higher, making sure that people have to reset again, muddying the stats for them potentially, but it might give Berber Patspim a chance to take the second map. Pokey as well, combining just in the nick of time. You'd see some teams not really want to put their duelist ultimates together, but if it can clean up house like it did for Rad, even with the Karmic Revival,
so painful.
It can get things moving. But a minute and a half on the clock, Tetcher. One more good engagement for Rad. They don't really have much outside of that Rage of Ultron that's going to be ready straight away.
That will be available for the fight, but on the other side, we have that Feast from the Abyss, and we have the God of Mischief, aka any defensive ability that they choose. Rage of Ultron's going to be burned extremely early as Venom dives to the backline, but Melio already forced to back away. They're getting pressured, but they do find Pokey on the flank. Beta Bolt going to be coming out from Ken as they want to make sure that they commit to this fight. This is the God of Mischief version. Polly into the backline, looking for those strategies for anyone they can get, and it's enough to take down Crook. Melio is going to get finished off as well by Tanuki, and Berber Patspim, one by one, are working their way through Rad as the car continues to move forward. Rajaro is going to march them to the point. They're going to keep everything they can for the defense side of seduction to try and burn on through, but taken out before they get the chance. That is going to
Dude, Venom is such a fun tank. If you can get really good with how he works. I love how Enzo's just standing there having a nap. But if you can get really good with his kit.
They're delaying it. They're trying to turn this round, but a fate of both worlds with Ayamamoto is trying to take the point. Trust Me is going down. Rad are just going down one by one, down to the butterfly, but they don't have bodies. Trust Me is still not going down, but how long can they hold this out? The answer
not long at all.
40 seconds as finally Rad fall and Berber Patspim take point 2.
Pokey and Tanuki
I mean, Mantisoy's shields are great.
At this point. 25 final hits for Pokey. He's leading the line.
It's so nice that he can give himself overhealth.
I want to highlight Pokey's.
When he plays something like Mantis, Adam Warlock, or Ultron,
and then it's an easy meal for him to pick up that fight. It really set up everything else, and he's been absolutely stellar over on this Venomous engagement. You see the Rage of Ultron use, Ken have it to quickly snap back to make sure that he gets that copy over with a God of Mischief. Feast of the Abyss this time for Polly. Not quite getting the eliminations off the rip at least, but Tanuki is just playing off the back of it so well that this is continuing on. This could be another like overtime push for Berber Patspim. They have to finish the map, Tetcher.
Burma Patspim trying to make their way in. If they force the overtime by hitting the 3rd point, then currently they do have a couple extra seconds, but they need to keep going. With only 30 seconds left, Beast from the Abyss comes on out. Fate already down. Trust me, drops low once again. Pokey is finding so many people though. Dance of the Butterfly, frenzied arrival. It is good.
Very nice follow through with the team.
Again, and Fate is so close to that Karmic Revival, but everyone's already respawning. There's no point to burn it now. But luckily, the card has not yet reached that central hall room, so there is still a chance to make it out of spawn and to die.
They have, yeah, there you go. I have Agamotto's up. They're close to
Needs to be a little bit more careful.
getting another Starlord ult. Ooh, Starlord died.
Deep at this point, gonna force the Adam Warlock all the way back. He does have a Karmic Revival.
Phantom ult incoming.
He's in his spawn, so that's a lot of space created. Silent Seduction.
Loki ult incoming.
Having the barrier is gonna go for the Eye of Agamotto. It connects onto 2. Level 1 Crook taken out straight away. The follow-up has always been really good in these engagements.
Oh, Tanuki's having his ult.
Still able to keep on fighting. Both Venoms looking for a good engagement. Beast of the Abyss gets sedated. So it's a bit more of a waiting time for Polly as overtime is starting to loom. You've got the Galactic Legend trying to take out
Tanuki
people.
went down again.
Actually, the picks are going the other direction. Rad have found themselves 4, so Berber Patspim only having Polly on the point. Everybody's disappeared. The time is about to wind down. And Rad just in the nick of time,
unfortunate for
able to
Berber
keep House of
Patspim.
Dajali their own. We're even on the series and we've got a game on our hands.
Karmic Revival coming in to bring back that Mantis to give the damage boost over.
I mean,
to
he
the
does
Venom,
have
so they can
auto
connect
aim,
to
so.
that Dance of the Butterfly coming out in the last possible moment to clean that up, and Rad even up the score. After an incredibly aggressive setup, a little bit of a slower middle, and then a hyper-aggressive finish, showing that they have the momentum. In this case, it was just all about burning through Burma Patapim's time as consistently, and they did so beautifully.
Look at the damage across the board. You got to say Rajaro as well. 33k over on the Emma Frost. Seems to be like why they're so popular. 37k for Pokey.
Final hits for Pokey.
Yeah, on the losing side as well for Pokey. I mean, he was just like a gun dog, being able to sniff out who was low and just make sure that they go down. But it still wasn't enough. It was really just a case of the fine margins in that final fight. Maybe Berber Patspim just overextended in that fight. We were looking at Polly's perspective so much that we didn't really get to see what Rad threw at the backline. Everybody seemed to just go down in that final engagement. And we're probably the same as Polly of like, oh guys, I got 2. Wait, where is everyone? Where did you all go? Oh no. And it was just, that was it. One false move, and that is it for the map of Halls of Dajali and Team Rad continuing on this good run of form.
I'm sure the chat, who, as we all know, is universally a super big fan of the ResCom, are going to be absolutely thrilled about this. There's definitely no dissent in that statement at all.
Yes, because we all love being able to see another team alive again.
On a beautiful angle of Pokey. Normally, you've seen Pokey and Sparker and the Psylocks like that just try to track down the Adam Warlock, but Fate was just constantly on unexpected angles, finding beautiful spots, and with so much pressure already on Pokey to be following Polly and to get these pickups, you feel the 1v1 coming in there. And once again, Pokey does find Fate, but it's all the times when they did it. Cocoon brings them back, Karmic Revivals to get second revives. Tanuki's having a lovely time on their own, but the pressure was on Pokey to keep finding that Adam Warlock, and they weren't able to do so every time.
Yeah, that Dance of the Butterflies. I mean, that should have been it with 20 seconds on the clock, being able to push to the end of the map. But unfortunately, you saw like the Karmic Revival play as well, right? Like where they sort of push in, Karmic Revival brings people back, and it's the Venom, and I think Pokey was there as well. One thing that I didn't spot at the moment that sort of changed out that fight was just Rajaro's like Aegis, the shield from Emma Frost, to be able to block stuff off, because we saw the Venom go in for the fight, and the Psylocke was like, I ain't going that deep. And it was just enough. Maybe it's those moments for Berber Patspim where 2 people are going for a dive, one overcommits, the other one goes, I can't follow you, I'm chickening out, I'm sorry. That could have been the difference in that map potentially. But we're going to go for a break. Map 3 is looming around the corner, a choice for Berber Patspim to take us wherever they want, as long as it is a full convoy map. We'll see exactly where that's going to be in just a short while.
Had you locked in? Yeah, that's what happens. Again, every single time you show it up, you do it in the wrong order.
Bad, eh, Khonshu?
Yes, dang it. It's supposed to be ult, unk, and then you're giant bullshit. Nyeh. I've just been watching. I'm not in this. I wish. I wish. But no, I was not in a high enough rank to be able to participate in this. That, and I'm not part of a thing, so.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way.
Dude, if ever I get good enough to be a part of these kinds of tournaments, I will be so fucking happy.
If ever there was a time that we were friends, the night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
Do you remember who you really are?
Tell me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. We all know what time it is. You can't listen to that song without listening to Jeffy sing.
Across all time, I see you turn
Jeffy.
sides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the winds and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Stopped here because the anime music.
What does it take, Ryan? What does it take is what
Again?
Pokey will be saying
Good.
after performing what is one of the most incredible Psylocke games we've ever seen, and Rad still getting the triple cap in a 3-2, evening up the map score.
There must be some like basketball quote that people love to use for those kind of moments, because he definitely had the ball but was only able to do so much. But now there is a choice here for Berber Patspim.
You mean he dropped the ball?
Before the map pool opens up a bit more for the other game modes. Obviously we can't go back to
How you doing,
matchups we've
Jeffrey?
just seen. I do think that Arako is probably a good shout. They were able to beat Virtus Pro on it yesterday, so that's got to feel pretty good for them in the long run. But the problem is that for Rad, they're 1-1 on it so far, and they're up against Patspim that are 3-0. So I feel like the writing's on the wall of where exactly Patspim want to take us for this next engagement. Their most played map, their most popular and highest win rate map as well.
It has to be a convoy, like you already mentioned. We have played through the domination, we've played through the convergence, meaning it's time to cruise on in. We've seen
Rather
some
play
success
Rivals
on
yourself?
Arako.
Awesome.
There's also, of course, the Yggdrasil path that could be an option. Or
They're
maybe
pretty
we're
good.
gonna head to New
I'm not
York and
excited
take
for
us
the
to
coming week
Midtown
because it's
as
going
a
to be
more of a static defense
hot.
option, as both of these teams have
And not in a good way.
Groot players when it is necessary to bring out
Yeah,
something
doing
a
good.
little bit more flexible. Looks like we are heading to Arako, we have just been informed, which Berber Patspim have given us some lovely wraparound potential in the past, flanking and getting some snipes from behind. With, of course, the Captain America, with, of course, the Psylocke. They've shown that it's very, and in some cases, even a Wolverine. They've shown us it's very difficult to play a static defense here.
I got
because they will
the
fight
Final
you.
Fantasy Magic the Gathering.
Seems now. Okay, we're back to Rad being able to ban out the Loki first, similar to what we saw with
collab
the
cards,
a little bit
boost packs.
beforehand. For the side
So I'm
of
looking
Patspim,
forward to
the first game was pretty obvious one.
unpacking those and
Seems
seeing
to be
which
Mad
cards I
Vito's
got.
the first ban that's always
Even though I
taken
don't
out,
play
and
Magic the
I think
Gathering, I'm a
quite
huge fan of
wisely,
Final
if we
Fantasy,
see
so.
Rad banning out of Vanguard, had it been protected Vanguard, if a strategist is banned out, we see them ban out a strategist, much like they have here. And this is where Rad, I think, did really put Patapim into a corner on Krakoa with taking out the Wolverine and Loki.
They're gonna protect Loki?
Protecting the Loki here themselves. It might be just a question of Patapim not really caring that much like they did last time.
We'll have to see us right now. Rad and they are going to take the risk of Berber and Patapim taking out all the.
Which Final Fantasy do I like, or which Final Fantasy the collab is with?
Series, and they protect the Loki, giving Berber and Patapim that possibility to start going heavy on the shield bands. And hello, here comes the Emma Frost.
I like.
I mean, I think that's the right move. I think first banning.
I play a lot of both.
Feels like you're sort of
well, the collab
right?
is just with Final Fantasy in general, so that's like everything.
Move.
8? I've never played 8, but I like the 7 remake.
Much like they did over onto Jalia. We've seen Rad actually experiment a little bit more.
I played 14 a lot. 15 was awesome.
Then the Punisher beforehand. Now they're actually gonna protect themselves to Doctor Strange because they know that if they give up too many strategists, they need a shield.
I love this Punisher ban. They realize that if they're going to get targeted heavily on the Vanguards once again,
16 also love
is the Punisher. If they try to play the
I've not played any of the originals, so I'm gonna have to.
Lovely time. If they played the Groot, Punisher plus.
I'm gonna have to hide my face from those.
You want to make sure that you have something, so you make sure
back in the beginning.
At least I
think a lot of people did that. I came into it late, like late.
Of your bigger counters for whatever you pick second. There is, of course, as we do see Berber Patapim.
But my friend got me into it because he was playing Final Fantasy on stream, and I was like, this game looks cool.
To go in for something a little saucier.
Well, no, that's not entirely true, right? I got into Final Fantasy 14 years back when I was living in Japan, but I only had my laptop, and my laptop couldn't run it very well, so I had to stop playing it. So I completely forgot the game existed until I watched my friend play it on stream, and then I got back into it. And my dumbass started back on Ul'dah as my beginning city.
The likes of Trust Me being able to go.
So I got lost again at the very beginning of the game.
You're not at risk from the skies, I suppose, when you're just playing Groot the Thing. Just all of the damage that you have to absorb means that the Strange is able to protect stuff just a little bit more. But this has been a good map historically for Patapim. 3-0 on it, and I think that last win against Virtus Pro was probably the more surprising and eye-opening. Means that you have to really take this one seriously. Larico is a map that we've actually seen Rad pick in the past. It's going to be a very aggressive hold, it looks like, and I guess it has to be on these convoy maps. Getting in deep and wasting as much time as possible is going to be the name of the game for Rad.
Groot's going to be picked up.
Almost came back.
Trust me, going to try and zone.
And why didn't you come back? Why did you decide not to come back? Ooh, immediately frozen.
Extremely strong. And of course, with that Punisher taken away, they have a little bit more flexibility. Berber Patapim expecting a full spawn hold, and they're not super incorrect here. Have picked up the Squirrel Girl to try and break the siege, to try and just force their way into this backline. But they're up against a Loki, a Cloak and Dagger, and a Adam Warlock. Triple strategist with at least a res potential.
Oh, they took away Stone Skin from your Paladin.
They aren't able to at least get some burst onto the backline, which is what Tanuki's job's going to be.
Tanuki going onto the Black Panther, started to see this a little bit more. I mean, in Americas, we saw Black Panther banned out first against Self, which makes a lot of sense, but Berber Patapim just cannot.
Yeah, a lot of the changes that they made is
on this clearly and have the strategy to waste
because support became unnecessary in some of the things, like the tanks could out-sustain themselves, right?
Realistically, you're going to find off the back of that.
Here it comes into the backline.
Now, though, now in the newer ones, if you do not have
here comes the Eternal
all the way into spawn.
More danger, literally standing in front of the doorway, trying to just put some pressure on and keep them trapped inside. Straggling Prison comes on out from the flanking Tanuki solo, just out of pure principle at this point. Silent Seduction comes on out, but that strange shield and the Groove Wall set them up beautifully. Level 1 Crook with the second setup of the Eternal Bond.
It's funny to see Berber Patapim not be able to get out.
6 meters.
Half the time
they're a very high rank team.
For this colossal tree man to try and find a little bit more of the space. So much is being used. These ultimates rotated out, and Paulie now trying to just get out of the doors a little bit more off the back of the freedom charge. There's a lot more that's coming through, and the Agamotto I don't really think connects onto that much.
Have fun with the games.
Another Squirrel Tsunami come all the way through.
Good luck.
And the picks at least allowing some more space for Batapim to get things going again. But Naga, I was a little bit worried it was going to come out with a camera revival there to bring everybody back, but he is caught in the end for Berber Patapim. Finally, they can get stuff going.
Berber Patapim, their way of breaking that hold was to charge up and then use every single ultimate they had except for the Bastard Descent. That is not a great sign. If you require that many resources, what happens? We immediately see Rajamo swap to who was already on this strange story, portal in and set up the team for a solid
Tanuki.
And there go, wow, there go Rad as Berber Patapim, this time turning it around. Karmic Revival on the other side of the gate, but Naga's just taken down again, brings back the team, which means they are delaying even longer, but the team was basically wiped. Their portal expired, and Berber Patapim keep moving.
Wait, so they Karmic Revivaled on the other side of the portal, and then the portal closed?
Yeah.
I think so. I think like the animal jumped through, got picked off, and then the portal expired before anyone else could make it through.
That was hilarious.
Unlucky, I guess, if that's the case. For Rad, it's fine. You've got both of your other strategist ultimates to be working with, and Fate is going aggressive with that Eternal Bond. Nobody's going to try and chase him down. You got 3 people that are ready to go and die for a fight, and Enzo is the one that's trying to make some noise with the Silent Seduction, pull people apart, and you can see waiting in the wings, looming above. Tanuki trying to see if he can jump on and find the right pick, and now would be a good time actually, as Rad are trying to go onto the offensive. The dash throughs are good, but it's more of a dash to escape and reset. A lot of space has to be given up just off of the back of the Eternal Bond, and then level 1 Crook gun for the God of Mischief.
They've only got 19 seconds left. In comes Polly with the freedom charge for that extra bonus health that will tick up every couple seconds. Down to the butterfly to the backline. And with Tanuki, the Bastard said, it is Rad. Absolutely wiped off the board. And once again, Berber
Took a little bit too long, but they got through.
At about the same time, and they claim another point.
Enzo was the one that went down in that engagement.
School. I went to Japan for school.
Able to clear up. Tanuki, the most final blows alongside Pokey. Not quite on 50 eliminations and looking to lose just yet, but now he has that freedom, and it's the Black Panther paired up with the Psylocke and then the Captain America. They just find the right targets to dive on. So Rad need to be very careful about this. They want to play quite close together because of the Adam Warlock. You want that Soap one to sort of divvy out the damage as much as possible, but it might be a bit too much to deal with on the other side as the final judgment, pretty much with nothing to deal with it for Berber Patapim, nothing to get in the face of it. It's going to shut down this payload. With just under 2 minutes left on the
Show them how to play Warlock. I think they know how to play Warlock.
They want to be resetting as much as possible, but I guess notably they don't end up using more ultimates.
Berber Patapim have lost significantly more fights than Rad have, but every time Berber Patapim have won a fight, they have proceeded to get about half or more of an objective, meaning that if they take 2 fights per point, then they get the point every time. And already they're about halfway through as Rad move on in for the defensive position, and Berber Patapim are building up towards that ult chain once again. As Tanuki in the backline, here comes the Eternal Bond from Ken to help follow up. Bastard sent into the hallway, but the Loki are hanging out together. They can't find a single finishing blow.
What are we watching? This guy is just dip diving and dodging around in the Dance the Butterfly. He's almost matching the speed that Tanuki was moving out just across the screen. It was hard to keep an eye on him. But that combination, yet again, finding so much. Rajaro can only hold on for a split second more. And the Karmic Revival going to use on Naga, but he's shut down immediately. These aren't working for Naga at all. Rad can't get the other one.
Pokey said no.
It's working today, at least on this map.
It's a full cooldown. Naga back to 3%. They're not finding these, like you said, they're getting punished in this setup. But there is the chance if they wanted to for level 1 Crook to clone it, but they need it for these Eternal Bonds. As they're setting up, they can now swap too quickly. Dark Force teleport, get back to the team, and then Terracate into that front line. In the meantime, Melio is looking for anyone who steps up onto the top of this ramp, but they're getting run down. Center just clean up. Berber Patapim are creating space once again with 11 seconds left. It's a casual stroll for
the moment you look away, you miss something.
Of Krakoa to help continue saving Arako and to help Berber Patapim keep marching towards that 3rd point.
Ooh, they lose Fate at the same time. So that's just going to be a bit more time made, and really it could just be meters on this 3rd part of the map.
Yep.
Really can be the difference here, and it's the fact that Berber Patapim are doing it with panache. They're doing it with such style, and a dance to the Butterfly's Freedom Charge means that this momentum can keep building up. You got the Eternal Bond for Ken, and both him and Fate have been sending these Eternal Bonds pretty much to the backlines to try to cut people out, but you can see just how much this has to be measured from Berber Patapim. They can't just run in the Silent Seduction, trying to create a little bit more space. Backed up into this corner, the alcove is Rad, and they're forcing themselves back a little bit more. Final Judgment, almost a plea to create a bit more space for them, but Ken is going to run right through them with this Eternal Bond.
I am Agamotto from above to try and lock down Ken, but the healing up is just too much, and this is a familiar sight. Everyone from Berber Patapim is marching forward. Everyone from Rad is in the spawn room, and it's just a snowball. What can Rad do to adjust to this? They're trying to drop these regeneration domains, but they're only protecting them for so long, and the cooldown's long enough that Berber Patapim just keep cleaning them up with 14 seconds remaining, and a Dance of the Butterfly and Vast Descent about to be available. This might be enough for Berber Patapim to clean on up.
Well, who knows?
Able to touch a point. They've had to back off of it completely. Is anybody going to be able to touch? Somebody does. Tanuki, he has balls of steel to not just scream and panic and dive onto the point himself here, but regeneration domain going to be used. And trust me, he's found himself free. He's carved up the backline. And whilst this is a good finish on the map, Tetra, I'm looking at Jose Tejalia and going, finishing the map might have been a necessity at this rate.
Rad have shown how good they are when it comes to aggressive pushes by being the attacking team. How do they adjust this composition? How do Berber Patapim adjust? Will they be sticking with this Black Panther to just try and get in behind people and clean up? Looks like
Looks like it.
Yes, it was extremely effective, being able to just take out these backliners. It helps prevent Naga with those revives consistently with the help of Pokey, and they're just going to stick with hyper aggression as their strategy.
I've said it before, but I love the music on this map.
Agreed.
It does change the tone of what we're talking about here, which is a little bit more tense, a little bit more serious. These teams are 1-all. Best of 5, whoever wins is the first team that's booked a ticket at least to the mid-season finals in China.
Get ready.
And there's already a good prize pool for winning EMEA Ignite, but I think it's, what, $500,000 for winning mid-season finals, if I remember correctly?
Yep.
Obviously, the total prize pool is $3 million here, but getting a good chunk of this at the first international event.
So if they win the finals, this is not the finals, the semi-finals. If they win the finals, they win 500,000.
Introduction of it into Ignite. Really, it's a case of,
and even if it's in
have to have an aggressive hold like we just saw from Rad as well, right?
Absolutely right. They need to try and be playing far up, and you can already see that on the flank. You were right, by the way, 250 grand per region. First place getting 70 grand of it. So it's just that is just for the region, not even the mid-season. So every win is important. Tanuki already just sliding through. It's like a jump scare, like a cryptid, just appearing on your screen so quickly that you can't even get a screenshot.
Literally, Tanuki just comes in and you're like, what was that?
Space has already been created.
Must have been the wind.
Because they are trying to dive, they're trying to spread out this fight as much as possible. Looking over towards Nanga, he's going to be hit by some of the healing over from Cloak and Dagger. Tanuki, the dash kids are connecting. Pokey's finding the picks, but Polly has gone down, but it's still resetting, maybe forcing out the regeneration domain if it's not available. They're looking for a little bit of lethal pressure, but none is going to form as this payload is just trucking along nicely. A minute has passed and it's managed to hit 70 meters, 10 times more than we saw from Berber Patapim.
And he got styled on.
Creating the pathway for them to go on in. Rajaro gets
Tanuki!
But still looking for the opening. Alex keeping the team topped up. Here comes the Dragon Link Prison. The opportunity for Rad to try and get that first point, but Pokey on the flag is looking for that. Doesn't Butterfly gets healed up completely. Level 1 Crypt, creating some healing, creating once again another path. Utilizing the clone of that Eternal Bond of the Cloak and Dagger, Silent Seduction from the top rope to set up for the Dance of the Butterfly to prevent the defenses from being cast, and they clean them up again. Rada wants to get back in the spawn room, and Berber Patapim are on the point, but this time sending it backwards.
That was a resolute approach from Berber Patpim. It seemed that they were okay to... Okay, they're going to use Eternal Bond. Let's let them. They get another 10 meters, that's fine. Okay, level 1 Crook's going to copy an Eternal Bond. Let's give him a little bit more space. Okay, now we go. Both of those big strategist ultimates were taken. Naga was 5% away from having the Karmic Revival. So really, it was just a case of perfect timing for the play to come in. And Polly is not letting this fight go outside of this.
Ooh, Rojaro.
He's able to go in for this one-shot battle. And even the Bast is going to be used from Tanuki. The connections, this is the perfect position for him. He's taking all of these all day.
My lord, Tanuki.
Maybe would have used a Karmic Revival, but Pokey spots and takes him down early. And 90 seconds on the clock for Rad.
We've talked about how dangerous it is and just how you can't take close-knit fights against a Groot. They gotta win the fight because they set up walls and enclose you in the hallway and you just take too much damage from the Thorn Lash walls. Well, we can add another one to that list, which could in this case seemingly take out Groot. It's the Black Panther. We just know that when they get those resets going, it is so hard. I mean, it's essentially unlimited damage. Trust me, it's kicked off the edge by Enzo. Faith attempting to set up an opening, but they're already outnumbered with 2 members down. They're going to try and take this anyway, though. Getting Alex on the back line, trying to chase down into the high ground. Dark Force teleport. It's the 1v1 Cloak versus Cloak as Enzo is taken down by Rajaro with the revenge for Trust
smart.
pushing on in as Ken sets up the Eternal Bond to give that extra stay. And level 1 Crook will
unable to stay alive, though.
He keeps going down, and it's just perfect moments for that Karmic Revival to come through. But he's able to come back just off of his passive anyway. So there's a little bit more fight in this one yet, but there's 20 seconds on the board. There's the final judgment. Melio has to find something for this, but everybody from Berber Patpim is just slipping away.
Crook just cloned Naga for the Karmic Revival to bring them back into the fight. And guess who now still has Karmic Revival? It's Naga as they make their way forward. Rad attempting to hold this. Portal's coming out from Pokido as Enzo's going to try and delay with that silent seduction for the first hold. Naga has to stay up in this fight if they can. Then Rad can keep this going. Karmic Revival being used preemptively here, but immediately Berber Patpim back away. They don't want to trigger it. Why would they? They wait for the inspiration with Iron Bakamoto from Rajamo, taking advantage of Cloak and Dagger hesitation. Revives coming out, pushes coming on in, and Rad are creating an opening. There's the retreat coming out from Enzo. They can't hold this alone. Pokey's dropping low. Trustme's going down, but in the meantime,
the 1v1 big Cap and Groot.
Try and harass this as Ken has swapped over to the Jeff to try and make it in time, but with no one on the point, it is gonna be
poor Jeffy.
Oh my word, you were right. Level 1 Crook was the one that got the copy onto Naga to have that Karmic Revival back. I thought he was just brought in from the Soul Perseverance. But good God, that took everything for Rad to just keep it moving, and they have to essentially finish out this map, only having 2 minutes here, getting another 90 seconds.
So in those kinds of situations, copying
not quite having ultimates just yet to go for a fast,
Adam Warlock is actually
engagement.
one of the best choices you could make.
To spare here, Rajaro swapping over towards the thing, trying to
however, being able to make that decision, like, do I copy the Cloak and Dagger or do I copy the Adam Warlock, is very difficult to make, because do you want to get the Cloak and Dagger ult that heals everyone, or do you want to get the Adam Warlock, get a revival for yourself and for your team, right? Which one do you want, basically?
Will finally get taken down by Rajaro and Melio as they will make their way towards this second point. Enzo dropping low. You can't lock down the thing for too long. You can't kick him at least, but you can Carbon Crush. Ken will fall as, trust me, making the most of the fact that the entranceway to this point is just very thin doorways and trying to push on in. But Melio taken out by Enzo, who's just currently up contested the dance and the butterfly to the backline to try and force them on. Soul Bonds comes out from Naga to keep the team topped up, and Fate with the healing of the Eternal Bond.
How much of a fight is still left in this for Berber Patpim? There's a minute still on the clock, and Rajaro just taking swings at whoever he can get onto. He's tried to spot the Eternal Bond, the Cloak and Dagger right at the end of it. Clobber in time, trying to follow on through. Strangler Prison actually going to connect onto the this time, but it was still a while before Ken actually went down in that engagement. Silent Seduction from Enzo going to come through, but it's just not enough. These guns working a little bit too hard for Rads, but there's still a delay that's coming in. Tanuki now, you could just watch Melio's projective. He's trying to work out where on earth he is, but he's still able to connect onto him nicely. Berber Patpim have to disengage here, disconnect completely from this engagement, because if they start getting reset like they did last time, There's not going to be too much time left for Rad.
They went aggressive there. They burned 3 ultimates just to get Ken, and you know what? It was worth it. Just remove that extra healing and that Terror Cape from the fight. They burned Clobbering Time, which did not land, Strangling Prison, which did, and then finished it off with Final Judgment to make sure that they could take the control. Freedom Charge to set this up with 1.5 minutes to go. Boomer Patchman would rather engage now and then build up ultimates later on. They don't get anything, but they did create a little bit of harassment and hold the cart for just a moment.
I mean, they were happy to just go in with a Freedom Charge, force out the copy from level 1 Crook, and then disengage. Now they're going back in. They've taken out Naga. That's going to come back.
So that's what you get when you watch European commentators.
He's going to be able to go into this engagement. Tanuki's trying to get these combos connecting. The Idol Aura is going to keep him alive and keep him topped up. And now it's forced out Fate with the own Eternal Bond. There's the Strategist Ultimates dipping one at a time. And that's enough room for Pokey to go in for the Dance of the Butterflies. But if you don't catch out Naga here, everybody's going to be brought back. But nobody goes down. In fact, the Strangling Prison from Trust Me is going to be the thing that comes out on the other end. This payload only has to move, what, like 30 more meters. And the last few remaining players of Patchman hiding behind the tree, trying not to get reset too often, but trying to contest as best as they're able to. The final judgment taken out from Tanuki. He's trying to find another sort of way back into this engagement, and Karmic Revival's able to bring people back from behind the corner.
Finally getting a Karmic Revival off without being tracked down by Pokey. They push on in. Crook goes for the copy. Eternal Bond to set this up. Tanuki just keeps getting locked down. Holly falls. Alex falls. This thing is grounding the dashes, grounding the flyers, and grounding the swingers. And in comes the Strangling Prison. The feast from the abyss, but the damage output. But it's too staggered. Brother and Patapim just keep coming back in. And Rad are running out of ultimates to use. They're about to have Clobbering Time, but nothing else is close. Can anyone else touch this point? Venom delays. The car moves forward. Tanuki is taken down. They get the triple, and Rad take the lead.
Oh man, Berber Patspim just again meters. One final fight, overtime pushes.
Yep.
And not finishing out the map, which is really difficult to do on Araco, was really the difference. I have to say, this is the most worthwhile MVP that we've seen so far from the game, deciding that level 1 Crook's going to take it, because that copy for the Karmic Revival,
God, I love that MVP screen,
kept Team Rad in it on that first point.
Your power is mine, and it wasn't about just making sure the whole team came back.
Look at Tanuki.
Sure that they had all the bodies on the board. 20 final hits,
Jesus,
44
Tanuki.
KOs for Tanuki. But the fact is that One Crook just made sure an investment in the future. Yes, it's so easy to say Adam can walk back. I should swap over to an Eternal Bond to make sure we take this fight. But swapping to the Adam with that God of Mischief allowed them to make sure that they had Karmic Revival again later. It was a riskier play, but it paid off in bucket loads. Also, we talk about Eternal Bonds, we talk about these big defensive abilities, but Regen Domain is kind of cracked.
Loki's awesome.
I mean, it's so necessary. Level 1 Crook being able to grab it was able to put out 50k's worth of healing just below Fate. But 30k damage done from Pokey, 40k done from Tanuki on Black Panther for the majority of that. Nobody even comes close. Then between them, as a duelist pair, triple the damage of Melio, as he was obviously the sole duelist with the Adam Warlock composition. Just the output for Berber Patapim was not enough. They don't really seem to have an answer.
Hi, Leviathan. How you doing?
To be honest. And even with Naga having a couple of moments where he probably should have brought out the Karmic Revival but gets hunted down or uses it in a bad position, it's still not enough. Surely Berber Patapim have to target this a little bit more.
Definitely tried to eat cheers from his shoes because he said those DVS were funny as fuck.
We literally were just running at Naga every time they could with both Pokey and Tanuki. Speaking of which, Tanuki must have had one of the most fun games of their life here. But just being able to just track down the Adam Warlock is so important. But it's the 1 to 2 times you don't. It only takes 1 to 2 Karmic Revivals because the cooldown is essentially a whole game anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Berber Patspim. This was one of their home grounds, so to speak. 3-0 on it, and they've managed to take that first loss against Rad that We're not afraid to gun in. But now it's opened up a little bit more, right? We've seen Domination played, we've seen Convergence, and now Convoy. Berber Patspim, now that they're on series point and they need to really find a way back into it, have the choice of any of the game modes that they want here. And honestly, they need that freedom to find a perfect map for them. Otherwise, it's going to be curtains in this upper bracket final.
Yep.
We might end up, if Rad can take this next match, with yet another Berber Patapim Virtus Pro rematch. If Virtus Pro can make it through that lower bracket, but there are plenty more games to go. We have that lower bracket game coming up later, but first, can Rad close this out, or will Berber?
Yeah, if they lose, if Berber Patapim loses this matchup, they still will not have been eliminated because they still have a chance to go to the finals.
Struck down by living chi.
Again, Adam Warlock is clearly flying in that image, but he can't fly. The living rage bait. Alright, I need to go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. I will leave this up so you guys can look at all the characters or something. I shall mute my mic though. There we go. Grab camera for Lamar Jackson edit? No. One, because I can't actually grab my cam.
Rad have 1 foot in the door.
There's a thing in the way of it,
finals, and
so I can't grab it.
Finals of EMEA Ignite. One more map,
and 2, just no.
And they're able to go pretty much the whole distance. Which after that win against
Tater
a
Tot.
couple of weeks ago, they've really put themselves as a name and a force to be reckoned with for EMEA. With Berber Patspim, the choice of map, they're going back to the game mode that they're able to take their first map on. They're taking us to Hell's Haven.
Marvel Rivals.
Domination.
We're currently watching the EMEA playoffs.
When we interviewed them a couple days ago, that they want revenge against Berber Patspim. They actually asked to play against them over Virtus Pro before that matchup happened because they wanted revenge for Fight Night. And already they're creeping towards it. Hell's Heaven being the next map. Domination, a little more brawly. We're seeing a lot more value onto these big team fight ultimates, but it's a little more open as terms of these objectives actually being wide open spaces. Means a Black Panther could get a little less value as everyone will be a bit more spread.
Well, I'm a strategist main, so I usually go for like Loki or Luna or Cloak and Dagger, depending on what the team wants. Been playing a lot of Ultron lately.
The Vanguards, right? I think we saw Trust Me finding so much value with the group, with the strength.
Might play some after the playoffs are done.
Towards the thing, but honestly, it was such a massive brawl. It was hard to keep tabs on all of the individuals outside of those big strategist ultimates. I think we're just going to see more of the same here. Like, this is a position that we have seen Berber Patpim in. They were in this spot.
I'm going to be uploading a lot more shorts slash reels slash TikToks soon. So
on that second point, it really gave the momentum.
Objectively speaking, Luna is currently the best support in the game,
the series win. So
followed by Loki.
Really, there is a chance to buckle up here and fight. It's going to be nervous. There's going to be players that are really feeling it, but I imagine that with certainly the coach of Salah, he's very good in those moments of making sure that people remain composed and focused, and this is still within reach.
It is still possible for either of these teams, and Berber, they've shown that they have what it takes in these high-profile moments. They talked about it. They believe that they got out-drafted yesterday versus Virtus.
You have
they were
a Loki.
still able to bring it back with
a Loki Luna game.
In their words,
unless they both suck, your healing's going to be OP.
Keeping everything stable, but Rad, they have shown that when it comes to stability,
unless you have a Loki that likes cloning DPS,
where they have heavy momentum, and once they start getting control of something, they almost never let it go.
If they're a good group, absolutely fantastic. If they're every other group, I'm going to hate their guts, because they're going to put up walls in such a way that I will not be able to heal anyone. Thanks, Groot.
Loki themselves. I mean, they got their money's worth from level 1 Crook with
good group players. Absolutely love them. Every other group player just can kiss my ass.
Stopped Berber Patpim taking out
100%.
Vanguards, and
get out my game.
The first ban has been consistent from Berber Patpim. They haven't really alterated or changed anything about it. Rad now finding a little bit more success off that first ban, going to lock in the Loki.
Let's see what they go for here. Berber thinking about that Luna. It did give them a lot of
What's my own opinion on Winter Soldier?
They have been able to grab a hand of it.
It's
and
good.
Of course, it very much threatens.
Of course,
someone
again,
like
depends on the player.
Like a Psylocke.
But he's
puts
good.
A lot of pressure on Rad to start targeting, but they are sticking to their guns. They are going to create the first ban, not on Loki, but on the Punisher, because they know the Berber Patpim are currently threatening a lot of these Vanguards. So taking it away gives them more freedom to try and take Berber in these more brawl-like fights that they seem to like to do.
And Loki?
Ooh, interesting. This is very, very different from what Rad have done before, because it typically has been if you ban out Loki or any strategist first, that you would go protect it.
We still have another ban that I can use on.
A little bit nervous here, as Captain America is going to be this next ban.
Which is the worst main in my opinion.
Now, this next
Black
one
Widow.
is going to be at the same time. Not going to see the mirror copies, but Wolverine, I think, locked in very, very quickly.
Even with the
on
team
the
up.
side of Rad.
They have the Emma. They're looking to potentially... They could try bringing back Groot, because Trust Me was absolutely a king on Araco with that and can get some really good zoning potential. There are also some spots on this map where
Alright, who in your opinion is the worst main?
Easily pulled off the map in some of the more niche cases like that Super Soldier Factory. And Rad looking to one-side it. They pick up the Wolverine for their protection.
don't care. She sucks ass.
That's fair. That's reasonable.
Yeah, that's valid. I think that was earned, to be fair. So, I mean, it's a little bit more stress to deal with, less stress to deal with for sure on the side of Berber Patpim. Protecting, we have the option here to protect the Emma Frost or the Magneto. I imagine the other one would get banned out towards the end here, unless there's some other tricks up Rad's sleeve.
Looks like they are looking at Magneto, so they can get at least a one-sider here.
Hi, Jordan. How you doing? But then, who in your opinion is the worst?
The double mutant front line. Looks like they're at least considering taking out that Captain America. As currently, Luna, Captain, and Psylocke are all available. The classic Berber backline assassination comp. But Rad have decided that they would rather take more brawly fights and would rather have control over that Emma so that they can try and stun out. We know from Virtus Pros that Emma can trade out Magneto quite effectively.
No, not the closed caption's not working properly.
Rad decide that they'd rather
Anyone you use?
fight in a melee style as opposed to just trying to brawl out and remove some of these backline divers.
Yeah, I think Patapim's won the draft here. If it was just off this alone, I think that final move was
Hi, Jordan. How you doing?
Almost. Because you have to balance.
Hope your Saturday is going swimmingly.
That team-up combination where he can make decoys of himself and do a little bit more damage. It means that he's going to be a little bit more dangerous and more lethal with those approaches. But you've given Polly Captain America in a game mode where he's able to brawl and dive and just be as irritating as ever. The Polly Pokey duo is definitely real. But saying that, Tetcher, it was semi-available for them in the last game over on Araco, and it didn't work. So really, it has to be down to these fine margins. Berber Patapim lost the first point over on Krakoa earlier.
I'm not good as a dive, but every time this is Marvel Rivals. But every single time I'm actually diving and I'm able to actually bully the enemy team, because it happens sometimes where the enemy team just does not know what to do when there's a person in our backline. I legitimately always just basically go full gremlin mode and laugh my ass off.
From the Penny team up. So now they're
I basically just laugh like Inosuke.
A little bit extra protection in comparison to Berber.
And Tanuki is on the Black Panther now. He's seen a lot of Americans use it and is like, it's my time. If I have to rely on my comfort, I'm going to go for it. And we've seen how potent it can be in the right hands across the Atlantic. Rajaro trying to find connections onto him, but he's able to be a little bit more slippery. Regardless, it is Melio does find that first pick over.
I have had one ranked game where I could do that as Captain America because they didn't know what to do with me. I wasn't even playing well, but I had a Winter Soldier that wanted to have the team up, so I was like, okay, fine, I'll just play Cap. It'll just me running straight into their back line, not even pretending to be any kind of skilled, just ran in there, threw my shield around. It was so funny.
It might be a 1-for-1, but it's certainly
no. It happens involuntarily. I can't actually do it on command.
Fighting as well, and now this is still like an over dedication. Pokey's just in their backline. Spawns were flipped there for a second, and trust me, he's actually managed to get a hold of him. Sort of really set up Naga to do the majority of the damage on the back end, but he's not going to be able to get the pick. And
it's one of those laughs, you know, the ones where you have no control over.
A little bit of no man's land. Wants to try to dive out and get out of the way, but he doesn't quite realized that behind him somebody else was looming. Rajaro swapping over towards the thing, a really big pivot that opened up the Rad for a little bit more freedom in these more scrappy engagements. Tanuki must have a better plan this time.
Rajaro, the thing has been so effective on Araco, while Tanuki has been able to find the freedom just due to the cooldowns.
I love that they know that Tanuki's back there.
The thing, Yancy Street Charge does ground dashes, stops that Black Panther from moving on through. You can see they can't step into that cracked ground area, so they have to wait for it to expire. There's also the potential knockdown.
Trust me, just kind of like, okay.
Here comes the range of Ultron into the Meteorite to absorb it, sniping level 1 Crook right off the back here. Silence actually coming in from above for Trust Me as they are committing to this engage. Melio drop low, but already healed back up with that imperative patch. And last stand to force Pokey off the point.
Just as he had the dance of the butterflies, but this is Rad throwing in 3 ultimates in this engagement. They still haven't quite taken the point as it's still ticking up in favor of Berber Patapim. Invisible boundary, Tanuki's just going to keep connecting on through, but has decided that he's going to try and reset, build up some of those cooldowns again and go for another engagement in the future. Polly with a freedom charge is going to have just basically
yeet the Canadian.
The heck kicked out of him. The bastard's going to come in and Polly's going to actually find
release the Canadian.
It is him taken out though. It's just the thing from Rajaro in these sort of positions, able to maintain and stem the flow from some of the damage coming in from Berber Patapim, but otherwise there's just too much coming at him that he has to disengage. 80% on the board.
Berber Patapim in control. Rad, they're taking fights okay for a while, but they're just getting overwhelmed by attrition and haven't been able to step up onto the point. They're going to portal in for one last chance at the defense to try and hold this, but that's going to be without the thing, meaning that Tanuki is about to start cruising on through here, to start getting reset after reset, looking above so they can go for the setup first.
Tanuki went through the portal.
Coming back out, that's the butterfly, coming in from Pokey, but it's going to be Berber Patapim wiping out the re-engage attempt, while Rad are actually going to be able to get the flip. They are extremely outnumbered.
Oh, Crook pushed him off.
9% has been hit, swapped over towards Rad now, and Tanuki is taking bludgeoning, right, with the amount of damage that's focused, but he's still able to move himself around to catch on to Melio.
Every single time I see either Hulk or Thing throw a Wolverine, all I hear is just the crude music.
Berber Patapim able to take that first point, only losing a little bit of percentage in the meanwhile.
Portal Bird to get onto that point for that initial engage and just immediately appearing into a Dance of the Butterfly. Berber Patapim were just more than prepared for a defense. And right now, Rad, in comparison, where Berber have to take more staggered fights on a Rako, there's counter strategy for that Black Panther. I was apparently way wrong, even with the open space. Tanuki's just having a lovely time knowing exactly where to position to get the
I don't know.
They're just sweeping through over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, you're sort of right that this move over towards
Reasons.
the Thing and being
I didn't
able
hear
to
go.
just earthbound Tanuki to stop those resets. I think Tanuki's having a bit more of approach.
Look at the tiny little spiders.
Almost like a target. He's providing so much space for Pokey to be doing the heavy.
I never noticed that they had faces. That's adorable.
And he's taking, he's having the ever-living daylights just beaten out of him, but it's providing so much success from his duelist duo. And now Melio's going to try and have a copy himself, moving over towards that Psylocke.
However, we shall not be angry at people when they don't talk. People are allowed to lurk.
A little bit of backline.
Not everyone wants to be social. And we must respect that.
Just not finding, like you say, not finding enough healing output, so they're going to trade that healing output that doesn't seem to be making a huge difference for even more damage.
Every single time I see a post of someone that says like, I hate lurkers, I'm like, bruh.
Tanuki, reset after reset, but not enough for a finishing blow yet. But Melio will still be taken down to the flanks, and Polly is on the run after getting locked down by Naga.
Ooh, silent seduction used pretty early on, and when you've already lost a player, you're losing your backline. You're just stood in a corridor that's 90 degrees, so it's perfectly set up for Enzo to just put the
At least someone's watching.
on top of it. The point taken first yet again for Berber Patapim. They get the resets in, and Tanuki's good to go with another Bast.
Those little rat holes where you can just stand.
To adjust. Rajiro's moving over to the Emma. Try and lock down this Black Panther with a Carbon Crush. Trust me, moving on to the Hulk. If we can't stop him from moving, we'll at least shield ourselves and try and delay that way.
But like a lot of streamers are delusional. It's usually like the smaller streamers, right, that are delusional. It's like, hey, I don't like lurkers. I'm like, dude, lurkers are the lifeblood of streamers.
See exactly whether this is going to connect. Shout out to Insomnia.
I mean, that's how you play Black Panther, right?
With this play beforehand.
Unseen, like a ninja, and then he drops in and like people are dead.
There's a little bit of imitation that's going to come in, but right now, actually, this is just a lot of, it feels a little bit of time wasted, frankly, from Rad as they're trying to group up things together. Is the connection good enough?
Oh, they missed.
Just misses. The backline almost
Naga missed.
themselves up as bait, and a counterattack is going to provide a bit of space for Melio to go for the Dance of Butterflies, but he just misses. He cancels it all. Berber Patapim just shift to the side, and they manage to dodge such a
Spooder Doodler needs a nerf.
Turn the bond for the extra protection. Last stand to try and turn this round. Naga able to help take out Alex, but Tanuki has Bastard Set with the freedom charge for the extra health, but they're actually dropping a little bit lower here. Here comes the Bastard Set straight through the entire team, and it wipes Trust Me off the board as they were down into that battle form. Fate falls. Tanuki is finally taken down by Melio, but it's 93, 94, 95, and it's just Naga. I have Agamotto to try and delay, but that is oh, hello.
Ooh!
He just dived.
Wolverine saw a tank and went for it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They can't.
To get on top of it. Oh, just in the nick of time. People were able to touch the objective, but just blocking it off was Enzo's Magneto. The Meteor not quite getting the final blow, but doing the majority of the damage. And Tanuki feeling and looking good. He's going to be happy. He's going to be pleased. This was a speed run on Hell's Heaven. Thankfully, as a neutral Tetra, we're going to a map 5.
We get more of this, no complaints. It is going to be Berber Patapim evening up the score, and that was solid. Just
it was very solid.
It's kind of what we've been seeing.
Oh, hey, look at Polly.
Berber Patapim have been wiping Brad repeatedly. They have had so many team wipes.
That is an awesome skin, not gonna lie.
Toes to count them. But
if it was better at Captain America, I probably would have gotten it, but
able to time
I'm not.
some of their pushes very effectively, and now with Rad being able to pick a map, it could lead back in their favor. We are looking at two teams who are so incredibly
Well,
close.
2-2 so far.
A total of 10 final hits, which was dwarfed by at least 2 of the players of Brother Patapin.
Well, hey there, Too Fast, Too Furious. How art thou?
Once. I'm gonna do my best like Twitch chat impression for this one, which is that's what happens when you ban out Adam Warlock. And honestly, I kind of agree. Like, it did look a night and day difference when you take out that character. And Berber Patapin, like I said, I felt that they really set themselves up perfectly for the draft. When you have the choice of getting Emma Frost on your team at the end or Polly's Captain America, yeah, choose which way you want to lose.
Doing pretty good, pretty good.
That was convincing.
We're currently watching Rad v Berber
Patapin.
Patapin. So Italian Brayrod versus Rad, the Rad team of the 90s.
Right now, Team Rad have the choice of the final map, and they can
Totally
go for
rad, dude.
Convergence or a Convoy. The game
Hell yeah.
in this series in its entirety.
I've seen enough. It's time to rework, Jeff. They need to, like you say, go to Convoy or Convergence, and we look at the maps that are available. We have Central Park and Midtown, both of the Empire of Eternal Night maps. We have the Symbiotic Surface. A lot of these maps are very long and very much benefit static defenses. Setting up stuff like the Groot is going to be very effective. Rocket could creep back in for some quick revives, and all of them will benefit very heavily from an Adam Warlock, which is why I won't be surprised if we see that banned out again.
It is an absolute heat wave in here in the EMEA across all
so many
different
people
areas,
sleep
and
on
I
Adam
think the
Warlock,
fact that this
but
is
I
going
can
to
also
map
understand
five is
because a
pretty
lot
much
of people just
hitting
don't understand how to play him.
records, I suppose,
Laundry
of going
time for you?
supernova, perhaps, but that final map
Good
is
luck
just
with that.
gotta wait for a quick break before we get back into the action and see exactly who's heading towards China for that mid-season finals. Don't go anywhere.
And I'm out of coffee. Dun 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 da dum.
My power grows. Behold the god of thunder!
So many notifications and I hate it. I can't have blips on my screen. I hate it. I think because he's a god, he's not wearing shoes. Man has got to show them godly tootsies. Gotta let them little piggies breathe. Don't you dare. Thank you. Meanwhile, I'm out here wearing biker boots. It took a while to get them because they were always sold out. No, I wish. But no. I just like biker boots. That and their Dr. Martens. And I like me my docs.
Immortal is a term that comes to mind as we have been seeing quite a lot of
Welcome back.
Warlock leading into these games, and immortality is what will await for one of
I
these
know.
teams in the annals
And I
of
love 'em.
Marvel Rivals esports history, as we're about to find our first team in those grand finals and our first representative.
Like Chuck
for
Taylor's?
EMEA in Marvel
I've heard
Rivals
of the
Ignite
brand.
mid-season
I never
finals.
really worn them.
It's really 50-50 on deciding
Something
this
like
one. The predictions have already been thrown out the window in EMEA because of these two teams.
Oh,
being down to the top
All-Stars.
dogs of Virtus Pro to be the ones themselves qualifying for that first major international event where we see
Chuck
all
Taylor
of
has
the
All-Stars
regions
in
for the first
conference,
ever
right?
time duke it out on LAN, which is going to be exciting to watch no matter what. But one of these two teams is going to do it now. The other one is going to have the option tomorrow.
Yeah, I've never really
with
liked
either
them because they
beating
give
or playing
me
up against
blisters
Z10
and they
or
never
Virtus
really go
Pro,
away.
So it doesn't get easier if you lose this
Boundary
series,
hangout?
that's for
Awesome.
sure. And really, at this point, Berber Patspim
Adulting
having a
finished.
lot of fight back in that final map.
For
trying
now.
to take the momentum, but you have to look at these other game modes, which are looking very good from Rad, despite it coming down to literal meters of where the payload is moving.
We have been informed that we are heading to Yggdrasil Path, to Asgard itself, and you came in to me with the break with a little bit of factoids here.
Never
about
really
how
ends,
often
does
it's
it?
Played by these teams.
Yeah, so essentially it boils down to this point of Rad looking at the maps that they've not shown that they've seen Berber Patspin play, right? They don't want to give up what strategies they have, and they've got a couple of VODs at least of what Berber Patspin have been
They're
on.
gonna
Midtown, yeah, don't take
block
Berber
out
Patspin there because of how
Loki?
good they looked against Virtus Pro yesterday.
Yes.
But now,
Yes.
Captain America is going to be the first ban for Rad,
Yes.
instead of going for like a Loki Protect.
That is interesting. And Berber, you can see they immediately slow down. Like, hang on, wait, that's different. And they are still going to ban away the Loki, but you can see they had to stop and talk for a second as their order is going to be ever so slightly displaced. Where do they prioritize their picks now? Because they could secure
Alright,
that
how old do you
Loki,
think I am
and
then?
It looks like they may consider doing so.
Loki save?
I mean, it would make sense.
Loki save.
The stats, I suppose, of a non-mirrored Loki, the win rate has taken a hit
No.
today, to say the very least, for the times that they've been able to get it. And Punisher's going to be taken out. Which
Relatively
makes
far
sense.
away.
It's the thing that is
Not that far?
consistent across Rad's
Like a little girl?
draft phase.
But what age?
And Captain America is going to be taken out on the other side, and Emma Frost is going to be non-mirrored to maintain that front line for Rad a little
Okay.
bit more.
Gonna save
Captain America banned
Magneto?
out mirrored on both sides, with Berber banning it quite a bit
No.
later. You mentioned
Even
one-sided
further.
Emma Frost, which
Dear
means Berber
Lord.
have the opportunity to now create a one-sided Magneto or a one-sided Cloak and Dagger if they choose to do this. Actually, no, they
No,
can't
get it
create
closer,
one-sided
though.
Cloak and Dagger, because Rad would have the opportunity to protect it if they wanted to.
No.
So instead, they're going to secure themselves a Magneto, knowing that there is a chance that they might just get a little bit focused down when it comes to that Cloak and Dagger, because Rad have the opportunity to secure
I
it for
have no
themselves
routine.
either way.
Yeah,
I
they
just
wanna maintain
exist.
barriers as well. They don't want to fall to the
No,
trap
you're getting
that
further
Rad
now,
have been
too fast and furious.
falling into a little bit, especially on that first map of Krakoa. But Psylocke making sure that Pokey can't go for this combination. I thought that's why the Emma Frost ban came in, to just stop that team up from happening.
That's
They're
an
gonna
option.
protect Venom.
They're gonna
I feel
ban
like
out
this is
Adam?
Rad showing their hand a little bit, and I mean the success that they've had from the Venom
Getting
today
closer
on
now,
pillar maps has been
Furious?
insurmountable, definitely
Adam Block?
noticeable.
Mantis?
The Mantis being hovered here, while the Adam Warlock is so tempting. Venom plus Inspire is what really assisted both of these teams on that first setup of Hall of Jalia. And as
You will
such,
be
Berber
correct, yes.
Patapim takes
Amazing
the bait.
genetics.
They're going to remove the Mantis, and Adam is allowed through. But with a
You're
lot of
getting
those
very
team-ups getting
close. I'm
removed,
somewhere in
Berber
between
Patapim,
those two
seeing
numbers.
these Vanguard
But now what number
adjustments,
is it?
They now have the opportunity, if they want to, for a one-sided Adam Warlock of their own, and the more that may be coming in. For
90s,
defense due to the fact
baby.
that Venom is going to be diving in, and getting that Gamma Monstro will at least melt through a lot of that health quite quickly.
This is where it starts to matter. Nerves for both of these teams are going to really start to set in. You've got
Hey,
some
you got it.
experienced names
Ding, ding,
from
ding,
hero
ding.
shooters of days yonder who have been able to attend some of the bigger events in other esports, but this feels like a whole different kettle of fish for them. And one of the oldest maps, the one that a year ago we were all trying out for the first time when we get our hands on the beta and stuff. Really getting a sniff of what Marvel Rivals, and certainly what Marvel Rivals esports can be like. A year later, today, you really get to see what
I
the
don't
best
think I
teams
look
from this
14,
region are
but
able to do.
thanks for the
Looks like it's
compliment,
going to
I
be
guess.
Rad attacking first, Berber Patpim getting Enzo over on the Hulk with a Magneto combo for Polly.
4,
They've set themselves up very nicely. They've got themselves that Namor for some defense, the Hulk for the power-up. They have a Star-Lord to try and duel out any flyers, which Naga is going to go into with that Human Torch. And immediately they're able to catch the flank and force Tanuki to back up. They have that extra shielding for Tanuki when they go over the Blaster Barrage with the Iron Bulwark, as Tanuki is forced to back all the way up, dropped incredibly low as in comes that Gamma Monstro, just in case Rad continued its aggression.
Yeah, trust me, I should have
Ooh, Hulk going in for the try murder, but
Emma Frost on the other side because Rad banned it out. Rajara's going to be playing it on the other side, and it's actually the strategists that fight first, and level 1 Crook finds that first elimination to get things moving. And much like before, Tetcher, Rad are putting this up with momentum that's going to force
Tanuki's still there.
Surrender a lot of space.
This is where Rad seem to be gaining advantages with getting early pickups and just never giving up on the pace. In comes Trust Me from behind. Frenzy the rival immediately coming in for
Ollie going in.
Portal, so they can
Oh!
backwards there with the Crystal King.
Oh no! The cart!
Barely make it through the portal, but they will make it in.
Oh no!
Is getting a lot of damage onto the divers. Enzo started on the thing for at least a moment, but will swap back onto the Hulk because they need to make sure the Pokey can keep this damage output up. Here comes the Blaster Barrage for Tanuki as they're building up towards that Galactic Legend. And this hallway is turning into a blender right now as Dante the Butterfly comes out from Melio. And we're seeing Burr Pantherpim getting whittled down to nothing.
Well, that goes first point.
Number 1.
Done in 90 seconds too. Melio just getting a Dance the Butterflies online, uses it instantly.
No,
was still
I don't have kids. I
trying
can't.
to bring something up and forward. Tanuki switching away.
That's
from
my baby.
Just as
Right
he
there.
got that
That's my
Galactic
baby.
Legend. Wants to go for that Wolverine, that team up with Enzo, trying to see if he can take Naga out of the sky, and there's no pressure available to them. So trying to be this like anti-air machinery isn't going to have that option.
Oh! Naga got pushed out of the sky.
And it's going to just reset things for the time being.
Oh, that is
He's still able to have the
hilarious.
ultimate ongoing with that damage output. But the fate of both worlds is going to keep Berber Patspim alive and kicking.
You just saw so much time on that, though. Like you say, it's going to keep them going. Level 1 Crypt coming in with the fate of both worlds. Torna Proteus
I mean,
finds Melio on the
is it a requirement that I have to have kids?
A lot of damage coming out from Rad. The Wolverine is getting some great value. Finding Venom indoors is a place where you like to be. The silent seduction is coming on out, but while Berber and Patspim are taking the jewels, they're getting picked off on the flanks. As Berber and Patspim lose 2 members, Rad keep on pushing the silent seduction.
Baby, yeah.
Even when these fights have been going on for Berber Patspim, the payload has been moving nearly uncontested. You see just how spread Berber Patspim are in these engagements, and the last stand is going to be used. He's not really found the target yet. He didn't really look completely behind the way he sees 2 other players. But now the catch is going onto the Venom, pulling him right out of position, but he's got enough sustain to keep Trust Me alive for the time being. He hasn't got down as of yet.
Ooh.
He's able to escape, but the other Vanguard of Rajaro just finds the fist of Enzo's Hulk. World Breaker's going to try and go in and contest, but Rad have hit the point in
just a
5
second
minutes
too
to
late.
finish the map.
They are cruising. They're so good when it comes to momentum. They take yet more pickups. They are pushing on.
But
running back to sports.
I don't think I want to see it.
As Melio is moving on in to see if they can catch someone. Enzo tries to delay by separating out the Emma Frost, but the rest of the team just could not keep up. Down to the butterfly in front of the spawn door. Feast from the abyss, looking for the one shot, but the regeneration Gomez shuts it down, and Tanuki gets the turnaround.
You're going to be happy with just over-dedicating
No.
ultimates almost. Tanuki's going to try and mirror over onto the Human Torch, really just
I'ma have
trying
to say
find a
no.
hero that he can find that success on. Black Panther is available, but
Fell
maybe
down
not in
there.
a position to be thrown out as of yet. Especially when you got Pokey, that team up with the Hulk, the Gamma Overload, able to just get a little bit more damage out from the squids. And you really need to be careful now because you have got Polly and Hulk, like the Venom and Hulk even, with no barriers. It's going to be easy for Melio to get these ultimates on board, and level 1 Crook wants to not to just be a case of charging up the ultimates for the duelists. They're going for a little bit more lethal pressure. And right now the Horn of Proteus catching on through. It connects onto Melio, and Berber Patspim are making this an absolute brawl, but they're throwing every ultimate they have available at it.
Silent seduction is going to come out.
Oh, Naga getting punched out of the sky.
Taken out the sky once again with the super.
Ooh, and I got exiled.
Alex falling. Tanuki.
Oh no, this is
He's going to try and push this down. Banner falls. Enzo is down. Faye trying to keep the team up with this eternal bond. Pushing on it. That's the Dark teleport to get out of dangerous. Trust me, is outside the spawn door. Once again, causing problems, delaying, buying time as the cart keeps moving forward. Berber, they buy time, but they are forced back again.
They have to really dig deep now with whatever that you have, but it might be a little bit too much to ask for. You've got a Feast of the Abyss ready for Trust Me in a second, and a Dance of the Butterflies for Melio ready. The payload is moving uncontested. You have to use the Fate of Both Worlds to just jump on the point to stop things from churning on for Rad, which means that you're an open target. That is a hell of a Feast of the Abyss though from Paulie. He's able to connect onto free.
Nice.
It looked like it was a last-ditch attempt to keep things afloat, but it turned the tides now for Berber Patspim to keep on holding.
Ken and Enzo both have ult as well. Pokey almost has it. He's at 98%, so he should be having it for the next encounter.
They need people who can arrive on the point fast.
Yeah.
Paulie on the Venom, Enzo on the Hulk. They've got the Human Torch for a little bit of hold and sticking with that Namor to try and help deal with Naga and Trust Me and Melio as they dive on in. They're hyper committed, just trying to delay this. Naga getting focused down.
Naga close to death.
Here, very nearly getting finished up, and level 1 Crook will be the first to fall. As with 2 minutes to go, Rad have plenty.
I mean, this is for the World Championships of Rivals.
Enzo was talking about this in the interview yesterday when he was on Hulk beforehand, of just how much of a beating that he took, and it just seemed that no matter what he did, he was getting focused down. And it's the same story here. He has to use the World Breaker to just stay alive. Doesn't want to be burned down, and there's too much CC on the side of Rad, and now just too much damage with the Supernova. Regeneration Domain has to be used, and the copy comes in instantly from Ken to get that Fate of Both Worlds. It's not enough, however. Pokey is going to go down just as he has to.
You mean League? Yeah, I agree.
It's enough of a respite to grant space, but it's not going to be available. Ken's ultimate duration is just about to expire, and that's where Rad might push a little bit more.
I love that it's Tanuki v Naga that's going on.
From Trust Me, seeing if we can find a little bit more, but can't.
Tanuki has to pull the trigger, but they're not dropping a single onto their opponents because they have to use it to try and get out of this room that they've been trapped in. Naga is just keeping them on lockdown. Feast of the Abyss from Polly to try and turn this round by chasing down the strategist, trying to weigh down that Fate of Both Worlds, doing a huge amount of damage to Roger.
Good grab.
In with the carbon crash, Pokey taking Naga out of the sky means that they've lost a huge amount of time. 48 seconds left for Rad.
Still has Horn of Proteus as well.
And Berber, Patapim are cleaning out the point. Rad, what do they have left? They can potentially try and swap over to a Strange. They've brought in the Rocket Raccoon, but no, they'll swap back over to the Cloak and Dagger for the reinforce. Trust me on the Strange. It's a portal between now and the triple cap for Rad. If they can win this one fight, Naga brings out the Wolverine to pull people off the point. The portal is being held. They're moving it on foot because they have a couple extra seconds here.
Are they going to make it though?
5 minutes down to 20 seconds on this final
Oh,
checkpoint. All to play for Horn of Proteus right into the center of Rad, but everybody alive, everything required to keep people going. Very short while away from having that eternal bond for Fate. It's on the precipice of being available, and it's going to come out just in time. The World Breaker, however, is going to be used, and the picks are going the way of Berber Patspim. Even through that support ultimate, it's not enough to keep people afloat. And one of the
that's dangerous.
Last stand is going to be from Naga to just
he stays alive though.
Some space. The finishes are not coming through. The eliminations are holding on. And Berber Patspim have burned all of the time in the world, and they're looking to burn a little bit brighter with the Supernova from Tanuki thrown onto the point. It's pretty much all blue in the feed on the right hand side, and they're holding on to a good resolute position.
If they can get to there, it'll be a win for Berber Patspim. If they can't get there, Rad will win.
Because the damage output when fighting on a single point is good, but the reinforcements could have made such a difference there. If they stuck to their guns and stuck with what they were already playing, stuck with that Venom for the extra sustain, whoever went down first could have moved on to the Strange to try and portal back in.
But the tournament's currently going on, so it's a lot of watching at the moment.
Been a misplay that might have secured Berber Patapim that ticket towards the mid-season finals.
Again, a reminder of the draft and how it's looked. Berber Patspim having to go for something that's a little bit different, but Venom mirroring, looking good in either case. Pokey now leading on the damage for his team.
What do you mean that type of games?
Comparing that to Naga that's on this non-mirrored Psylocke.
30 seconds before you
It's just a little bit more. You have to look at the support, and Melio is actually going to go over towards playing that Ultron. And for that triple strategist yet again. Not with the Adam Warlock, I don't believe. Even though it's still available.
As we mentioned, like you say, the Adam Warlock is available, but there was the Mantis that was banned out. So
You mean
they
hero
would be
shooters?
giving reses onto the Star-Lord if they were to decide to do this. Rad setting themselves up on the defense. But Patapim, they're sticking with the hyper-aggression. Double dive with the Hulk and this Venom. The Hulk going to be diving between, swapping between diving the backline and then moving back into their team for that indestructible guard. They find the flank. They find
I love
Darker,
this silent
and they're waiting
float
for them to
with
pull through so they can
the
try and
flappy
dive onto
feet.
the poly
It's
with a distraction,
fantastic.
pushing on forward, immediately getting locked down, but is able to disengage. Focused. Able to survive. Not going to be finished off this time.
Tanuki taking no real focus right now. It is more pot shots before Polly comes in, and alongside Enzo, it's perfectly executed
Immediately
on the
getting
dive.
froze.
Great CC in order for Rad to keep themselves alive, only for a short moment though before.
So that was important, right? Because you saw the Luna Snow getting hit by the Venom in the back.
Just trust me, that's fighting over.
But instead of immediately focusing on the Venom and taking their eyes on the fight, they actually just stayed with their eyes on the fight and getting rid of the things that were in front of them. Why? Because you can't get rid of the Venom immediately, right? So long as your fellow healer is paying attention, you won't actually die to the Venom. But your fellow healer has to pay attention.
Waiting for the regroup. There's a couple members here. They are probably going to try and defend this on gate number 1. Not going to give it up for free. Melio on the Punisher to try and burn through these large hitboxes on the Venom and the Hulk. Doing a lot of damage right away, but Melio is going to be the one to fall. Tanuki comes in from over the top, flaming Media, and Berber Patapim are cleaning up right now. Eternal Bond comes in to buy the extra time, and Melio swapping over to the Strange so they can go for the reinforce. Pokey is dominating.
A little bit of an emo that comes out there. Doctor Strange, it's going to be thrown in a portal. You can contest it. 0.06 meters, pretty much on the line. An extra hair on the goat's nose, and you're on to the next part of the map. But no, there's going to be this fight happening for Rads. The fate of both worlds from Crook, allowing people to really engage, at least burn the time. But burning brighter yet again is going to be Tanuki up in high ground. The Supernova has to give up a lot of space, though. He gets taken out from Melio. That dives into him with the Doctor Strange.
The Lokis are swapping around, trying to make sure that they stay safe. Naga getting the map heal in this fight. Enzo is giving everything they can on this point. It's gone from 6 centimeters down to just under a meter. Tanuki returning to the fight. Regeneration domain to hold this. The bodies on the board are getting cleaned up. The reinforcement distance in favor of Berber Patapim as they are able to take the first point.
You take that, I still think, because Rad, you forced out a lot more time. You've got some of the bigger ultimates out.
Okay, so Enzo has ults.
You have to sort of be careful.
Poki's getting close. Scan is at 50%.
More brash approach, right?
Holly is 63, and Alex at 71.
Being able to just jump up onto
So they should have ults for our next encounter pretty soon.
Go in for it too. It means that you're able to just body block some of the approaches here. Enzo managing to cut off behind where these defenders are for Rad, and they're forced into an engagement. They may be potentially forced out to use the fate of both worlds. Sorry, even the Eternal Bond that's going to come through. And it's butterfly from Naga, seeing if he can catch something in the back line, and it catches on
Poki.
Poki was in the air in that aquatic blessing, but got outlasted, picked off. Crook falls to Tanuki, who's playing so aggressively. Feast from the abyss, trying to chase them down. They're too mobile.
That is hilarious.
Melio arrives, gets out the shotgun, and deals with the symbiote. They're turning this round. Berber Patapim trying to hold onto the card, and the counter feed from the abyss is going to come out, locked down onto Trust Me, but they're already healed.
Tanuki got and was able to get healed.
Try and break the siege.
I mean, that's a hell of a fight. It was also a great play for Ken to be able to go for the copy and teleport out just as the Feast of the Abyss comes in. Sign of Seduction going indoors, and Tanuki tries to follow. Unfortunately, gets a little bit more than he bargained for. You also lose out on one of your vanguards. 2.5 minutes. Rather able to hold on to this spot, and they still have the final judgment in hand for Melio. They're happy to just sit back on it. Fate of both worlds.
Yeah, if there's no need to use it, there's no need to use it, right? Don't like waste ults.
They try to overextend here. It feels that more time is just going to be burnt away from them.
Oh, there you go.
Between Naga and Fate there. Naga's so locked in and Fate is just chilling. They believe that this is going well as Melio's going to drop that final judgment, burning onto Tanuki, who is...
You gotta do what you gotta do.
They're looking for anyone who is vulnerable, but they do not find the pickups. So it's all about positioning. In comes that Venom as they dive on forward. Adjudication out of radioactive lockdown's going to shut them down as the Supernova from Tanuki is trying to melt through reinforcements. Rad are trying to hold this with just 1 minute 43 seconds left. Boomer and Patapim can't seem to find the distance. Fate of both world is coming in from level 1. Crook Ken keeping their team topped up as well, facing the Abyss onto Polly, but they're tackling on through. Neither team is going down. Dance of the Butterflies to try and push this in. As
This is nasty.
And Polly is just somehow staying alive up until the very end. And now there's just under 90 seconds for Berber Patapim. They forced out a lot from this defense, that's the positive, but you have got a Silent Seduction and another final judgment for Melio about to be ready. I think Melio's key for this one for Rad if you want to stop things here and now. It's going to be that to work with. Naga gets CC'd, but he's not under any immediate threat. He's going to be chased down though by 2 players, so has to maybe surrender up this high ground as the Feast of the Abyss looking for an opportunity for Polly. He doesn't have to worry about the strategist ultimates for the time being, and he's able to grab onto Melio just as he was about to get that final judgment.
Rad getting
Tanuki's getting healed again.
That car might be starting to move. They are cleaning them off the board here. And the goats start walking, headed towards that second point to open up the gates and head towards...
Ken almost has ult. They still have Alex's ult. Fate of both worlds.
Whoever is able to touch it. So
Tanuki almost has ult. It's gonna happen for next encounter. Yep, there it goes.
Making sure that anyone who comes to the reinforce is going to get shut down. Pokey playing safe. They can't afford to be the ones to be taken out early as they are one of the big damage outputs.
Oh, Pokey, Tanuki about 2. Silent Seduction is going to mean that this fight goes into overtime for the time being, but it's not going to pull anybody off of the point. It's now into OT. It's now down to these fine margins that Berber Patapim have struggled with over on these payload maps, but we're still seeing the event feed starting to light up with Berber Patapim names. Certainly Pokey's able to find himself a couple. It's right at the precipice, but Rad have bought themselves more time. What was it? Berber Patapim had 5 minutes to defend on the 3rd area of Yggdrasil's path. It's 90 seconds again for Berber Patapim to push it all the way.
Yep.
They're making their way in. This is it. It comes down to distance now. 100 meters, 18 centimeters. That's it. That is the distance here as Berber Patapim are looking for openings. They have Horde of Proteus, Rad, Feast from the Abyss, Dance of the Butterfly, and now Fate of both worlds is going to be dropped immediately. Dance of the Butterfly coming on out with 1 minute to go. Every pickup that Rad can get will be huge, and they find Tanuki with the zone up. Melio looking for Polly, forcing them to disengage.
Now it's really a case of waiting it out, and Rad's overextended, perhaps. They do. Naga goes down to Enzo. He was just holding his own, but you lose out on Pokey that had the Horn of Proteus. It's going to be about 10 to 15 seconds before he's back in this engagement. And there's the Feast of the Abyss that comes through. Enzo, though, the Hulk is winning out. He's going to be back in Bruce Banner form, but he might be able to sort of go for a good duel here against Crook if he can get the shots in. Halfway to building it back up, and the other Vanguard's actually found the trade over on the other side. So now it's going to be Enzo out of it for the time being. 20 seconds left. This is going to be an overtime push yet again for Berber Patapim, and it has to be everything that they have here. The Feast of the Abyss not going to catch on to anything, and now the Supernova alongside the God of Mischief for Ken going to bring this down to exact moments.
Nobody dies to it, but Luna got caught, almost died.
Have to burn everything. It's like you say, overtime is going to be
Not a bad Horn of Proteus, unfortunately.
Ready. They take out Tanuki. Final judgment. Polly is melting the symbolic resilient fate of both worlds to try and keep Berber Patapim's dreams alive. As Rad
that's big.
Their way
Ooh, that is big. That is very big.
As they make their way to the backline, level 1 Crook with the fate of both ones going to buy that extra time. Enzo is down into Banner and take it out again. Alex falls. Tanuki is swapping over to the Doctor Strange. They have to reinforce. Polly has to delay this for as long as possible. Naga cleans out Pokey. It's about to reinforce. Pulls a lot to the point. It comes down to this as they're trying to delay it. Tanuki's getting focused down. The shield is giving every second they can. They're Polly blocking the reinforcements, but Enzo's able to make it through with the radioactive lockdown.
Ah, no, they TC'd. Oh, no.
The banner transformation! It's GG! GG! And we will see Rad get the final point.
Unfortunate.
Be our first representative for Marvel Rivals Ignite at the mid-season finals.
They had so much to prove, even with that first ever series win to knock Virtus Pro off that unbeatable stop. It really was a case of getting the revenge in the end for Trust Me and the rest of Team Rad. It really now is
That truly is unfortunate.
4-horse race here, and these payload maps looking so good for Rad, but it comes down to mere moments. That second point hold in the end was just enough time that was bought up by Team Rad. And even with moments like 40k damage done from Tanuki, 17 final blows, just the backline, the strats, I think the draft here was excellent for Rad. And even then you saw Enzo have some unbelievable moments as the World Breaker Hulk to just survive in those fights a little bit longer, take some of that attention away. But just 90 seconds on that final point for Berber Padman to keep on pushing wasn't enough in the end.
They tried to portal in. They gave everything they can for that final point, but Rad with bodies, using the Venom and the Emma Frost to stand in front of the objective and hold them off the point. Enzo snuck past with that jump, but Bruce Banner in that transformation in between them and the Hulk form does not count as a body for the point. Once they are back in Banner, they count as a body. When they're in Hulk, they count as a body. The transformation does not. Overtime ticks down. Everyone else is body blocked, and it's GG. And Team Rad, in an intense matchup, either of these teams could have taken this. This was one of the closest matchups we have seen in Ignite, period. But Rad taking it, and deservedly so.
Gotta say for Melio as well, he had some great moments over on the Punisher, but that stall, that portal that came in from Doctor Strange with 0.06 meters on that first point, it bought an extra 2 minutes, maybe even 3 minutes. And here, when he's just got that final judgment, again, banned out on the other side, so you can't see it mirror comp at all.
Yep.
It was a fantastic showing, a close one, both teams just tearing chunks out of each other, but that's what you want to see when you get to the top end, that it really is just who's better in the day, on the hour, in the moment.
Legitimately, it comes down to those last seconds. It comes down to those last fights.
Yeah.
That final judgment, it didn't find too many pickups.
But Berber Padman hasn't been eliminated completely yet, right? They are going to the lower bracket, and then whoever wins the last fight of today is going to fight Berber Padman.
Can we do more? Can we make this a best of 7? Because I would love to see more of this, as that was a spectacular setup. Berber Patpim, we do not say goodbye to them. They get another chance versus the winner of our next matchup, which will be Virtus Pro versus Zero Tenacity. Either way, that matchup is going to be spectacular. But Rad not only get that grand final position, but they're going to China.
Yeah, I mean, seeing them come through as the first team to do it maybe wasn't the first name on the list. It probably was Virtus Pro and then probably Berber Padman before that. So the fact that this team has been able to do this, to be able to be the first team to qualify by beating those two teams, it says everything, I think. And it really is a deserved position. It's not the case of having an easier side of the bracket or anything like that. Rad earned their spot. They dropped a couple of maps. The only maps that they dropped in playoffs were today, but they have just been on such a tear pretty much since Ignite has started.
They really have. They came out of this. We knew Team 1 were good. I literally got roasted by them in a message earlier of just like, you voted against us? And I said it in my message to them, and I'll say it again. I was a fool to doubt. They are one of the best teams that's come in here and proven themselves at literally every possible opportunity. Right now, the only thing that's left is to see if they get that rubber match versus Virtus Pro to prove the point again, to make it a 2-1 in terms of matchups in Ignite for them. But there's plenty of time to wait for that. For
Gotta love when teams actually contact announcers.
Bracket, that graphic even of all of the teams that have qualified so far for the mid-season finals in China. We could just add Team Rad to it at least for today. We should have an interview from somebody coming up very soon, probably when they're done like crying and screaming and honestly peeing, because that was a long series. But we do have confirmation that Rad have made it to the grand finals, and being top 2 in EMEA is the key thing about getting yourself to the mid-season finals. They're going to be happening late July. qualify. We know that there's going to be a lot of focus on this one. It's a big prize pool for the first ever international event, and the fact that it is the first ever international event, EMEA versus Americas, not on 180 ping, actually potentially happening in our faces, is all to play for. And I think Rad have earned their keep with not only what they were able to do in the server, but the theory and the minutiae of how they approached the new draft system as well.
Rad joined such hallowed teams already qualified as Ground Zero from OCE, Sentinels and 100 Thieves from the Americas. They'll decide their last qualifier in the upcoming game soon, but already Rad will be the first representative from EMEA. Rejects from Asia as well. China will decide later as they are staggered 1 week behind the rest of the regions, so we'll find them out a little bit later. But already our first champion, so we need to start getting the chat behind Rad here because they are going to be representing us. But first, we need to find out who the best team in EMEA is, so we will have to find out who their opponents are later.
Yeah, so we have got that match coming up against 0-10 versus Virtus Pro, another best of 5 up after this one, so could potentially be a long day. That could also be like a full best of 5 that goes the distance, and honestly a lot to prove for Zero Tenacity. They've been loud, boisterous with their performances. Their upper bracket win in the group stages against Berber Patpim really sparking some more focus onto this team, but since then it's not really been a clear cut dry race, a day at the races I suppose it would be. So now, I mean, I'm really curious on how that one's realistically going to go. And for me, Virtus Pro, every time that they have lost, they have come back and bounced back dominantly. So Zero Tenacity have to really show that there's some fight in this one. Otherwise, it could be a very quick final game for us here.
It feels like they have the Zenkai buff, which I think I might have just said that word wrong, but I'm going to go for it anyway, where once you get knocked down, they always come back a little bit stronger, building themselves up. We have our interview in. They finished celebrating, at least for now. We have Fate from Rad coming in for the interview, and my mate, congratulations.
Wouldn't that also count like a Saiyan buff, where if you lose, you get stronger?
First representative for the mid-season finals. How you doing?
I feel fucking great. I mean, we worked very, very hard for this win. I'm glad we got it. It would have been really, really tough to go to the bracket and play BT. Well, probably.
I mean, yeah.
I love how
no
that mic
team
is in
wants
his
to be able
forehead.
To do it. I think you've set yourselves up nicely, but one thing I wanted to talk about were the drafts, because I really do feel that there was a lot of interesting movements from both you and Patapim going for like the non-mirrored Wolverine that actually wasn't able to work on those domination maps. Like, let's start with there. The 2 maps that you dropped, both in domination. Yeah. What went wrong?
I feel like first map we had a pretty major draft difference. We like went into the map thinking, okay, let's ban Punisher, let's ban Wolf, and we kind of last second swapped to the Cat ban, and I think it really fucked us because their Punisher map 1 just got so much value. The other map we lost, I don't remember what it was. That was House Heaven, right? I think there's also a similar issue. We allowed them Cap Psy, which they're very, very strong on. Like, they're probably the best Cap Psy team in the world. So it's House Heaven was pretty one-sided.
We also saw Berber Patapim bring out something that they have brought in a couple times before, and that is that Black Panther. And you guys did go for quite a few iterations of how to deal with that. You brought out the Thing at one point. You were relying very heavily on those regeneration domain labs, but it nearly was able to topple you over. Where do you feel its strength lies, and what did you adjust in the end to be able to finally deal with it?
Black Panther is so scary, especially if Tanuki's on it. But I think the Rajara, actually it was Trust Me's cool. Trust Me made a cool to go to thing. And to be fair, not the team actually didn't believe it at first, but as soon as we swapped a thing, it felt a lot better. The Earthbound, I think it does so much against the Black Panther. So that was a very, very good call.
There was a very, very clutch moment. You focused a lot on Loki, and I think we saw a fantastic copy of, I think from Crook onto, it might have been you, or it might have been Naga that was playing playing the Adam Warlock on Arako, that he copies over the Camera Revival to get the Resurrect back. Like, were there any particular moments that caught you by surprise from your team in this best of 5? Like any crazy plays that we just missed in the action that you guys knew about because you obviously were able to execute on them? Because so much was going on in those fights sometimes.
Honestly, Araco in particular was full of miracles. I think the only reason why we even got first point is because Rojaro basically just killed the whole team by himself. And I think the Crook res was also insanely big. Like, I think without those two hero plays, we probably would have just lost then and there. Those are like the main standouts.
You yourself got some insane eternal bombs. You just got insane ultimates the entire time. Remind us, who does the shot calling for the team when it comes to getting these ultimates off in time?
Most of the shot calling is trust
See
me, but I
Neko
think a lot of
Arc
our
next
team
to you
are
every
very, very
day.
vocal. Like, I think Rojaro on officials, he's always so vocal. Like,
I
his
don't
combos are
know
really, really good.
if
And our backline are obviously always talking. DPS too.
if that's
Everyone
a good
plays their
thing
part.
though, having Neko Arc next to you every single
I
day.
think one of the things about you guys that have been really entertaining to watch is like as a core, you have stayed pretty much the same. Like you've played under different banners, you've had some good results.
It
when you
is?
played in the
Oh, okay.
Invitational, for example. And certainly like you and Crook have played together as a strategist backline for quite some time now. We've spoken a lot about like the first international event. First, probably you'd expect at the top. Berber Patspin being close behind. Zero to Nasty trying to make a name for themselves. Does
So
it
long
feel
as you
like
think it's a good
almost
thing.
vindicating that you guys were the first to qualify, that it wasn't these other teams that almost taken over focus, it was you guys that have been grinding for so long that just almost seems to keep
That mic
missing
is
out
so
on that
close to the
discussion.
camera
Now
that it's at
you've
that the
made
camera
history,
from
right? You're the first
from
team to
Fate
ever
is actually
qualify for
focusing on the
EMEA for an
mic instead of on his
international
face.
event, not those other bozos, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. I think Virtus Pro and Berber Patspim are both amazing teams. They're so strong. I think literally, like, if all three of us had best of fives against each other, like multiple, it would go so even. Like, it's so unpredictable. It's actually really sad. Like, before this day, I was almost scared. Like, I was actually fearing, you don't want to be that one team. Enzo said something yesterday in his interview. He was like, at the end of the week, one team will be crying, and I hope it won't be us. It's like, that is so scary. It feels so good that we're the first team to get through, and we now kind of don't need to worry about that. But obviously, we need to win the grand finals too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the next thing to focus on, right? You've got the grand finals tomorrow, either up against that rematch with Berber Patspim, Z10, or Virtus Pro, depending on how the game goes later. But you've booked yourself a ticket to China no matter what. So congratulations again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
That was Fate from Rad Esports, somebody that has been one of the backline strategist players to keep an eye on. And like I mentioned, that combination with Crook and even Naga in some moments as well, that were running that triple strategist. One to keep an eye on for when we get to those international events, that's for sure, right, Tetra?
For sure, there's no doubt about it. This team is strong. Like you said, they've been around for a while. They've been through minor roster changes, and it seems to have worked out. They punched their ticket, and we need to find out who will be playing against Berber Patspim tomorrow to fight for that last ticket. Where will it be Zero to Nasty, the team that came out of their group in first, or will it be Virtus Pro back on the prowl, looking for that rematch versus Berber Patspim? We'll be finding out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We have more matches coming up.
We have one more match coming up.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
It is interesting to watch such high-level players play this game. There's so much to just learn from them, right? Like, just like looking at Punisher, a lot of the times when you play with a Punisher, he plays either all the way in the back because he's scared, or when he has a start, he just sits somewhere and just like doesn't care about anything that's happening. There's no rhyme or reason to him actually fighting, doesn't really put it in places where he cannot get attacked from behind, and if he does get attacked from behind, it's like, not my problem, I just get healed. Do you remember who you really are? Don't do it. Don't do it. There you go. Twitch is special when it comes to live streams. Sometimes it'll just go on and there will be no problems. Other times it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna be a bitch right now. Hey there, Rapog. How you doing? How's your Saturday going? Stop it. Thank you. Da-da-da. I'm very exhausted. Oh, why are you exhausted? You're not getting any sleep? Made food for 10 soccer teams? Jesus, that will exhaust you. That's a lot of food. Charity? Gotcha. Still, that's a lot of food to make. So much food. Gotcha, you just wanted to let people know you're still alive. Yeah, you go freshen up. 5 minutes. Yeah, take however long you need.
So we've just seen Rad qualify for the mid-season finals from EMEA, and for our next teams of Virtus Pro versus Zero Tenacity, things are about to feel a lot more real. These are the two teams that top their groups coming out of the group stages of this tournament. Probably neither of them wanted to go out in 4th place. They want to be part of that 3-horse race that seems to be the main narrative for EMEA.
And with that, they want to be the team that gets that second journey across the Rainbow Bridge. Quite similar, for example, to Thor with his new skin, the majestic raiment, giving them an incredible style boost and an incredible MVP screen. And of course, there is the Daredevil Born Again skin for Punisher.
Yes.
It is magnificent, being inspired by the TV show, which I know you are a big fan of, I am a big fan of. These two are styling.
Probably, but the VOD will be on YouTube, so you don't have to worry about it.
For Punisher to certainly start to shine at the moment, so I'm quite surprised that we've not seen the skins in-game as of yet, but really now dialing back into this series, this is 010 that have tried to be.
I mean, kind of surprising on the Punisher, but no one's really been playing Thor, so it's not that surprising that we haven't seen it on. That we haven't seen the Thor skin.
Who, if they win this series, they're going to be able to go for the rematch in a full best-of-5 to qualify for China. The problem is, you're up against the big guns that is Virtus Pro.
Yes, that is going to be the intimidation factor for any team who has to go up against Virtus Pro. But Zero Tenacity, they have proven that when it comes down to it, they will pop off. they have shown they have that potential. They have taken maps versus and games versus some of the best teams. They are here because they deserve it. So many teams are going to be looking at this and saying, we talked about it, so many teams feel like there's 3 teams, one of them is going to be crying. Zero Tenacity earned their spot here. They are going to fight tooth and nail, and just because it's Virtus Pro in their way, it's going to make no difference to if it was anyone else. They're going to give everything to try and earn that match versus Burber Patapim and try to compete for that 2nd spot in the grand finals.
And I think when we're sort of looking at it from VP's perspective as well, you've lost series now for the first time ever. You lose to Rad, they qualified, going to be in the finals tomorrow. Lost against Burber Patapim, they're 3rd place. You don't want to go out to another team, I don't think. You want to try to maintain that position as a competitor, but losing that to Zero Tenacity might be a little bit of free fall of what this team is feeling like in the future. But it is going to be Benin to Chala to decide. It's a random map that's chosen, but it isn't random on what these first teams like to ban. It's going to be Emma Frost taken out on both sides.
Magneto looking to be secured for Zero Tenacity right off the bat. Several Wolverines being hovered here. Virtus Pro, they do not get their hands on the Emma
Gotta
Frost.
love the Wolverine hover.
We've already seen them start flexing their compositions extremely here as Loki is taken off the board, and that leaves it open for a secure, but Magneto will be prioritized. Vanguards, as we saw in our previous matchup, can be extremely important and can get choked out.
I guess the biggest difference here is that Emma Frost is the main pick, the main first protector we've seen out of Virtus Pro. Definitely
I finished
Mummy's
my
Boys,
coffee.
as we've sort of seen the graphic floating around a little bit more. They've sort of taken the post away from all business that were really focused on playing as much Emma Frost at the moment. But they'll be happy to take Magneto. Both Finzi and Nevix can play it. And Virtus Pro actually maintaining control of the Human Torch, making sure that Smashnez can't grab it on this first domination map.
And giving it over to Fi, who is one of the more aggressive Torch players, loves to charge in at people from that sky, and he will be happily getting into tight-knit spaces, even with that fire, because they know that everyone inside is also going to be absolutely burning. As speaking of the burn into T'Challa, there are plenty of opportunities for some high ground protection here for Fi.
Are they going to
I used to, but not as much anymore.
I mean, here, I think probably protecting the strategy seems to be the wisest thing. Either getting the loot.
I mean, if you're subscribed on YouTube, you should be getting a notification.
Virtus Pro might take out on the end, but they want to maintain some of that damage because they have taken out some of the big heavy hitters. Silent Wolverine and Torch all going to be main focuses of both teams, trying to delete them from the server, at least for this map. Protecting the Punisher seems like they don't want to lose out on some of that firepower.
And the last ban will be on that Cloak and Dagger, while the Mantis boost for the Punisher
Oh,
will be
Luna?
extremely scary.
Luna!
It's also a rough option. That will be the main choice. So now there is the option for the Punisher, plus either the Cloak and Dagger for the vulnerability, or the Mantis for the damage boost, or both, as we are seeing. Hey guys, it's your favorite. It's going to be triple rares, or at least double, as we're not seeing a Star-Lord.
I think for Canute it is a bit more expected. And there has been more of a focus, I suppose, of trying to take up Mantis in drafts from other regions. That's gone up in a huge amount of popularity in like Asia, even Americas, to try and hit some of the bigger points. But I think the biggest sort of meta swing from Americas has been it's not like don't give Kobe the ball, it's take Kobe out of the game, put him on the bench for this one, and not let him
Guess your stuff not sending?
at all, because some
What do you
of
mean?
those duelist characters uncontested can be a real pain in the backside. But now a full best of 5 awaits these two teams that haven't met each other so far, been on opposite sides of the brackets. Probably were expecting to be in the upper brackets themselves, but one is playing for elimination, one is playing for a final chance of making the grand finals, making the mid-season finals happening in China. And really, Virtus Pro, you have to say the favorite.
Welcome
This
back.
Zero Tenacity team has to get respect on its name, and what's more respectful than a first map domination against them?
I'm going to steal 2 phrases that I saw in the chat in the break here. Let us know as we're heading into this first fight. Are you rooting for Canuten, or are you expecting a Fincy Wincy? Let us know. As
Fincy Wincy.
Already wrapping around into the backline to see if they can catch anyone out of position, and a Pyro Prison to cut off.
It's
this
been working.
flank from
I
Zero
answered.
Tenacity.
Scammer overload again from the Hulk and Namor for Sparker, so he's able to output more damage, which going up against the likes of Lugia, who's going to be on that Wolverine, means that it is only one Vanguard in the server currently for Zero Tenacity, something that they're sort of more well known for, especially on these domination game modes. And Vi is just really able to just throw down the heat onto the ground, and nobody is really looking up to deal with him for the time being. Nobody's actually gone down. It's more bot shots and some of these pyro prisons to keep the damage consistent, forcing out some defensive at least from the Namor, but it is both sides contesting. Nobody giving up ground just yet.
Not anymore. I haven't in a while. But if you're subscribed on YouTube, you should be getting a notification of when I go live. So.
But still has a horde of Proteus. Triple KO. And yeah, I think Virtus Pro are probably going to take the first point here. But a couple revives coming out. Soul Rejuvenation to fight some extra time. But with Supernova on top of it, the team's getting completely split apart here. They're very staggered. And Virtus Pro are almost certainly taking the first percentage here. Zero Tenacity making them work for it though, buying as much time as they can.
It bought a lot of time and bought a lot of ultimates too. Knuten is very close to having a karmic revival, and you also have two of the other duelists ready to go with their respective ultimates. Ducky over on that Magneto, he certainly has made a name for himself in that Vanguard role. He has a lot of work to do, and he is just the only bit of mitigation that's blocking really hell raining down on them from Virtus Pro. But they might need to fight a little bit more to just get out of their spawn, and they're having to go for a flank to try and fight for this high ground. Saipe is going to be sat there ready and waiting for them over on the Cloak and Dagger.
Twitter on the flag, radioactive lockdown onto Smash. There's on the Punisher. That's going to be so rough for them to deal with. Shutting down their main damage dealer for at least a few minutes. Has to drop that Monster Hulk though, because Lugia has moved on in. Another radioactive lockdown is going to force Nemix to retreat here and make their way in for the front line this time. Get slumbered, but it's still dropping a solid amount of damage. Karmic Revival being burned early as Ducky was the first to fall.
And underground as well, so there's this potential wraparound that's actually going to start, and that alongside the Soul Resurgence, the final Judgment.
Got the speed that you get.
The Meteor M not connecting onto anything, so now it's maybe just a case of Finzi to hold on.
Because you have the speed boost that you got from the buff that he had, so he moves faster in his ult, and then you have the speed boost from the Mantis ult, which makes for a relatively speedy Punisher.
With a Supernova, has to sort of give up a little bit of space as he's respecting that Meteor M, despite him being a moving target. He doesn't want to be a clay pigeon in the end. Sparker now has
2 HP, manages to survive.
And actually Zero Tenacity only able to get 20% on the board before Virtus Pro come in with a good amount of pace.
Portal re-engage, setting it up, and as such, Smashnez is going to swap this over. That the more coming in for them, and Lugia moving off of the Wolverine will be bringing out the Hulk, so they get that damage boost. They realize their composition was not finding the pickups as much as they like. They're going to just try and ping people with a more sustained fight, but in order to get the sustained fights, they've got to stay on this point and get the sustain.
What if Virtus Pro?
I don't know if I would call it a clutch, all things considered.
Oh, Proteus in the right position from Sparker. If he can line them up, he's going to go for it, and it slams up down. Not quite connecting for the 3K that he got last time, but the elimination still going to be appearing in Virtus Pro's blue color of the server.
Nah, I'm good.
Now just almost dunking, sort of tickling the top of Magneto's head with his feet, able to connect, and means that Zero Tenacity now at overtime's hitting the mark that you have to throw your bodies on the line in order to keep contesting. But there's not going to be enough. Virtus Pro really bouncing back at speeds that Zero Tenacity I don't think we're expecting after they took the point.
Very nicely done by Virtus Pro. Like you said, they came back so quickly after Zero Tenacity flipped. Thanks to that portal, re-engaged, recapped, and Virtus Pro with heavy momentum. Smashnez though has that horde of Proteus.
God, they only have 2 elims
ready for Knuten, so they may
on Zero Tenacity.
Quickly in Zero Tenacity, may be able to get an early cap this time, and with the Hulk and the Magneto, they have a ridiculous amount of sustain, similar to how Virtus Pro held for so long in that first round.
2 eliminations for Zero Tenacity. Just 2.
Yep.
None.
I mean, it's more than 0, but 2 Tenacity doesn't have the same like ring to it, I suppose. You've got to up those numbers. It's rookie numbers at this rate, and it might actually be like Virtus Pro. You have to bring the edge there, and if you're not getting the eliminations, They're able to take this domination point for free, and it means that they're going to have a quick turnaround. Both these teams, respect to them, did play earlier today, haven't had much of a break, and Zero Tenacity's game going on a little while longer in the end, up against Low 9. And now there is Worldbreaker that's come out instantly. The connection over with the Gamma hit is not really going to lead into some more CC, but more eliminations cleared up nicely for Virtus Pro. Able to get more eliminations in 5 seconds than Zero Tenacity have managed in one map.
Now you're good.
Nice pickup. Zero Tenacity forced back off the point. They came in with some insane ults, but Nevix came in with the aggression. Juggling Magneto out of the way. Meet the back.
You are absolutely fine. Don't worry about it.
They either had to get knocked off the map or knocked into the spawn room via Hulk slaps. And it turned out the spawn room was what hit first. Vi taking the high ground position to make sure they zone, as we see Zero Tenacity realizing that the stairs is not where they want to fight. They're going to head inside, so they're at least protected from the attacks from above by Vi, with Vi only able to hit the entranceway now.
Supernova going to be used. It's really a case of trying to dodge around this final judgment. Finzi Meteor on top of it.
So many people are dying.
Attrition. This damage is hard to sustain through for Zero Tenacity, and whilst Winnie did have the invisible boundary on the invisible woman, decides to not use it.
Yingling and Doritos.
They lose too many players too quickly, too early. And even with
I don't know what Yingling is, but Doritos are always good.
They managed to grab onto the point before Virtus Pro taking it back.
They've zoned them on the stairs once again. Virtus Pro in control.
Lager.
They've hold a Proteus in the doorway. Smashnet still has their own as well, but they
don't do alcohol. I don't like the taste of it.
They're playing so incredibly split. You can just see how far back the strategists are to make sure that they're not the ones who are caught out. Finzi once again spots them on the low ground. Shots coming in from Ducky, who is working their way through Finzi, but the Dagger Storm is keeping them topped up.
On a Proteus is looming, it's waiting, but really
there hasn't been much
case for Sparker to throw it out.
Oh, bye, sorry.
In fact, the counterpart is going to come in for Smashnares, and the Horned Proteus is going to follow. Not quite getting the same picks, but the follow-up is there for the first time for Zero Tenacity. Now they've started to get the ball rolling, but it's 80% on the board for Virtus Pro before they're able to take it. And if I'm Zero Tenacity, I'm thinking Virtus Pro still might fight us a lot faster than we're expecting here.
You know that they like to portal in sometimes, so we're going to see them move up to the stairs. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Canuta maybe set up a culling turret for at least some kind of zoning potential from behind. But they're worried about portal re-engage. They're staying grouped up with the rest of the team. Finzi sticking on the Magneto, but they do have that Meteor M. Not going to swap.
I love that Magneto skin so much.
To keep that Gamma upgrade for Sparker as they make their way forward. But in the doorway, Meteor M, final judgment. Finzi gets melted here. Canuta pushing on forwards, but they don't want to chase down the stairs as they're worried about getting caught out round the corner, especially with that Fader Point Wells and the potential of the damage boost. Vi has snuck round from behind. He's going to Flaming Meteor to get out.
Oh, the invisible boundary had to be used there from Winnie. Everybody staying alive. Meteor M forced out from Ducky, and you're right, it was Fi that was in the back line that was just hiding behind, trying to get some progression on the point, forcing Zero Tenacity away from this aggressive hold. There's the portal play from Finzi. The Exile is going to come in onto Nevix as that World War Hulk is going to come through. Lugia is the one that was able to CC him, but there hasn't been that much follow-up. Horned Proteus now coming in for a smash Nez. It hits Fi right in the face, but it's not really untethered by it for the most part. The Eternal Bond now for Dreedrug collecting some space, and even though Zero Tenacity managed to match close to progression, it is Virtus Pro in the hands of the point again, and not much window for Zero Tenacity to go and compete and contest this again.
Virtus Pro hold the line. Zero Tenacity.
Ooh, portal? Portal play?
They do have that World Breaker hold.
Portal play.
They're gonna try and contest this. Lockdown onto Lugia as they make their way in. Win back. Hulk smash to try and contest this. Nevix forced off the point. And Virtus Pro could just give this up and re-engage once a lot of these ultimates are used as Canuta takes down Finzi to keep the control of the point as everyone else takes cover. Vi dropping down on the other side, but being chased down by Smashness on this Doctor
yeah, there's not much you can do, so.
To the point, and Zero Tenacity are creeping towards a win here. 88, 89. Finzi coming back on that Doctor Strange. No portal at least at the point yet as they make their way in. Fi sieging from one side, the rest of the team from the other. That culling turret on the point, but they're
Supernova
through it. Supernova being held on to now will get dropped at the back line. It's grouped together. The Gamma Monstro is burning through it, and Zero Tenacity are stepping off the point. They're going to have to leave the
There goes one.
Ducky will fall, but Lugia is in banner, Lugia is in spawn, and the rest of the team is stuck indoors. The Eternal Bond from the 17 is holding them back. Cyper and Dridro keeping everyone topped up, and Zero Tenacity are going to not make it back in time.
All right, because they
A little
run
bit more
first
fight
round.
back from the end in Zero Tenacity, but Virtus Pro just fire, especially. He's impossible to take down. He's always.
I was like, why is the ulting? There's another round, but no, there wasn't another round because they run the first round as well.
Cloak and Dagger ultimates in very quick succession shows just how much people were kept alive in those fights. A great showing from them, and at very least Zero Tenacity pushing the boundaries and making sure that Virtus Pro aren't going to have a very clean 3-0 here. But the fact of the matter is they weren't able to get a point. They're able to get, what is that, like more than 2, at least 4, 6, 7, 9, 10 eliminations towards the end. I got more of that alone. He was 26-1.
9 final hits as well. If you look at the final hits numbers, that is less than Sparker or Fi. Got Sparker getting 9, Fi getting 12. So just on their own, they were able to out KO the entire team. This order Proteus is literally a third of their final hits on its own. Sparker was playing extremely safe. Fi was playing very aggressive. They were able to juggle it so well, but so much of this has to come down.
I mean, that's basically what you want, right? You want one really aggressive DPS and you want one relatively safe DPS.
Keeping Fi alive even when they dove in. The Eternal Bonds were always timed perfectly. Fate of both worlds to absorb some of the damage from Zero Tenacity, and also keep Nevix up, who dropped into banner form so rarely. You see, they finally dropped once in that fight and did go down, but otherwise they would just get topped up the entire game.
Welcome back.
Even this play, like, look
first
at the top
round
of your screen.
was won by
You start to
Virtus
see it
Pro.
tick up for progression there, that was fine.
With
It managed to do
2-0.
so well of just stopping that aggression from Zero Tenacity. I just got behind them and just trying to cap the point. Making sure that our final judgment, whilst it was trying to take space and find a couple more picks onto Virtus Pro, had to be focused to
I mean,
turn
it's
around to make
Virtus
sure that
Pro,
it
you're
wasn't
right.
gonna go a little
So
bit out of hand. So, yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro are not going to take prisoners here. They've let too many games slide away from them, and now that we're talking like a big chunk of the prize pool here in EMEA, and also that first international LAN, it would be a car crash disaster for Virtus Pro if they, as a team that have been dominating this region for so long, and one of the 2 teams to qualify for that event, it would be horrendous for them. So they're taking no prisoners. Zero Tenacity fighting them a little bit back texture, but honestly, Virtus Pro hungry for the win.
Will they be able to keep this momentum going, though, or will Zero Tenacity be able to show a lot of tenacity and be able to even up this series? We'll be finding out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We have another team to make it into this top 3.
Yep.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
I love going Loki. Love it. Failure? Magneto's also good, especially when you get the dunk on healers. Do you remember who you really are? I mean, you don't have to. Nah. It's a lot cooler when you just play the game the way you want to. You have caffeine and walked around. That'll do it. Interesting.
Ryan, what happens when you prod a bear?
I have no idea what happens when you prod a bear.
It usually wins matches. What happens when you prod it twice? Because someone's about to find out, and it might be Zero Tenacity, as they're going to have to pull off something incredible to start bringing this back. Because Virtus Pro, they took that, and it was quite solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of expected, right? I think
Interesting
everybody
take.
would have Virtus Pro as the favorites, but every other team, even those that have beaten Virtus Pro, have said, man, when this team starts losing scrims and now losing officials, they really get together and they sort of work out where they went wrong with the draft, whether it was meta-related or just individual stuff, and they come back with fury. So Zero Tenacity want to see if they can match that, and honestly, it's a full best of 5.
Dazed and
There's all
Confused is the
different
name of
shows
it.
here, and now you have your map pick to choose from. The question is, realistically, where do you want to take this? Arco is a common position. We have seen Virtus Pro eventually lose out on this map.
Oh,
and it's going to be
Yggdrasil.
actually a different map entirely, Yggdrasil's Path.
With the first protection already coming in, Virtus Pro once again going to be protecting that Magneto. With so many Punishers, Magneto to be able to absorb all that damage. Excuse me, sorry, potentially Meteor M onto that could be extremely useful.
This is so risky, actually, now that I've seen it from Zero Tenacity. We have never seen Virtus Pro play this map, at least in Ignite. Obviously, we've seen Virtus Pro. They've won tournaments on Yggdrasil's Path, but this is the end of the bingo page, actually, for Virtus Pro, showing all of the maps in the game, in the current circuit, outside, of course, Royal Palace and Shin Shibuya, that are just put to the wayside for the time being. Everything else has been played. So this is a risk for Zero Tenacity to pull this out when you have no idea what Virtus Pro want to go towards.
The Lunar Snow going to be protected for Zero Tenacity, giving them a little bit of backline protection. If someone wants to dive in, that Idle Aura could keep them topped up if they choose to do so. Now, the Punisher taken away. If you have that Lunar Snow, then the Punisher could be heading the backline while someone else is sneaking around behind the rest of your team. It's a good way to remove at least some of that potential. Virtus Pro playing it nice and safe here, and the
No protect, just
Torch
attack.
being hovered as they protect.
That's an easy way to lose.
Five's been playing it beautifully, and it's been working very well. So take it up, take it away from your opponents. One-sided Torch makes it very hard to take extended fights in certain areas because that Supernova will absolutely dominate.
Yes, it will.
Final ban coming in being, I was going to say the Punisher, but it's Hulk, actually, which we haven't actually seen all that much, as bans at least.
Yeah.
Might be the first in EMEA, actually. It's been other regions, but we're starting to see it really climb up in popularity. And yeah, against Nevix, no surprise, really. You also stopped that team up from Sparker, which means it's just less Gamma Overload damage done full stop. So Lugia having access to this on the other side might be quite impactful. But Nevix moving over to group seems like it'd be a safe bet at the very least.
It's certainly going to help them out here as they will make their way.
I mean, Virtus Pro has been around since the very beginning, starting off as Team Cats, if I remember correctly. And so far they haven't actually lost the tournament.
Can still do incredibly well though. Bionic Hook to try and pull groups out of range can be incredibly effective, and of course Winter Soldier is just not bad at all outside of that one game versus Crisis.
Like we have a little bit of respite after what's been a chaotic last couple of hours for EMEA. But that's only going to last a short amount of time. Zero Tenacity choosing a map, choosing a side, defending first. And a Black Widow pot shot from Fire is going to start us out at the very least.
They've done this a couple times where they'll just siege in from a distance. Also, I just had a look, by the way, to see when was the last time the Virtus Pro played an official tournament on Yggdrasil Path. And it was in Fight Night number 9, a while ago, versus Burma Patapim, where they won it in a 3-2. Burma Patapim nearly taking that map off them. So it seems Zero Tenacity may have dug deep into the well to find this
High
little
damage,
tidbit out.
blocking off enemies. High HP pool.
Bucky amongst a lot of different characters. Might be last on the list, but you do have that team up of Smashnez and Lugia on the other side.
Works good with a lot of
Be a
duelists.
bit more scrappy over onto the group, but a bit more time and a bit more space. And really, it's just a case of both Magnetos. These are two teams that prefer to have the Emma Frost, so tried to sort of make a gentleman's agreement to have the other Vanguard instead. But this is Virtus Pro holding on to take this fight. Nobody's gone down, but Sparker's managed to get a final judgment very, very quickly.
Visible Boundary immediately burned for that extra defense, but they've got the Kraken impact to try and burst on through, but it is just melting. Sparker is so protected. Finzi just kept the magnetic barrier on them. They had the Eternal Bonds. They didn't even use Fate of Both Worlds. They just made sure
Wolverine counters him.
It's a full team wipe, and Virtus Pro begin heading in towards point A in convincing fashion. And
Wolverine counters him.
Holding this because Nemix can start cutting off that main entrance tunnel.
Sorry, Tetra, was that 4 ultimates that was used from Zero Tenacity that were just bowled over by the final judgment? They're not even going to get to contest here. No swap over to the Strange or anything. They just gave this up and tried to have a bit more of a highline defense over on point B.
Is once again
Strange does not counter Groot.
In the sky, doing damage and making everyone's life bad because they are just
Mainly because his
Fuzz disappear right now. Pyro Prism to cut off re-engages. They see the flank there.
his Thorn Wall, the Thorn Last Walls, what have you.
Get blasted. The team is split in two, and Fire's making it impossible for them to regroup.
Yep.
The Supernova already charged up. When they step out, it's about to be
Respect the wolf. But the Thorn Last Walls, the ones that do damage,
Supernova was used and Struggling Prison is going to pull everybody
they
together with a Fate of
cannot
Both
be
Worlds,
blocked by
keeping
Strange.
Zero
His
Tenacity
shield does
all
not
topped
block
up, so
that
there's
because
not
it's
too much
considered a
that
melee
Spark can do
attack.
in this current situation, but might just catch the Vanguard all on his lonesome. Very lucky to be alive. Ducky having to use the Bulwark on his own. Invisible Boundary going to be met with a Meteor M that was pretty much grabbed instantly from Ducky.
Ouchies.
Thrown straight onto the ground, and it finds two.
Ooh.
That got the pickup onto the cloak, a dagger, removing the Eternal Bond, taking out Dreadro, and Virtus Pro are forced back to spawn. Knudsen building their way up towards another Kraken. Impact currently at 16%, getting dropped extremely low, and actually sniped off by Sparker, and they may have just overextended.
Winter Soldier is a counter to...
That's a big, big risk, and that could bite Zero Tenacity in the backside if they are
most
not
tanks
careful
except
from this
maybe
point
Emma
onwards.
and definitely not against them.
A little bit more aggression with how they want to take this fight.
The thing
is going to come in from Lugia. Worldbreaker is going to just get blocked off by the wall, and honestly, a little bit wasted. Virtus Pro just baiting out the ultimate before they have anything to use themselves. The final judgment for Sparker is close, as is the Supernova from Phi. It's whether they get there first before winning an Oasis that are very close to having those strategist ultimates.
Pushing on in, Phi doing a lot of damage on these early setups. Supernova being held and will immediately get dropped. They're trying to tackle them out of the sky with the hole is forced to retreat, dropping down into Banner, and Lugia is in full retreat now.
Luna.
Trying to wrap it up.
Luna.
Phi gets the first pickup, sees that Neymar on the side, but isn't actually that bothered. They'd much rather just clean out the cart so the distance keeps moving forward. It's a full clean out. Kraken impact with the straggling prison. They try to counter it, but it's completely shut down. The Kraken impacts are finding a couple resets here. Knudsen pushing forward, but will go down. Virtus Pro, they hovered on the brink there for just a second, but it's Zero Tenacity who fall in the end.
Yep.
It really is a case of Dreadro helping the team to just cut through what Winnie's invisible boundaries have been. Strangling Prison right in the center of them, even when you do have Smashnez connecting on to
a lot of damage, isn't it?
the Horn of Proteus. You're only getting one pick. And there's not really any contests happening for Zero Tenacity. They're letting the ends of these points go seemingly for free. There's 3.5 minutes on the clock, and Zero Tenacity instead opting to try and go for a more aggressive fight here and buy a little bit more time towards the end.
They need to make sure they save some ultimates if that's the case. Though, currently all they have is Meteor M. Everything else is just around 50%. And Virtus Pro might not be giving them time to do so. Meteor M looking for the backliners. Instead, it's just right to the face of Smashnez. Feeling personal once again after Smashnez set up a counter KO in that last fight. Knuten is looking for anyone who steps out of position is going to receive that unbreakable guard, but it forced back into spawn. Zero Tenacity, they are just running out of time to make something happen. As Virtus Pro, they only have one body on the car. It could be moving faster. They could be cutting down this timer even more.
Oh, and he's gone.
The high line, but that overextend happening on the other side now. As Sparker turret and Sparker are very quickly taken out. Fido creating a bit more space with a supernova is able to catch onto the other duelist of Smashnez, and now invisible boundary for Winnie is going to be held on to as Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used first, but you lose the other strategist in the meanwhile. This amount of healing output is just not enough, and yeah, the Moon Knight has come out for Knuten with how quickly he can farm up those horns of the hands of Khonshu.
Zero Tenacity needed a miracle, and which god did they pray to? It's Khonshu, baby! As they're gonna try and delay this. Lugia making their way up to the point of invisible boundary, coming out to match me.
Oh no, Fi!
Fi to shut down the damage, but the Fate of Both Worlds is giving the attempt at the tournament. Oh, the Proteus only gets the knockdown as Virtus Pro are able to tank on through. Smashnez has a wonderful angle on his high ground, trying to cut off the reinforcements and cut off the retreat of the strategists as Virtus Pro are falling. And one of our first Moon Knights.
Gotta love a good Moon Knight.
On in and chases them all the way back. The young for the chase is just not enough for the finishing blow. And Nevix realizing there's a Moon
They don't
Knight
have
in
finger
play,
clickies.
brings out the cap.
Has to go for a little bit more of a fighting approach. Sparker also moving over.
No Adam
towards
Warlock
the
in this
to
game.
Try and fight a little bit more from distance. Really, it's the long sight lines as well means that the damage can be pretty strong. Knuten does find another one with a hand of Khonshu, part of his canoe adventures that he's been relying on. It was a brief showing beforehand, but after the buffs, maybe that's been the answer that Zero Tenacity can rely on in these given moments. But there's a minute still on the clock for Virtus Pro. They are losing players, hemorrhaging them almost with these fights. And Dredra, having the Eternal Bond, has to wait a little bit more time before they get the chance to use it. Does Finzi or Nevik swap over towards the Doctor Strange to go for a portal play? The front door is sort of blocked off, so it feels a bit of a necessity, and Finzi is already used that ultimate.
Yep, no finger clickies.
Over soon.
They're going to start making their way forward. Sparker taken down on the stagger once again. They don't have an invisible woman to keep this Hela protected with a shield. They're having to rely on Magneto as Nev's spending a lot of time in the backline. As such, they swap off it with the Soldier for the potential of a final charge up onto a Kraken impact. Give them an opportunity. Fate of Both Worlds. Eternal Bond to create a pathway. Terror Cape through the entire team. Smashnez is deleted and Supernova. It's all in for Virtus Pro as they try to commit onto this. Media M is absorbed by the Dark Force teleport as they're going in for the defense. Smashnez.
Oh no, the Meteor M got hit by the Captain America shield. It bounced away.
Is just simply making it so they can't see their own demise as Virtus Pro are clearing a swath through them.
What wins, the moon or the full power concentrated from the sun? It really does feel like Virtus Pro just have enough heat to get Fi going. And Knuten swapping over to the Star-Lord.
Someone's been getting the Baldur's Gate 3 meme.
To just dash out and stall a little bit longer alongside Lugia that has to go World Breaker in order to give himself more HP to keep things fighting. On Proteus does catch on to Saipe. That's a big pick in the end, but you do lose one of those duelists, and now Sparker with the kinetic combine, he's able to find a lot more space. But Zero Tenacity stopped the payload before it gets to the end of the match.
Oh, they didn't get to the end, so there's a chance for Zero Tenacity to win.
Hulk and tried to crack an impact back onto the point, but he couldn't reach in time. Virtus Pro, their push is put to a halt, and Zero Tenacity, they have opened up an opportunity. There's no overtime here. If they hit triple, they even this up, and they just put on a huge show. Knuten swapping over to the Star-Lord for the speed of the rollout worked out perfectly. Using the Hulk to zone everyone off the board to at least get some delays worked perfectly. Zero Tenacity, last second rotations has been able to save them this game. Now the question is, can they finish the job?
Ooh, Zero Tenacity showing exactly that, a little bit more bite. But now as they are looking to be attacking themselves, Virtus Pro, feel like on this defense, getting close to the end of the third point, many teams have been able to do. And certainly with how much space was surrendered from Zero Tenacity at the ends of these like 2 objectives that they got taken from them, I don't think Virtus Pro are going to do something similar. I think they're going to fight tooth and nail. They have to be careful with Nevik starting over on a Doctor Strange to begin with. I mean, the portal play seems to be inevitable.
Give them a reinforcement if they go down, but them starting on the Strange means they can't.
E10 will benefit from 2 tanks. Well, they have 2 tanks.
Charge. This is the trade-off of playing Strange early and swapping to it when needed.
Ducky and Lugia are playing tank.
Already using the Trooper's Fist to back out, making sure they don't get caught out of position. Blast of Barrage. As Canuda, even though you don't keep charge between rounds when it comes to Convoy or Convergence, they're still going to be rolling in with that Starlord to try and duel out fire in the sky.
Another fight back in this point. Ducky ends up overextended, potentially grabbed by Spark.
They have Hulk and Magneto.
As well, so you're losing enough numbers for Zero Tenacity that they have to give up a little bit more space. And if more eliminations can be found, which is exactly what Virtus Pro do grab,
they have Hulk and Mags.
Those ultimates are starting to look a little bit scary. Sparker very close to having that Kraken's impact. He is so good at farming up these ultimates this quickly in the map.
On hero number 4.
They have the mean green fighting machine and Angry Grandpa.
Smash Nets realizing that they've got fire in the air. Hit scan would be quite nice. Hella's not going to be the choice. They bring out the Ultron, the team up, and this is something Zero Tenacity have done before, and it's worked out pretty well. In comes the Unibeam as we look for the setup. A pull on.
Now they have 1 tank.
The Eternal Bond to make sure that they get the control, but Invisible Boundary is keeping everyone topped up for both sides, and we're just seeing Sparker trying to ping anyone out of the air. As Canuda wrapping around, but is spotted, so can't go for an ultimate at this stage. Drop low Guardian barrier from when he stops the Invisible Woman to give them the extra space. Range of Ultron for the setup. What a hook! What a fist! And it's Canuda being forced to dash away.
Ooh, they do lose Nevix though, and he had the Eye of Agamotto. Meteor M's going to be used from Zero Tenacity to see if they can get things going again. They found that first pick, but the last stand is allowing Knutson and Ducky some extra space. Lugia taking a lot of that focus, and even the pulse cannon thrown on down. Good time set for Zero Tenacity, but it's not going to be a completely given up point. There comes the portal play, and an Eye of Agamotto is handy and available. Ooh, it's right on the edge of being on this second checkpoint again, and Meteor M now waiting for Finzi, biding his time, taking a lot of damage, which was of course being mitigated into the ultimate as a bit more firepower if needed. Doesn't find an elimination, but it provides a window for Virtus Pro to get their bodies back onto the payload and to stall out for just a little bit more time.
Mitzi is down. Nevix has Eye of Agamotto, but they are forced off the point. They just could not handle this much damage output from Zero Tenacity with Lugia bringing back once again the Wolverine for another Zero Tenacity solo Vanguard setup. It has won them so many games.
Missed the grab.
They jump back to it again when they need it most. When speed is of the essence, they go for aggression.
Very close to having another pulse cannon. Knutson finding himself a multi-pick in a couple of games now. He can pull out a play like this against Virtus Pro. It's good to be talked about for quite some time. It's going to be thrown out just through the middle of the invisible boundary. It catches onto Nevix again with the Eye of Agamotto in hand. Not ready to pull
I'm not playing at the moment. I'm watching the EMEA tournament. But I might play after this if it doesn't go on for too long.
It's mirrored in either case.
Only a few games though, because they don't have a whole lot of time left.
Trying to keep Virtus Pro on this objective, but Lugia, he catches onto multiple of them. He just comes through free, and it's provided so much more space. Again, they don't.
The angry Canadian strikes again.
They want to get onto this second point.
Yes, I do. I do enjoy playing Marvel Rifles.
And even if he did, he's already involved.
I would enjoy it more if my teammates actually have brain cells, but
if they can find someone on the flank,
I'll find my enjoyment where I can.
Isolate them earlier. Supernova with the flaming media to make sure that they're on the point for the extra delay, but they're just peeling away. And point blank media M, but it's brought enough time for Finzi to reach up to the point. Eye of Agamotto going to be coming the range of Ultra.
I play a lot of Loki, but I basically am an all-rounder, so I just play whoever is needed. I can't play flankers though.
It's point blank onto Wolverine, but they just tank it. Sparker is on the flank, keeping the team topped up as they push on in. The bodies are falling for both sides. Finzi getting CC'd onto the point, but it's only Wolverine.
Ooh, fire on the Iron Fist. Oh, Iron Fist.
It's all about the backline as they take out Oasis.
Oh, he's still going. He's connecting and combining very nicely in the end, and he's up in the sky. Even the nerfs he had recently to trying to hit pretty much the top of the map. He's got flying control, and he sends Knutson down to the ground. He's able to actually get the pick in the end, and now it's going to be Nevix jumping up like a dog trying to catch a cat up a tree. It's Knutson. It's just out of reach, raining down hellfire upon them, and now the beam is going to force a little bit more space for Zero to Nasty to try and push things. They still have 90 seconds on the clock. This
no, I mean you.
Fight, but it feels like one.
They're giving everything here. Invisible Boundary traded out for the fate of both worlds. Vi is back still on Iron Fist because he's essentially a flyer. He's too sticky to force off those flyers, so Invisible Boundary has to be used every time you can in the line. I am
a little bit too high up.
Find the target. Counter coming in from Nevix. They do find the target, taking down Lugia. Oasis is wiped by Vi, and Knutson and Smashness are out of there. Absolutely not. But Vi doesn't want to let them get away that easy. They're coming in for the chase.
I mean, they've not swapped up this character yet, showing that there is a little bit more panache to be found, I think, with how these teams are playing. And
oh no, by Magneto.
Might be a bit of an overextend for Finzi. He is completely on his lonesome, and that's one of your vanguards gone, and very close to having a Meteor M. So Reset is going to be back in the fight soon enough, but it's whether the rest of Zero to Nasty.
No, he's not banned for them.
Make it a little bit more
they have a mag.
The other vanguard. This is great for them. A snowball could be a big pulse cannon if they can find a few more players, and this is uncharacteristic from Virtus.
Keep it down, hole.
In different spots. The ultimate.
Keep it down, hole. Died.
But he's shut down so quickly. You forget that he was even there. No contest going to be allowed here for Virtus Pro, and 90 seconds for Zero to Nasty to push to the end of the map.
It is almost exactly the end of the map. Nevix has swapped over to the Thing here. That is an interesting choice. If they can land a Yancey Street charge close enough to the Flyers, they will actually ground them and stop them from flying away. But you've got to make sure you get it on the right height, in the right angle. And of course, a Kraken, a covering time will shut them down. Finzi has Meteor M. Sparker has Rage of Ultron. Invisible Pulse Cannon comes on out. Meteor M for the turnaround, but it doesn't get the pickup. It will be Fi who takes out Knutson.
It was all about just creating a bit of tempo, just burst damage, seeing if anybody else can follow up on it. But now you've got all of these flyers in the sky and Lugia. A Star-Lord would be nice for Virtus Pro, but it's only Fi that I think can play it right. So it's really choose if you want to be on the Human Torch or you want to be on the Star-Lord in these fights. Regardless, he has got the drone on him to keep him alive and kicking. And now the Rage of Ultron's
but it's not doing a whole lot.
It forces out the fate of both worlds. And I'm looking at Lugia.
The gameplay looks slow.
Finding these fights and finding space, and a last stand is available. However, the Vanguard fight is going in the direction of Finzi, and a clobbering time for Nevix is ready and waiting. And
hilarious, dude.
Zero to Nasty are going to expect it this quickly.
Battle leaps to make sure the Vi gets that damage reduction in the air. 19 seconds. Zero to Nasty have to pull the trigger. They are going to make their way in. They will easily touch. And you mentioned that last stand is at the ready, getting the heal up thanks to the team up from that Ultron. Healing up the rest of the team. They make their way in. Wolverine onto the point. They found Vi, who's dropped low. Supernova comes down now for the turnaround. Knutson gets the Guardian Barrier. Meteor M to try and take out anyone on the backline. They turn it to deal with that thing instead. Nevix goes down. Immediately backing away, not wanting to get caught out on this Iron Man. They need to make sure that they have that damage out before the rest of the team catching Ultron. And last
thanks, John.
the Iron Bulwark.
Yeah, I highly doubt that, Jumpy.
No strategist ultimates are left available. Smash is finally going to charge up that Rage of Ultron to keep the damage output going. Finzi's trying to delay, but here comes Lugia. They see the flyers, they see the birds, and they know it's their job to deal with it. They look onto Magneto. In the meantime, in the back line,
somehow I highly doubt that.
The delay, pushing on in. Nevix is low, gets away. Sparker is giving everything to keep their vanguards alive so they can hold this. They're right on the finish line. 3 meters to go. Vi is literally standing in spawn, maximizing the damage output on this Hela. Invisible Boundary for winning for the turnaround, but it's met by the fate of both worlds.
You got the pulse cannon from Knutson. He just needs 1 second of it, and it misses. Nobody goes down for Virtus Pro. In fact, Spark is able to take him up the sky, but Lugia is a missile in himself. The trades are going in the direction. Spark has found 2. Ducky's found 2. Vi switching over towards the Hela, just trying to find that suppressive fire that might be enough. 2 meters away, overtime, inches beforehand. And Virtus Pro, they hold on just for the edge. Zero to Nasty, 2 meters away for evening up the series.
That could have been a win for Z10.
Meters between Zero Tenacity evening that up and Virtus Pro taking us to match points, and it flipped one way. An almost perfectly balanced game, but that last second swaps onto the Hela, onto the Ultron to make sure that they can try and ping away at this Iron Man indoors, ping away at this Ultron, and try to take out the Wolverine. We talked about it earlier. Moxie brought it up. That Soul Drainer to stop Wolverine moving, just to keep them in place for an extra second or two, and it was enough to clean up the points and allow Virtus Pro to go one game away.
It seemed like it was going to be a win for Z10 though, but
As
unfortunate.
Reminder, both these teams played a little bit earlier. Full best of fives that both.
If VP wins the next round, they'll just win. 3-0 again.
That felt like a bit more of a spaghetti game, honestly.
And then they'll be fighting Berber Patapim again.
Expected, like I mentioned, when you've got these guys that are putting in the hours in a very, very warm day across all of Europe. So now Zero Tenacity was so close to actually making this a very competitive map. But honestly, Virtus Pro, uncharacteristic mistakes, I think, from them. But it's really just a case of getting it across the line. They won't care how, they just care that they're able to make this 2-0.
We've called it before. It's time to pull out all of the stops, and we just saw Iron Fist, Iron Man, double Ultrons, and an extra little bit of movement.
Baja Blast fuels you.
These teams.
Awesome.
When it comes down to these final meters, to these final pushes, to these elimination matches, if you've got something in your mind that might work, there's no.
I wouldn't have thought.
Say, oh, I don't know, guys. You pulled that trigger, and both of these teams did so.
Yeah, any little more tricks that both these teams have now is the time to use them, because you might not be able to for quite some time. All of these teams have sort of set themselves up for Season 2 of EMEA.
It's not like I said it or anything.
Away, right? Like, the meta's going to look changed. We're going to have multiple more characters added into the game. Yeah. Like,
let me know if that wasn't sarcastic enough.
Look. So if it's the last that we see of Z10, they have one map to decide whether that's going to be the case or not. It's going to be a very different style of game. So if there's any tricks up their sleeve right now with the way that they go about the draft, the compositions, even the heroes, like we saw with a little bit of Moon Knight, now is the time to use them.
I
need a little more.
The games that people are saying, who hasn't been played yet? The answer is Thor, who did receive a couple changes, allowing them to cancel that Awakening rune for a Storm Surge. At this point, with all these options and almost every hero actually being played so far, you know what? Maybe it's time. Give it a go. But we'll have to find out if they're going to take that risk.
Imagine if they actually play Thor.
When we come back, we'll find out if Zero Tenacity can begin the comeback, or if Virtus Pro will close this out.
Struck down by living chi.
Kinda sad neither of those are legendary skins, but yeah, what can you do? Your keyboard has nothing for anything other than English. Da, 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 da.
Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only.
Understandable. I accidentally bought a UK keyboard the other day, and I did not know where any of my buttons were. None of my symbols were on it. At least UK still has regular QWERTY. I almost bought a German keyboard, which has something else. on it that I don't know the order of, but I wouldn't have been able to find any of my letters.
Wishing across time and space, 'cause you were my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine.
Da 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 da.
Yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and
Da 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 da. Also, if there's one gripe I have when it comes to ranked versus quick play, it's that when you're in ranked, if it even goes slightly sideways, people are like, oh, let's give up. The moment that you play quick play and you're against like top 250 people, it's like, we must put everything in this. Let's put all the sweat and blood, sweat and tears into this match. And like,
they're gunning for the grand finals. They're gunning for a qualification.
Keep going. I'm like, what is happening? Why is this so different?
Like, this is not an acceptable finish
I
for
will
any of the teams at this stage.
say one thing though. Usually, when that team exists, they're special.
$25,000.
But still.
Second place, $35,000, and first place, $70,000. That is
In quick
a
play,
pretty
too.
Big jump.
People
While
can
that's
get
a
so
lot of
tilted
money
in quick play
fourth
as
all the
well.
way up
It's
to second,
hilarious.
These teams want to be gunning for first, and you have to be in it to win it.
On the
First
Spectre
Pro,
special,
one
I wouldn't
win
go
away
that far,
from
but they're
guaranteeing
definitely
themselves at
special.
least third. Zero Tenacity. They were so close, meters away, almost my height.
The reason why I say
away
that is
from
because
where
people on the spectrum tend to
they
not be
almost turned
angry.
it round. Now is their last chance.
We should definitely start changing the measurements of maps to how many tetras it is instead of meters. It's a shame, I guess, for both teams to not be playing out the Emma Frost, as they've both been big fans for it. Nevix is a little bit sad because he's been very keen on picking her up and playing, but the Magneto is sort of slotted in nicely for both sides. Zero Tenacity going for the Protect first, which means that Virtus.pro get to take out both Emma and also the Loki.
Sticking pretty standard so far. Magneto going to be protected for Zero Tenacity as well, so we get the mirrored mags just like we have been so far for the last couple games. Emma's removed, mags protected, and there's the Loki mirrors. So far,
My J. Jonah's senses are
mirrored, just in a
tingling. Is it
different
because you see
order.
Fi on the Spidey?
I feel like this really just leans into Virtus.pro. Like, the reason that they were such a strong team.
Are you
for the
gonna
longest
be in
time
my
is
chat and
because
say
a lot
he's a
of the
menace
big
now?
fans, because it didn't have a system like this one, were mirror matchups. And if you play up against Virtus.pro in a mirror matchup, you just lose. They just play it better, no matter what it is.
Here's the Spooder Doodler!
Zero Tenacity have been very good at being
Run
able to
away!
sort of play around the draft and enable some really exciting compositions.
You know
but
what's funny to
it
do?
hasn't really come
When a
to fruition, at
Spider-Man
least
doesn't
for
know
this series.
exactly how to use his things, but he's good enough to constantly get rid of your backline. I just go in a squirrel, throw a nut in his face, and then just use my slingshot. It's like, bye-bye.
Game Wolverine and Iron Fist are the only ones that immediately come to my mind as Wanda lost hers. We're going to see that Punisher taken away by Virtus.pro, not wanting Canoonan or Smashness to get their hands on that, where they can just try and melt through the frontliners, especially on a map like this, where if you are able to get these good positions, you can really break defenses very easily.
Could make all the difference.
I'm a little bit worried at the protection for Virtus.pro having that human torch. I mean, on this map, it's open skies for the most part. Zero Tenacity might move over towards having the Ultron and stuff, but yeah, it is tricky.
He's a menace to the
Having
entire
4
server.
fires is good,
Yes.
like I mentioned, it puts fire into
Unless you throw a giant nut in his face and then just shoot him.
If he has to move over towards Starlord, because I don't think Sparker plays it all that much, I don't think.
Not into Spider's Bane. Squirrel Girl, if you play her correctly, can be the bane of many a flanker.
Iron Fist as their
For anyone that doesn't know, when you dash, any dash, doesn't matter which one, your hitbox stays that's where you initially dashed from. So even if you are dashing behind someone else, if they throw anything that can CC you at where you were, you will get CC'd. Guaranteed.
Could be devastating.
Maybe last orders at the bar for Zero Tenacity if they lose out on this map. Virtus.pro looking to be clean after their losses yesterday against Berber Patspim. A map that they are very good at playing around the objective, and Zero Tenacity have also had good results on this historically as well, so no surprise that it ends up coming here. But a loss added to their name prior to this game. Virtus.pro actually have got Sparker on the Black Panther.
I'm happy with one, as long as it's not both. If they were going Black Panther, Iron Fist, and that Captain America, it would certainly be a quick roll on the first point. But getting those,
I mean, she got a buff, so
the thing could shut that
definitely
down
worth.
so fast. But Zero Tenacity for now just
fly dropping low.
laser fire out of the sky as they're sticking with this Ultron Iron Man composition, trying to unibeam. Vi's trying to land the shotgun shots, and neither one is coming ahead on this duel. Nevix will be the first to fall on that Captain America, and down goes Vi. Finally picks up his matches, and Lugia finding Fincy and taking them into the abyss.
Poor Fincy.
On themselves some nice picks, so they've wasted pretty much a minute of the 4 allocated right at the start of Central Park. The switchover is going to be having the Ultron in the sky to pair up with Vi on that Human Torch. Nevix on the Captain America. See if he can leap in. Really, there isn't too much that can take Knutson out of the sky other than just the aerial fighters themselves. Asmodeus forced to use that team up mostly for just healing to keep the Iron Man alive. Bulwark is even going to be used with just how much focus that Knutson's taken. He has the pulse cannon, but the majority of these targets are up in the sky, not grouped up together.
Sparker trying to land their shot, take up the first rage of Ultron from Asmodeus to try and break through this cloak and dagger. Had to use dynamic flight though. Sparker is looking for the turnaround play here. Knutson forced to retreat inside at least for the moment, as the aggression from Virtus.pro has allowed them to look close to that first third. But the counter, Lugia, is making it very untenable to stay here, making Virtus.pro retreat as Nevix fell once again.
The menace! The menace!
Especially when it's Lugia playing on it, is a threat. It always is. The last stand.
Get back into my team, you bitch!
He did enough to survive. He gets pulled right back onto the objective itself, and nothing has been made progression-wise on the side of Virtus.pro. The fight is still ongoing. The fate of both worlds.
Well, that went somewhere.
From Nevix, he leaped across the sky and just bounced the Meteor M back. It was looking like it could potentially grab onto Oasis. Even Saipe that he was using the fate of both worlds.
Maybe don't watch that closely though. Maybe watch the rope more.
Trying to get some momentum going, and the second pulse cannon from Knutson yet again finding absolutely zilch.
Vi was taken out in that fight earlier by the Wolverine after being pushed off the map, but it already returns. They can just fly around the side. They're trying to get the shot onto that range of Ultron. Asmodeus is trying to zone away the reinforcements, but will get taken out by Vi. And the dive in from Sparker as Virtus.pro with the Supernova will try and cut off the reinforcement points. Lugia is looking for the opportunity. Fate of both ones has to be used just to break the opening.
Supernova thrown down. Yeah, fate both worlds means that all of the bodies are starting to congregate for Zero Tenacity on this objective. Is there anything that could potentially take the roll out their misery? Not quite. Lugia though with the portal play leaving through, seeing if he can find this fight, and it's Ducky that's moved on over to try to enable one final.
Oasis is having a hard time in there.
A minute left on the clock. One hold here, and it might be a pretty short map if they're able to have a good attack inside themselves, but that might be thinking too far into the future. This Virtus.pro team is very hard to take down. Rageable are going to be used not to try to protect the Lugia leaping in with the last stand. I think the rest of Virtus.pro turned around and said, we're fine, we're good. Let's throw the power back at them. The Bagamoto is going to connect onto Sparker, who was up in the sky, and Oasis makes sure that he's taken back to spawn for the time being. And Fincy being thrown around the map for the time being. Fi trying to dodge this very angry rodent that's on the ground. That is Lugia.
Very angry rodent.
A pulse cannon being used, not connecting onto anything from Knutson, and a Meteor M from distance doing the same.
They can't reach the point. They're trying to make their way in. Lugia is trying to hold this. Sparker swapped over to the Wolverine for the turnaround players. Here comes the Freedom Charge. Forced off the point by Lugia. Sparker gets frozen. Nevix is trying to get their team all that extra time on that turnaround.
There's bodies on it, but they're not really doing anything, which is interesting. Oh, they got it.
Finally, Zero Tenacity are forced off the point with just a couple seconds to go. The quick retreat. The chase is real, and Flaming Meteor will get the finishing blow. Virtus Pro finally crack this map open and begin making their way into Dracula's castle.
I mean, if you can hold first point, that's a very big W, right?
Abrasive for Virtus Pro, as that first point took pretty much everything that they had available. And now Zero Tenacity, they have at least that security of taking a fight here with the fate of both worlds for Oasis. That, however, is all that they have available for the time being, but a pulse cannon might not be too far off for Knut with the amount of suppressive damage that he's able to be doing. Can't quite combine or mirror at least a Human Torch in the sky as it was banned out, so has to try to improvise with this character. Has got the pulse cannon, hasn't connected onto anything so far, I think, so far this map, but there's a lot of bodies now fighting on the point. There it comes in, and last time, creating a bit of space, enough, but Fi taking down people with the slam to the ground means that the numbers are still in favor of Virtus Pro.
Trying to get on to smash their Sparker, just watching him menacingly as Fincy will finally get the final blow. They did lose Fi as that invincible pulse cannon was finally able to land thanks to Fi diving in.
He's just standing there menacingly.
Joining his team and finds Knudden on the flank. There's also an attack from below as Nevix is trying to get onto them, forcing Knudden to retreat indoors. Here comes the rage of Ultron. The Fi is already trying to chase them down.
Never drinking absolute pair again. Why? What happened? Ooh.
That's the triple quadruple, and Virtus Pro are cleaned off the point with just under a minute to go.
Angry Canadian strikes again.
So good at this, it almost means that like the focus has completely gone off the fact that it's just one Vanguard for Zero Tenacity when Lugia is just carrying the burden that much. The Virtus Pro now 30 seconds on the point. You can see exactly where it's sort of got to and where Virtus Pro are trying to take this next engagement.
God, when you look at it like that, it doesn't seem that far, but then when you're playing, it's like trying to find the end of the world.
Frozen down from the absolute zero from Oasis. There's still going to be a fight of Ducky being able to bounce back. And bringing Fi low, but not quite enough to bring him out for the time.
Gotcha.
Overtime is beckoning. The invisible boundary is going to set up Zero Tenacity for this final hold. And a pulse cannon going down onto the point, not catching onto much again.
Meteor M, though, will get Oasis. That's going to remove a lot of extra healing from Zero Tenacity, and it looks like it's going to help Virtus Pro push on in. Zero Tenacity are falling. All that's left is the Flyers, and guess what? Flyers are in the sky. They're not on the point, as the objective is grabbed by Virtus Pro, pushing on in.
Knudden just flying away.
Finish off Smashness on the retreat. Knudden's running.
Yeah, they're trying to fight Knudden as well. He's just thrown himself off the map to try and reset quickly. And oh, it's getting dicey time-wise now. Elimination's pretty even, all things considered, but Virtus Pro just always find enough when it matters. Better late than ever.
Yeah, I think there might be some questions.
And now Spark is actually switching things around to be playing a bit of.
But also, technically, it's not a bad name because you know balls exist.
And can find as much success as Lugia's.
Activated the map.
How you interpret that is all up to your imagination.
To be available, and Sparker already creeping.
Maybe volleyballs, tennis balls, soccer balls.
Patch and the imperative firewall keeping them topped up. Lovely play by Smashness as they drop the range of Ultra for the extra.
And then you see the healers on the floor just kind of like must heal, heal, get healed.
Ultimate to do so. Sparker last stand for the turnaround. Five takes out Winnie after the setup.
That was a very well set up play. Wasn't even an audacious one. Now the pulse cannon is going to come through, but a supernova is the thing that just has a little bit more punch.
The best one I think that I have found so far is the one where Jeff is on the floor and it has mosquito sounds and it says "Gotta water your mosquitoes."
They're going to finish up this map unless Zero Tenacity have a little bit more bite for this fight. It's scary though. You've got the freedom charge held onto from Nevix, and a last dash in as Knudden has to be the one to touch.
They will touch though to buy some extra time. Finzy, Meteor M, just gonna drop it on anyone on the point to try and buy it. It's a trade in Meteor M's in unison. As in comes the Eternal Bond from Dritro to make sure that Virtus Pro have the extra save onto the board. They take out 1, 2, 3, and no one is on the point. That is Virtus Pro with the triple, and Zero Tenacity teeter on the edge.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity being so good.
So now Z10 has to get all the way to the end to get a draw. Then they have another round. And then they have to try and make sure the Virtus Pro can't get very far, and they get far.
To finish out the map is tough. And it could have realistically been Zero Tenacity holding onto the first point alone.
So this should be interesting.
Do a lot of damage to morale. You have to finish out, and you have to go for another round on this attacking side to do a little bit better. That's the goal that Virtus Pro has drawn in the sand. But now that you're having to go for an attack yourself, Zero Tenacity, how are things going to change?
Nevik so far has been dropping a consistent Vibranian W, getting the turnarounds, deflecting those invincible pulse cannons, and as such, Canudan has yet to lock in. Do they want to keep with this Iron Man? Oh, yes. It's time. When you get in this situation where you know it's time to try something, you need to bring out anything. What do? It's time for Hawkeye. Snipe from a distance with the Lunar Snow buff. It got nerfed. Is it enough to stop Zero Tenacity from locking down Virtus Pro?
It got nerfed. It needs to not exist.
It is pretty much through the fire and flames. Zero Tenacity, win or loss, have to carry on.
Well, they have to draw this round, and then they have to go do another round and hopefully get further than Virtus Pro, right?
Okay, still going to be dedicated to from Canuton. It is nerfed, even tweaked. Just the numbers brought down a peg or two. So you still wonder if Canuta could do a lot of work on this, and wondering if he's going to be up against some flying characters. Lugia is able to take out the counterpart of the Wolverine on the other side, but he's taken himself out in the process at the same time.
Reinforcement distance a little bit shorter for the attackers, so Zero Tenacity do get the benefit of that. Fi trying to chase them down though, taken out by smashes, and Zero Tenacity slow but steady, creeping forwards. Frost Arrow at the ready, gets the lockdown onto Nevix. They're looking for an opening. Lugia taking out Fincy. It's slow, it's working. They're trying to get onto that cap, who's forced to back away, chase into the hallway as that timer begins to tick up, and Canudan is happy to just dual cap in melee if need be.
Hawkeye is high DPS at a very slow pace, right?
Onto the back line, and you do have the Hunter's Sight being used. You've got the Eternal Bond also trying to lead Virtus Pro.
Wolfie be acting
to
slick.
go for this engagement from Dritro, but Ducky with the Meteor M is the one to find an opening. It's 88% on the point, but there's still 3 players from Virtus Pro fighting tooth and nail for every single moment of time. Even if this is a lost battle, they want to keep things flying on and force now both of the support ultimates from Zero Tenacity at the same time. That could be a little bit of a mistake if it wasn't for Lugia. Finding a lot more of this control, the dashing around off the back of the last stand is going to keep Virtus Pro's numbers down to dwindling positions. It's still enough to hold on to this objective though, and even though we are just seeing consistently Zero Tenacity filling up the elimination feed on the right hand side, it's only up until now that Zero Tenacity have had to give this up.
They make their way in. Zero Tenacity grabbed the point on the attack here. Fine went all in once again for the last ditch effort. We saw it last time. They went for a double on what I'm going to call the Fire Fist here, but they got picked off both times. They found no value.
Really?
Just tried to get it for the sustain, but guess what? You're up against a Wolverine, a Magneto with the back cannon, and a double freeze composition. They could not find anyone and were picked off quickly in those fights.
Sparker's trying to decide what he wants to play. He's moved over from the Wolverine to the Ultron to the Wolverine again. So now, I mean, so much damage has been done from Canuton here. You can't say that there's no value to having Hawkeye in this position, and especially when you have a bit more vertical mobility, it is going to be irritating for Virtus Pro to deal with this now. Rage of Ultron is going to provide some space, but the Supernova is going to cut through the backline like a hot knife through butter. Fi has found himself 4, and it seemed to be 5. It's just completely clean from him, and he hasn't broken a sweat in the process.
Be careful of those ice arrows, though. If they get caught out of position alone, they could be in trouble. You can see that little snowflake hovering around them as Fi does have that idle aura from Cyper, so they can just keep these duels going. Zero Tenacity, though, with 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time to try and re-engage it. Looking below as the Wolverines will trade out onto Fincy, and once again they catch him. Now they're looking aggressively onto Fi once again with the chase. It's all hands on deck. Someone catch this, Johnny.
Oh, now Nevix.
I can only imagine. I can only imagine that the cops are like, can someone get this fucking storm, Johnny Storm, out of the goddamn air?
And it's just really a case of trying to force out shots, and Sparker is just being a pain in the ass to try and deal in the backline. It's meaning that all of the damage is more focused to deal with the flank as opposed to the front line of Virtus Pro.
Making their way onto the point. Virtus
Can someone shoot the fucking flyers?
Brings in Oasis and Ducky taking them out here. And we're seeing that Hawkeye try to get some value. We see also the retreat out of Smashness, trying to make it to the base, but Fi with a shotgun like Blast takes them down. Finally, they will get
and then the rando Squirgle comes in. Is like, I play Squirgle. I'm not for the flyers.
Has given up on this Hawkeye. Brings out the Star-Lord to try and duel in the air.
Now Lugia, middle of the fight, not being able
That's
to
an image I did not need.
in the middle of disengagement, but the leap is going to bring Ducky out. Sparker's trying to see if he can sort of match some of the success that's being found on a Meteor M, creating a lot of space, a lot of bodies, and even though he tries to dodge the barrier that was coming up, that curtain from Finzy, it's not able to find anything at all. Vi with a supernova again, able to get a little bit of mitigation off the back of the cloak.
Oh, he got grabbed.
He gets caught out just as the supernova was used, but he's able to stay himself alive, to stay afloat, and there's a lot more damage being done. Sparker with the last stand on his side, not really leading towards any eliminations, but Zero Tenacity's time, the wick is starting to burn down, and just over a minute left.
It's hot in your Texan.
But the Eternal Bond is keeping Virtus Pro topped up through this fight, and Zero Tenacity are struggling to find an opening with less than a minute to go, Ryan. Vi is fighting indoors. If they can get rid of this Star-Lord, if they can avoid getting picked off, they might be able to hold this.
I remember I had one match on this map where it was quick play, by the way, so it's not like it was very important. Where I had a Cappy Cap fight. I was playing Cap, another person on the enemy team was also playing Cap. I did not let him run away. He was the last person on their team. I followed that dude all the way back to the starting point. We were on this part of the map. I followed him all the way back. All the way back to first point. Tried to run away from me. I said no. I was not letting him go.
But in fact, Lugia is the one that gets caught out. He gets grabbed by Sparker on the other side, but he's able to just survive out.
Sometimes you just gotta do it because it's funny, you know?
There might be a bit of space for Zero Tenacity to keep things afloat as we hit overtime.
Fincy trying to protect
him. Ooh!
Doesn't find him or take out Oasis, who did not have their ultimate, but it means that Winnie is able to get away with the invisible boundary to set on up. Sparker moving on in. Cypher with the fate of both worlds is keeping Virtus Pro pushing on into this fight, looking for anyone on the wraparound. Sparker moving on in to take out the front line, remove people.
Devil's ass after Indian food?
Contested up here. Here comes the Galactic Legend to try and break this open. Meteor M from Ducky to take out the defenders. One goes down. Dridro removing all of the healing, and Zero Tenacity are finding the opening. They're pushing on in. Blast of Mirage, Captain America, no freedom, no hope, and Zero Tenacity.
No freedom for you.
Onto a single opening.
We don't need your freedom here, America.
Is their last hope. If they can stay on this card until those doors open, they're still in. If Virtus Pro keep it shut, it's all over.
Ooh, Supernova is on the horizon, and Nevix is going to run it with a freedom charge. So there's no portal play, there's no Doctor Strange just come out just yet, but that's enough damage on.
Well, we're European over here, you know, so whenever Captain America goes down, we gotta let them know. Gotta let him know.
Winnie's not going to be close to an invisible boundary. Smashness not quite there with the Rage of Ultron. You do have the numbers, though, ever so slightly. Smashness has found them, but they've gone off of the point.
Oh, no!
They had the numbers there. They were finding the picks for Zero Tenacity.
Unionized government.
Off the point for a second, and Virtus Pro take this series 3-0.
GG. Virtus Pro set themselves up for another fated rematch with Berber Patapim to qualify for the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals and to try and get another revenge against Rad if they can get past Berber Patapim. Zero Tenacity, a valiant effort. They should be proud of themselves for that performance, doing so well. They almost brought it back, bringing it to once again.
They did almost bring it back.
Seconds away from victory. Lugia just playing out of their mind here today. Everyone did so well. The versatility, the skill.
I do not want to be the tank that was up against Lugia.
It's not enough.
Not gonna lie.
Kings stand tall, and Virtus Pro are trying to come back for their
Nothing
throne.
against the...
I think for Zero Tenacity, you've got a bit of a break now, at the very least, with a 4th place finish.
Like,
Certainly
nothing
something
against
to, like,
Sparker,
be home and proud about,
but
I think. You've got some time to
Lugia
really
was a lot
gel as a team.
scarier.
Honestly, the squads that you were able to beat or lost to in the case of Rad and Virtus Pro here have just been together as a core a hell of a lot longer. Now you have months of scrims ahead of you, a new meta no doubt on the horizon by the time that we see Zero Tenacity show up again next on our screens for Ignite. Really does feel a case of any iterations, any upgrades that you might have, get them done now, get the practice in, and you're in for a real shot, because Virtus Pro, even though it was a clean 3-0, there was nothing clean about the maps themselves. There were a lot of very close instances, and maybe some moments that Zero Tenacity should have come out as winners.
But in this case, Virtus Pro will claim their spot in that lower bracket final. The prophecy has come true. There are 3 teams. One of them will be crying and 2 will be in those grand finals and going to China. Tomorrow, we will find out who it is between Virtus Pro and Berber Patapim. Who will be joining Rad?
We shall see. We've already seen that Berber Patapim can win against Virtus Pro, so we know it's possible, so we'll see.
Season finals. I am exhausted, cream cracking after some of the best rivals we have seen, period.
It's been fun. It's been a really good day in the end. Virtus Pro, they're going to be happy that this story continues on, despite the fact that yesterday didn't go to their plan. But it does set up that final, lower bracket final rematch of Berber Patapim versus Virtus Pro, and one of them is going to be qualifying for not only the grand finals that we're going to be seeing tomorrow as well, but that mid-season finals in China. So it's a scary game if you're a Berber Patapim fan. You need to go and do the unthinkable, which was winning in that best of 5 the first time. Now you've got to do it again.
If this was a show, the scriptwriters will be absolutely cooking to get us to this point. With this matchup again, Berber Patapim versus Virtus Pro. They thought they were done with it, but now they have to face these guys again. Sparker is joining us from Virtus
Probably
Pro.
not, because I was supposed to go to the movies, but right now I'm not actually sure if we're still going. So maybe. Otherwise, it's going to be Monday to get the finals in.
That brought it back and brought out another victory. Will history repeat itself?
No, I don't even know how they won yesterday. I'm gonna be honest. Like, if you just look back at the maps, I don't really know what happened. I feel like I won, but I don't know about them. I feel like they're scared.
Usually I do stream on Sundays though, so.
I mean, it's hard work to beat you once, never mind twice. I did want to talk a little bit about yesterday. Obviously, you had stuff like the disconnections happening and momentum being taken out, but like, what were some of the
Maybe I
things
will
that
stream, but it's probably not going to be this then,
because
it's going to be early.
Going into today's games, was there anything about the draft?
Have I seen Sinners?
Was it just
no.
Even how you guys were synergizing? Because it was a close series against Berber Patapim, right? But it still felt like you weren't quite on your A game.
Well, with the new ban system, I think it's a lot about the bans.
Only Sunday is a crime.
I feel like it wasn't about the bans yesterday. We just
what do you mean by that?
A little bit fundamentally, maybe mechanically. I mean, it was a close game. We were like 1 fight away on both maps, except Morocco. They took that one fair and square, but the other ones were very close.
So
go live more.
Are there be any changes that you're
gonna
going
pay
to do heading into tomorrow's matchup, or are you just confident that it's just a new day and this time you can take it?
No, they have not.
we're just gonna play like normal. And we know from the last game, we know what they like to play.
Tune on Sunday, no go.
Like to ban.
I'm not
There's
Christian.
too much new stuff.
Yes.
I guess I'm wondering a lot more as well, because you only like lost your first series a couple of weeks ago, right? And it's still only 2 that you've actually dropped entirely. I mean, I wanted to sort of ask, like, how do you react after games like yesterday? Like, again, like, losing is inevitable. No team is going to be completely on top forever. But now that you're sort of looking at a game of qualifying to that China tournament, right, and being able to get into the grand final and potentially just go for the losers bracket run to win out again, what was it like yesterday? Do you have to like dust yourself off and just be like, it happens, we need to go again tomorrow? Or honestly, are nerves starting to kick in a little bit, because this is where it really starts to count, right? You don't want to be the team that misses out on qualifying for that first LAN, especially when you've been dominant the entire year leading up to it.
Thank you.
Well, it sucks to lose a game in that fashion. So of course everyone was a bit down yesterday. But I feel like the worst part about all of that was having to wake up early for the game 1. Like, we're all a bit late sleepers, so it was just a bit awkward to wake up early because we didn't expect to lose to them, so don't think we're too nervous.
Hi Arrow, how you doing?
Well, you are now 1 series away from the grand finals and potentially getting in to be the second EMEA representative for the mid-season finals. The last question is simple. What words do you have for Berber Patapim and what could very well soon be the world?
Don't get nervous, Berber. This is...
Waking up early was our part. I mean, can you blame them?
Don't get
Them's
nervous.
the gamers,
Any
bruh.
words for us all, because I know I'm nervous for everyone involved. Sparker, thank you very much.
They're a
for
pro
joining us.
team.
We'll
They
let
are
you get some
actually
sleep,
sponsored,
once
so
again,
they
you're
get
gonna have
paid
be up
to game.
play in
You think
that
they're gonna
lower
be up
bracket game
early?
tomorrow. Best of luck to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Ryan, what incredible games we had today.
Thanks, John.
I'm very jealous of our colleagues for getting these games tomorrow to cover Berber Patapim versus Virtus Pro.
It does
the
not.
sequel.
Especially not when you're a pro, because you spend like over 8 hours a day playing the game, playing, analyzing the games that you've played, seeing what you could have done better, analyzing how everything went, yada yada yada. So there's like, what I do is like, I look at these games and go like, okay, well I could have done this. What they do is they analyze every minute detail, right? I don't do that. I don't have the patience to do that. I don't even get paid to do that.
In a losers bracket final, that has to decide that final slot, all of which, the losers bracket final and the grand finals, happening tomorrow. So if you haven't got the magic skin, honestly, by the end of this event, I'm going to think less of you as a person, because there've been so many good games to be watching across all of the regions. How could you not tune in for 6 hours to watch
Muchos
some amazing
apreciados,
games?
my guy.
If you don't have it, go get it tomorrow.
Not yet.
Because good grief, these games are going to be stellar.
Berber Patapim versus Virtus Pro has been
Wouldn't
one
even
of
do
the
it for
best
free.
series, and we get to see it again, to quote a character from Marvel.
I think a lot of people do not have the mentality to actually go pro gamer,
I mean,
right?
we've seen
Because
in action as well from these teams as well.
what it takes is you're basically doing an office job on a video game, and only that one video game. You like have to find time to actually play something else to de-stress, because you're only going to be playing the one game for a lot of the time of your life.
And the grand finals themselves, trying to take the chunk of the main 100k prize pool that's been allocated in for EMEA. And honestly, the 3 teams that are left are the 3.
Even
top
I
dogs,
like
right?
need to
Texan,
take
they're
breaks
the
from this,
ones that
otherwise
we
I'm not
expected
gonna
to be
make it.
leading the line. The triple Hydra head,
Number
I
one
suppose,
Jeff
of the
made in
region.
Madison, Georgia,
But just as
USA.
confirmation,
I don't
that's
doubt
what
that,
the schedule's
Pengy.
going to be tomorrow, so you know what time to wake up, Sparker, and the rest of the world does. It's starting at 6 p.m. As a full best of 5. So I mean, it's optimistic to think that it's going to be an 8 p.m. start for the grand finals.
Take a screenshot of this real quick.
Go on through the night, I think, Tetcher.
A best of 5 series waiting for us between Berber Patapim and Virtus Pro, and then leading us in to who will be the first EMEA champion.
Steel Series broke again. Lip.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Like, Ignite is ended for at least us two. We're going to be in the chats with all of you tomorrow, cheering on the EMEA teams.
Just
But for
platforming,
tonight,
but
that's
not
gonna
anymore.
be all. You do get to see who's going to be the third team from the Americas region, who's going to be qualifying there a little bit later today, a couple of hours or so before we get into the Americas action.
Is it because
So
they
don't stray
added
too far,
platforming
but
to
for
God of War?
EMEA, that's all she wrote for today. We'll see you
I have a
tomorrow for the
Discord.
grand finals and for a big day of Ignite action.
Okay. Let me switch to this screen real quick. Y'all. One point from 2017 to 2018. Was playing Fortnite between 4-7 hours a day for months, and the highest ranking I ever got was like plus 33,000 in squads globally. So I couldn't imagine what pro gamers actually do and how they can sit there and do it. Yeah, understandable. They literally just sit behind their screen and just constantly analyze every minute detail and just discuss it with like the people that they play with. Like if they're solo, then they discuss it with the coach or a game analyst that they have. If they're not solo and it's actually like games like this, they actually discuss it with the team, with the coach, go analyze how the games go, analyze their opponents. Gotcha. Same, I can't do that. Like, don't get me wrong, I do sometimes watch high-level players to see how they play the game and how I can adjust that to how I play the game, right? Because that's how I get better. I analyze, I look at things and go like, oh, I could do that. Yeah, that's certainly something I could do. So, yeah, because like that makes your gameplay better, especially if you're playing ranked. It's like good to analyze how things go. Oh, it's a face hugger. There should be a link in the description. I'll put a link up in a bit.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I will bring peace to this universe, no matter the cost. I was born to change humanity for the better. That time has come.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What concerns you so, my
Rare
fellow
Father
friend?
has joined the legend.
You shall not face this alone. Together, we are a mighty forest. When our foes fall, we shall be left standing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This time I'm healing.
Healing power.
I am healed.
I feel better already.
Only split armor.
Quantum magic. Stronger together.
Better stop that vehicle.
Healing power.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
The cosmos heals you.
I was fine.
Better stop that vehicle.
Some assistance, please.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Healing power.
I need assistance.
My strength has increased.
Friends.
Extermination!
The cosmos heals you.
I am healed. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. I am ready to move on.
Destiny awaits.
Not yet. Better stop that vehicle.
You were a beacon of... Our foes have arrived. The cosmos heals you.
I was fine, but thank you.
Some assistance, please. Born again! Healing power. Second chance is over. One tree falls, but another shall grow to take its place. The cosmos heals you.
Shake it up. There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Extermination! You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Quantum magic.
Watch out!
A shield.
This is real
Healing power. I am born anew.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Healing power.
I'm wounded. Who will help?
pep in my step.
We are in this together. I feel better already.
My strength is renewed.
Better stop that vehicle.
Strange subject.
Quantum magic.
I need the earth.
Hostile ahead.
I was fine, but thank you.
Quantum magic.
I need the earth.
Stronger together. This time I need you.
Healing would be helpful. Stop them. Gather around.
This shield will serve me well.
My energy grows stronger.
You're safe now, my friend.
This is real firepower.
The cosmos heals you. beacon of hope. Your light will live on inside us all. Born again! Healing power. Second chance is over. The cosmos heals you. You are safe now.
Please, can you come back?
The cosmos heals you.
Back to my full glory.
Healing power.
Maou keeps strange company.
The spawn of Monstro are no more.
Stop them in their tracks.
Healing. Destiny awaits.
You'd think by now I'd know that this game fucks up my mic.
Healing power.
Ah, look who's here.
Oh God, no, 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 no! Help!
Extermination! Us with victory!
The cosmos heals you.
I am Groot!
Uh-oh. Thank God I whooped his head.
I've reached full power.
Quantum magic.
He's back! He's back!
I need. We are in this together. I hope you could not feel their pain, Mantis.
Why is he after me?
Healing power.
There's a perfectly good tree in front of your face. Grab him, he has more health.
Suppose that helped.
Stronger together.
Put some pep in my step. Enemy approaches. Warriors from the deepest seas. I am.
Yeah, I'm getting focused by something that's not supposed to be focusing me.
Healing power.
Nope, 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 nope.
Born again.
They are coming from behind.
Oh God. Oh God. Did not mean to do that.
The cosmos each second chances.
Oh, mother done.
This is real firepower! Extermination!
Resistance, please.
I suppose that helped.
Why me? I can't see who has ace. Oh, it's Mantis.
Quantum magic.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Quantum magic.
Assemble!
That's the freedom fighter. Go away, freedom fighter.
Healing power.
I need assistance.
Put some pep in my step.
A shield. How nice.
Only 60 seconds left.
Denizens of the deep.
Healing power.
I suppose that helped.
I am at your service.
Hey, he's wearing the Twitch skin. Awesome.
What's out there?
Stop them in their tracks.
The cosmos heals you.
I am healed. Chin up.
But this?
30 seconds.
The cosmos heals you.
You belong to me!
Hold fast, my friends.
Damn it.
Cosmic
Stop it.
might returns.
Extermination!
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh! I'm being chased.
I am born anew. Born again.
Hello. There you go.
Assemble!
Never mind. I tried. Yeah, I can't out-sustain that.
I am born anew.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run and save my Spidey. I'm gonna run and save my Spidey.
Quantum magic.
Why is my button not going off? I was pressing shift the whole time and it wouldn't let me.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
It wouldn't let me press shift. Now I'm sad. I should have had shift up though. Because I died. Oh well. You've searched the ends of the earth and no link. Bummer. Now I'll get you. I got you a link in a bit. Alright, who are we playing next? Oh Jesus God! Someone moved their mic. Guess I'm playing Iron Man.
People want to be led, I want to be in charge. Win-win.
Iron Fist?
Eve.
Fudangwai.
Immortality comes with a price, but I was glad to pay it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Time to heal.
People think they can see right through me. I bet you've heard that before too, Emma. Men have said as much. I prove them wrong consistently, just as any do. Well, from one mother to another, let me say you
I got it as a team up. Or a bundle with the Moon Knight skin.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Alright, never mind, we're portaling.
Some uninvited guests.
Built to last.
I'm dead. My frames disappeared and they died. Why are you having trouble going through a portal? My guy! They do. I don't understand why it happened.
Render me assistance.
Ooh, gotta go it. Whoop, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Never mind. I couldn't get out. Just come back and got back to Denver from your EU trip. Nice. Where'd you go?
You'll fall long before I do.
Mantis does. We have 4 healers! Ooh, a wedding.
You'll fall long before I do.
Yeah, this game's cooked. France, Spain, the Netherlands? Nice. Okay. Dude, I can't actually do anything.
You'll fall long before
My healers are pretending to be DPS, so the DPS can't actually do anything. We don't have a tank. They have 4 DPS, so we're not gonna be able to do anything.
Your powers are mine!
Ever quickly.
Destroy these onslaughts. Co-op time. Disappear! Shields up! We got
The moon haunts you! Feel the wrath of the never miss!
Hope your shame is immortal.
Ox, do not handle life with
vehicle to its destination.
Oh, gotta get out, gotta get out, gotta get out, gotta get out. Ooh, thank you.
Ready. Here come the bad guys.
He's suffering.
I'm dead.
Vulnerable than ever.
You'll fall long before I do.
Okay.
Vortex field. That was a total blindside. Get that vehicle moving again.
I love running out in front of my healers and not getting healed at all.
Any hit's gonna hurt.
Look at it. Oh. I couldn't get out.
The Iron Fist still burns.
Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion that our cloak and dagger is actually not healing.
Keep going.
Victory for Loki.
Where am I? Invisible? Disappear!
Feel the
Just a thought.
wrath of the goddess. Woo! Your powers are mine.
Disappear!
I still need you.
Get that vehicle moving again!
These Wakandans should consider.
Hello. Ooh, hi. Ooh.
So
Time to heal.
sneaky.
Oh, I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, Loki's dead. No.
Immortality has its perks.
Chat has spoken, we shall play Iron Fist. No matter how painful. Oh, we have Strange now.
Armed and dangerous!
Hello, okay.
Down to 30 seconds.
Yep. Shit.
My time to shine.
I
Get
rise
that
in the
vehicle
name of
moving
Queen.
again. My friends are here. The final 10 seconds.
I still want you.
We'll have to keep playing until we have a winner.
You weren't invisible to me, Miss Richards.
Double KO.
I tried.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
How do you have only 7,000 healing done? Cloak and dagger, everybody. I haven't even actually looked at what challenges I have to do. What do I have to do? Just play matches? Oh, okay, I can do that. We had more, but who else do we have?
The right heroes
Who else we playing?
all the difference.
Want to see Loki? Alright.
I am Loki, god of mischief,
I'm the king of Asgard. Love you too, Snookums. Mwah.
Why would anyone want order when they could enjoy chaos?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Say, Doc, you never told me. Where'd you learn all those tricks?
Exactly. I'm the master of mystical arts, aren't I?
Come on, were you bitten by a radioactive wizard?
Sure, why not? Please let me meditate.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I outnumber
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Some may call this entanglement chaos. I only see opportunities. Healing for my friend.
Those spider bots won't be bothering us now.
Good medicine.
Feeling fantastic. I have many faces. I am a true team.
Goodbye, Emma.
Spider bots? I prefer Herbie myself.
I have wrecked the spider nest.
Oh, I did.
You have my full support. The more the merrier.
I don't have eyes on you, Reed.
Powering up.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
I am strengthened for battle.
I have many faces.
Extermination!
Herd and spider.
Interesting. Where are you?
Your powers are mine!
Spider bots won't be bothering us now. They look like they mean business.
Bye, Penny. Don't know. Maybe.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Feeling fantastic.
Watch out!
I tried.
I am strict. I unleash the Vishanti's power. You are restored.
You're quite welcome.
Oh god, hitting strange when he's flying is a nightmare.
The more the merrier.
A little help, please.
Got you. I got you.
You're quite welcome. Trouble has arrived.
That's some vintage spider style.
Invigorating.
Shields up.
I have many faces.
That's much better.
I have many faces. Your powers are mine! Good medicine. We are outnumbered, friends. You are restored. I outnumber you. What a relief!
Oh god. Where are you? Yep. I got you. I got you. I got you. Oh god, Invis. Invis, stop healing me.
That was nothing for a god.
Down to 30 seconds.
Problem solved!
Hold the line. We got this.
No.
Systems restoring. Spider mode.
Oh, please, God, no.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Feel the wrath of the
I'm
goddess!
just gonna... Just gonna... Yep. Nope. Nope, they can have that. I'm not gonna go in there and die.
Better stop that vehicle.
We have a very brave Spidey or a very stupid Spidey. One or the other. I'm up. It's up in the air at the moment.
Mine's in place.
I outnumber you.
Unleash the Vishanti's power. Invigorating, no. Good medicine.
You're quite welcome.
Extermination!
Feeling fantastic.
Your powers are mine!
Disappear!
The more the merrier. Render me assistance. I'm everywhere.
Oh. Okay, that was Loki apparently.
My favorite trick.
Oh god. Oh god.
They look like they mean business.
Up that.
These spiders are explosive.
Your powers are mine. To stop them. Disappear!
Feel the wrath of the
Nice.
invigorating, no.
Spider bots. I
would be myself.
Put some pep in my step. You have my full support. Your god is suffering. The foe is here.
Only 60 seconds left.
Never really trusted you in the first place, Frost. Look who just showed up.
Invigorating, no.
Stop them in their tracks. It's spider time!
I've not seen so many spiders.
Shields up.
Never stood a chance.
Powering up. Down to 30 seconds. Double KO.
Get deleted.
Extermination!
Your powers are mine!
Final 10 seconds.
Your god is suffering. Time to vanish.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Gimme.
Your powers are mine!
Disappear! Now let's see them. Feel the pull.
You're quite welcome.
Oh my god, and it is.
Feeling fantastic.
There you go. Goodbye.
Extermination!
You get away with it. Feel the wrath of the goddess! I outnumber you.
There we go.
Another epic victory.
Oh hey, got MVP.
Dun, dun, dun.
もしもし、私だけど今暇。
There we go. Wait, what? I had 10 final hits? That's actually hilarious. I have more than than my Wolverine. That's funny. Spidey next? Oh dear lord. Fair warning, I do not know how to play Spidey. Ew.
Get ready.
Oh, I'm filling in, so this is gonna be fantastic.
I'm your friend. Where's the timeline where we all just go down to the bodega for a sandwich? Huh?
What did I join?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Nope. I tried getting out. Didn't work. Oh, I always try my best.
I gotta do better this time.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Oh, that's funny.
Better than Aunt May's chicken soup.
Disappear!
That put some pep in my step.
What? What? Oh. 3 people on me.
A little help, please.
Back in
How
the
dare you,
swing.
Mags? I was fighting a flyer. Nope. I am hearing angry Punisher noises.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Nice.
Thanks, Jeff.
Gonna get sticky.
Okay. All right.
Maximum pulse.
Back in the swing of things.
They've almost got it!
Breaks in his turret.
It's the grand finale!
Where's my Luna? Where'd my Luna go? Oh, she's dead. There was a Luna, and then there wasn't the Luna.
Now I've got something to prove.
Yeah, that's about right.
Well, you can't
Luna was there, and then she wasn't. I've never seen a Luna actually die to penny mines when she's ulting. Never seen it happen. But I guess there's a first for everything.
pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
And what's that tank, right? Let's go Thor.
God of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
This should go swimmingly. I don't know.
I was exiled from Asgard as a youth. Now, I would lay down my life to save it.
Time to go sit.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's always an honor to watch you work, Susan.
Really? Me? But you're one of the best spies in the world, Natasha.
Your powers make my decades of stealth training obsolete.
Hello, والله جوي جوي.
Now, would you mind telling my brother that? The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Intruders detected.
To be so careless with so many lives.
Because it's Thor.
A magical gate.
Shake it up.
Bye, Bill.
The mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
I'm Thor, Rives of Grug.
Raise a toast in celebration.
They're sneaking from behind.
Just put the stretch.
I forced the Punisher into death!
Break your magic. Our adversaries gather. Battle Fury.
Oop. Get him, Frank! The God of Thunder! Bop. Ooh, dead.
Compared to me, you're an amateur, Castle.
Woo! Over for the win!
I am Thor Odinson, God of Thunder.
Friends, gather around.
Judge, jury, executioner.
That is dangerous.
Strong defense.
Got him! Ooh, gotta run! Hello!
I am strengthened. The wrath of Asgard.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
This is real fire!
Oh god! Ooh. I know! Heal me! Oh, never mind.
Double KO.
Solar, mess with your stuff.
Good things come to those who discuss the world.
Twas but a scratch. Behold the God of Thunder!
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. Control these.
Come here, raccoon.
I need to find cover.
The area's almost yours. Hey, check out this base.
Hi, down.
No worries. I've got your back.
Focus on the battle.
I wreak battlefield havoc.
Be helpful. Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
This is real firepower!
I need assistance.
Don't worry, I'm just gonna slap this for a second. There we go. That could be better. Hammer go bonk though. Hammer go bonk.
The true warrior is not defined by strength, but
Spiritual
by
energy
courage.
accumulation in progress. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Duelist. He do the DPS.
Is Star-Lord a title of the Intergalactic Empire?
No.
I knew numerous
Judge.
princes and marquis
Fury.
from Nordic Midgard.
Executioner!
Harold Fairhair, Eric Bloodaxe. But your father must be a great king.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Anything that increases my firepower.
Boiling noodles right now? What kind of noodles?
No worries. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Where is he? I got pulled away from the fight for nothing.
Us against the world. Friend, capture the mission area.
I missed. I hate Squirrel Girl.
This is real firepower!
There we go. I'm dead. I love that my Punisher's just sitting in a corner doing fuck all.
Us against the world!
I go bonk.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Wow, 4 in a row.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Control C.
Raise a toast in celebration.
This is real firepower! Armed and dangerous! Again!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Hey. Goodbye.
Again!
No.
Control C's.
The hammer of discipline. Yep. Magic hammer go bonk.
I'm opening a portal.
What am I?
I am
Invisible?
barely wounded.
Stevens must have begging to be attacked. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Magneto!
They are taking over the area. Be swift.
The God of Thunder. Ah. Get bonked on.
I'm an easy target.
That's 3. The area's almost yours.
By the eye of
I'm dead. Oh, no, good. Yep.
Control lost.
Did you see that?
I don't think we're gonna touch. Sad. It is 11:19 here.
My brother Loki imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
Look over there. Look over there.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Understandable. I mean, I'm gonna get off in like a second because I've been live for about 8.5 hours already, so.
You're so sensitive.
When all seems lost, just listen for the sound of thunder.
There we go. Silence.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, I do have to get off stream at some point.
Got it?
I prefer teams of 4, but I can make this work.
Soul Resurgence is almost ready.
Mine enemies tremble. The enemy is here.
Oh, my team wasn't with me.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
What battle?
We captured the mission area!
Fantastic. I thought the Mantis wasn't with me because I got the power boost, but apparently no.
Need some ranged firepower.
Help, friends!
I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew it! God, I love that. Nope. I'm gonna die. Yep.
Control lost! Wow, 4 in a row!
Your whole day off.
Good thing your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Okay. My healer's just on the Punisher the whole time. One more Spidey match.
I'm doing this my way.
Yeah, this is gonna be the last one, so that's not gonna be it, Chief.
They've almost got it!
Twas but a scratch.
Shake it up!
Behold the god of thunder! This is real firepower!
Shoot the thing, shoot the thing, shoot the thing. I tried. My healer stuck too close to the Punisher, so I couldn't actually do anything.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Understandable. I got a few kills. I got a few. I'm not a YouTube partner, so at the moment it's not gonna be able to go through YouTube. I think there's a coffee link though. There we go. Also an option. I got me a costume coin. Yeah, buddy. Is there anything worth getting though? I'm gonna hold off on that for now. We shall see. For now, I'm gonna say thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this 8.5-hour stream. If you did, and you haven't already done so, maybe give maybe follow or subscribe, depending on where you're watching. And if you're watching over on YouTube, maybe give the stream a like, so I know that you guys enjoyed. And I will see all you lovely people in the next live stream, which might be tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure. I'll see if I can get on time. I don't know if it's gonna be the tournament. Depends on if I'm actually going to the cinema or not. We'll still see. Otherwise, it's gonna be Monday. Thank you. Goodbye. Boop.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that? I think she's feeling me. Turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease. Bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside. Triggers fast once she's naked, her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.